Second Dawn, Arthur C. Clarke. "Here they come," said Eris, rising to his 4 feet and turning to look down the long valley. For a moment the pain and bitterness had left his thoughts, so that even Gerald, whose mind was more closely tuned to his than to any other, could scarcely detect it. There was even an undertone of softness that recalled poignantly the Eris she had known in the days before the war, the old Eris, who now seemed almost as remote and as lost as if he were lying with all the others out there on the plain. A dark tide was flowing up the valley, advancing with a curious, hesitant motion, making odd pauses and little bounds forward. It was flanked with gold, the thin line of the Athellini guards, so terrifyingly few compared with the black mass of the prisoners. But they were enough. Indeed, they were only needed to guide that aimless river on its faltering way. Yet at the sight of so many thousands of the enemy, Gerald found herself trembling and instinctively moved towards her mate, silver pelt resting against gold. Eris gave no sign that he had understood or even noticed the action. The fear vanished as Gerald saw how slowly the dark flood was moving forwards. She had been told what to expect, but the reality was even worse than she had imagined. As the prisoners came nearer, all the hate and bitterness ebbed from her mind, to be replaced by a sick compassion. No one of her race need evermore fear the aimless, idiot horde that was being shepherded through the pass into the valley it would never leave again. The guards were doing little more than urge the prisoners on, with meaningless but encouraging cries, like nurses calling to infants too young to sense their thoughts. Strain as she might, Gerald could detect no vestige of reason in any of these thousands of minds passing so near at hand. That brought home to her, more vividly than could anything else, the magnitude of the victory and of the defeat. Her mind was sensitive enough to detect the first faint thoughts of children, hovering on the verge of consciousness. The defeated enemy had become not even children, but babies with the bodies of adults. The tide was passing within a few feet of them now. For the first time, Gerald realized how much larger than her own people the Mithranians were, and how beautifully the light of the twin suns gleamed on the dark satin of their bodies. Once a magnificent specimen, towering a full head above Eris, broke loose from the main body and came blundering towards them, halting a few paces away. Then it crouched down like a lost and frightened child, the splendid head moving uncertainly from side to side, as if seeking it knew not what. For a moment, the great empty eyes fell full upon Gerald's face. She was as beautiful, she knew, to the Mithranians as to her own race. But there was no flicker of emotion on the blank features, and no pause in the aimless movement of the questing head. Then an exasperated guard drove the prisoner back to his fellows. "Come away," Gerald pleaded. "I don't want to see any more. Why did you ever bring me here?" The last thought was heavy with reproach. Eris began to move away over the grassy slopes in great bounds that she could not hope to match. But as he went, his mind threw its message back to hers. His thoughts were still gentle, though the pain beneath them was too deep to be concealed. "I wanted everyone, even you, to see what we had to do to win the war. Then, perhaps, we will have no more in our lifetimes." He was waiting for her on the brow of the hill, undistressed by the mad violence of his climb. The stream of prisoners was now too far below for them to see the details of its painful progress. Gerald crouched down beside Eris and began to browse on the sparse vegetation that had been exiled from the fertile valley. She was slowly beginning to recover from the shock. "But what will happen to them?" she asked presently, still haunted by the memory of that splendid, mindless giant going into a captivity it could never understand. "They can be taught how to eat," said Eris. "There is food in the valley for half a year, and then we'll move them on. It will be a heavy strain on our own resources, but we're under a moral obligation, and we've put it in the peace treaty." "They can never be cured?" "No, their minds have been totally destroyed. They'll be like this until they die." There was a long silence. Gerald let her gaze wander across the hills, falling in gentle undulations to the edge of the ocean. She could just make out, beyond a gap in the hills, the distant line of blue that marked the sea, the mysterious, impassable sea. Its blue would soon be deepening into darkness, for the fierce white sun was setting, and presently there would only be the red disk, hundreds of times larger, but giving far less light, of its pale companion. "I suppose we had to do it," Gerald said at last. She was thinking almost to herself, but she let enough of her thoughts escape for Eris to overhear. "You've seen them," he answered briefly. "They were bigger and stronger than we. Though we outnumbered them, it was stalemate. In the end, I think they would have won. By doing what we did, we saved thousands from death or mutilation." The bitterness came back into his thoughts, and Gerald dared not look at him. He had screened the depths of his mind, but she knew that he was thinking of the shattered ivory stump upon his forehead. The war had been fought, except at the very end, with two weapons only: the razor-sharp hooves of the little, almost useless forepaws, and the unicorn-like horns. With one of these, Eris could never fight again, and from the loss stemmed much of the embittered harshness that sometimes made him hurt even those who he loved. Eris was waiting for someone, though who it was Gerald could not guess. She knew better than to interrupt his thoughts while he was in his present mood, and so remained silently beside him, her shadow merging with his as it stretched far along the hilltop. Gerald and Eris came of a race which, in nature's lottery, had been luckier than most, and yet had missed one of the greatest prizes of all. They had powerful bodies and powerful minds, and they lived in a world which was both temperate and fertile. By human standards, they would have seemed strange, but by no means repulsive. Their sleek, fur-covered bodies tapered to a single giant rear limb that could send them leaping over the ground in 30-foot bounds. The two forelimbs were much smaller, and served merely for support and steadying. They ended in pointed hooves that could be deadly in combat, but had no other useful purpose. Both the Athellini and their cousins, the Mithranians, possessed mental powers that had enabled them to develop a very advanced mathematics and philosophy. But over the physical world, they had no control at all. Houses, tools, clothes, indeed artifacts of any kind, were utterly unknown to them. To races which possessed hands, tentacles, or other means of manipulation, their culture would have seemed incredibly limited. Yet such is the adaptability of the mind and the power of the commonplace that they seldom realized their handicaps and could imagine no other way of life. It was natural to wander in great herds over the fertile plains, pausing where food was plentiful, and moving on again when it was exhausted. This nomadic life had given them enough leisure for philosophy, and even for certain arts. Their telepathic powers had not yet robbed them of their voices, and they had developed a complex vocal music, and even more complex choreography. But they took the greatest pride of all in the range of their thoughts. For thousands of generations, they had sent their minds roving through the misty infinities of metaphysics. Of physics, and indeed of all the sciences of matter, they knew nothing, not even that they existed. "Someone's coming," said Gerald suddenly. "Who is it?" Eris did not bother to look, but there was a sense of strain in his reply. "It's a Retinan. I agreed to meet him here." "I'm so glad. You were such good friends once. It upset me when you quarreled." Eris pawed fretfully at the turf, as he did when he was embarrassed or annoyed. "I lost my temper with him when he left me during the 5th Battle of the Plain. Of course, I didn't know then why he had to go." Gerald's eyes widened in sudden amazement and understanding. "You mean he had something to do with the madness? And the way the war ended? Yes, there were very few people who knew more about the mind than he did. I don't know what part he played, but it must have been an important one. I don't suppose he'll ever be able to tell us much about it. Still a considerable distance below them, a Retinant was zigzagging up the hillside in great leaps. A little later he had reached them, and instinctively bent his head to touch horns with Eris in the universal gesture of greeting. Then he stopped, horribly embarrassed, and there was an awkward pause until Gerald came to the rescue with some conventional remarks. When Eris spoke, Gerald was relieved to sense his obvious pleasure at meeting his friend once again, for the first time since their angry parting at the height of the war. It had been longer still since her last meeting with Retinant, and she was surprised to see how much he had changed. He was considerably younger than Eris, but no one would have guessed it now. Some of his once golden pelt was turning black with age, and with a flash of his old humor, Eris remarked that soon no one would be able to tell him from a Mithranian. Retinant smiled. That would have been useful in the last few weeks. I've just come through their country, helping to round up the wanderers. They weren't very popular, as you might expect. If they'd known who I was, I don't suppose I'd got back alive, armistice or no armistice. You weren't actually in charge of the madness, were you? Asked Gerald, unable to control her curiosity. She had a momentary impression of thick defensive mists forming around Retinant's mind, shielding all his thoughts from the outer world. Then the reply came, curiously muffled, and with a sense of distance that was very rare in telepathic contact. No, I wasn't in supreme charge, but there were only 2 others between myself and the top. Of course, said Eris rather petulantly. I'm only an ordinary soldier, don't understand these things. But I'd like to know just how you did it. Naturally, he added, neither Gerald nor myself would talk to anyone else. Again that veil seemed to descend over Retinant's thoughts. Then it lifted, ever so slightly. There's very little I'm allowed to tell. As you know, Eris, I was always interested in the mind and its workings. Do you remember the games we used to play? When I tried to uncover your thoughts, and you did your best to stop me, and how I sometimes made you carry out acts against your will? I still think, said Eris, that you couldn't have done that to a stranger, and that I was really unconsciously cooperating. That was true then, but it isn't any longer. The proof lies down there in the valley. He gestured towards the last stragglers, who were being rounded up by the guards. The dark tide had almost passed, and soon the entrance to the valley would be closed. When I grew older, continued Retinant, I spent more and more of my time probing into the ways of the mind, and trying to discover why some of us can share our thoughts so easily, while others can never do so, but must remain always isolated and alone, forced to communicate by sounds or gestures. And I became fascinated by those rare minds that are completely deranged, so that those who possess them seem less than children. I had to abandon these studies when the war began. Then, as you know, they called for me one day during the 5th battle. Even now I'm not quite sure who was responsible for that. I was taken to a place a long way from here, where I found a little group of thinkers, many of whom I already knew. The plan was simple and tremendous. From the dawn of our race, we've known that 2 or 3 minds linked together could be used to control another mind, if it was willing, in the way that I used to control you. We've employed this power for healing since ancient times. Now we plan to use it for destruction. There were 2 main difficulties. One was bound up with that curious limitation of our normal telepathic powers, the fact that, except in rare cases, we can only have contact over a distance with someone we already know, and can communicate with strangers only when we are actually in their presence. The second and greater problem was that the massed power of many minds would be needed, and never before had it been possible to link together more than 2 or 3. How we succeeded is our main secret. Like all things, it seems easy now it has been done. And once we had started, it was simpler than we had expected. 2 minds are more than twice as powerful as one, and 3 are much more than thrice as powerful as a single will. The exact mathematical relationship is an interesting one. You know how very rapidly the number of ways a group of objects may be arranged increases with the size of the group? Well, a similar relationship holds in this case. So in the end, we had our composite mind. At first, it was unstable, and we could hold it together only a few seconds. It's still a tremendous strain on our mental resources, and even now, we can only do it for long enough. All these experiments, of course, were carried out in great secrecy. If we could do this, so could the Mithranians, for their minds are as good as ours. We had a number of their prisoners, and we used them as subjects. For a moment, the veil that had hid Eretnan's inner thoughts seemed to tremble and dissolve. Then he regained control. That was the worst part. It was bad enough to send madness into a far land, but it was infinitely worse when you could watch with your own eyes the effects of what you did. When we had perfected our technique, we made the first long-distance test. Our victim was someone so well known to one of our prisoners, whose mind we had taken over, that we could identify him completely, and thus the distance between us was no objection. The experiment worked, but of course no one suspected that we were responsible. We did not operate again until we were certain that our attack would be so overwhelming that it would end the war. From the minds of our prisoners, we had identified about a score of Mithranians, their friends and kindred, in such detail that we could pick them out and destroy them. As each mind fell beneath our attack, it gave up to us the knowledge of others, and so our power increased. We could have done far more damage than we did, for we took only the males. "Was that," said Gerald bitterly, "so very merciful?" Perhaps not. But it should be remembered to our credit. We stopped as soon as the enemy sued for peace, and as we alone knew what had happened, we went into their country to undo what damage we could. It was little enough. There was a long silence. The valley was deserted now, and the white sun had set. A cold wind was blowing over the hills, passing where none could follow it, out across the empty and untraveled sea. Then Eris spoke, his thoughts almost whispering in Eretnan's mind. "You did not come to tell me this, did you? There's something more." It was a statement rather than a query. "Yes," replied Eretnan, "I have a message for you, one that will surprise you a good deal. It's from Therodamus." "Therodamus? You thought he was dead, or worse still, a traitor." "He's neither, although he's lived in enemy territory for the last 20 years. The Mithranians treated him as we did, and gave him everything he needed. They recognized his mind for what it was, and even during the war no one touched him. Now he wants to see you again." Whatever emotions Eris was feeling at this news of his old teacher, he gave no sign of them. Perhaps he was recalling his youth, remembering now that Therodamus had played a greater part in the shaping of his mind than any other single influence. But his thoughts were barred to Eretnan and even to Gerald. "What's he been doing all this time?" Eris asked at length. "And why does he want to see me now?" "It's a long and complicated story," said Eretnan, "but Therodamus has made a discovery quite as remarkable as ours, and one that may have even greater consequences." "Discovery? What sort of discovery?" Eretnan paused, looking thoughtfully along the valley. The guards were returning, leaving behind only the few who would be needed to deal with any wandering prisoners. "You know as much of our history as I do, Eris," he began. "It took, we believe, something like 1,000,000 generations for us to reach our present level of development, and that's a tremendous length of time. Almost all the progress we've made has been due to our telepathic powers. Without them, we'd be little different from all those other animals that show such puzzling resemblances to us. We're very proud of our philosophy and our mathematics, of our music and dancing, but have you ever thought, Eris, that there might be other lines of cultural development which we've never even dreamed of? That there might be other forces in the universe beside mental ones? I don't know what you mean, said Eris flatly. It's hard to explain, and I won't try, except to say this. Do you realize just how pitiably feeble is our control over the external world, and how useless these limbs of ours really are? No, you can't, for you won't have seen what I have, but perhaps this will make you understand. The pattern of Aretnan's thoughts modulated suddenly into a minor key. I remember once coming upon a bank of beautiful and curiously complicated flowers. I wanted to see what they were like inside, so I tried to open one, steadying it between my hooves and picking it apart with my teeth. I tried again and failed. In the end, half mad with rage, I trampled all those flowers into the dirt. Gerald could detect the perplexity in Eris's mind, but she could see that he was interested and curious to know more. I've had that sort of feeling, too, he admitted, but what can one do about it? After all, is it really important? There are a good many things in this universe which are not exactly as we should like them. Aretnan smiled. That's true enough, but Therodamus has found how to do something about it. Will you come and see him? It must be a long journey. About 20 days from here, and we have to go across a river. Gerald felt Eris give a little shudder. The Athellini hated water, for the excellent and sufficient reason that they were too heavily boned to swim, and promptly drowned if they fell into it. It's in enemy territory. They won't like me. They respect you, and it might be a good idea for you to go, a friendly gesture, as it were. But I'm wanted here. You can take my word that nothing you do here is as important as the message Therodamus has for you, and for the whole world. Eris veiled his thoughts for a moment, then uncovered them briefly. I'll think about it, he said. It was surprising how little Aretnan managed to say on the many days of the journey. From time to time, Eris would challenge the defenses of his mind with half-playful thrusts, but always they were parried with an effortless skill. About the ultimate weapon that had ended the war he would say nothing, but Eris knew that those who had wielded it had not yet disbanded, and were still at their secret hiding-place. Yet though he would not talk about the past, Aretnan often spoke of the future, and with the urgent anxiety of one who had helped to shape it, and was not sure if he had acted aright. Like many others of his race, he was haunted by what he had done, and a sense of guilt sometimes overwhelmed him. Often he made remarks which puzzled Eris at the time, but which he was to remember more and more vividly in the years ahead. We've come to a turning point in our history, Eris. The powers we've uncovered will soon be shared by the Mithranians, and another war will mean destruction for us both. All my life I've worked to increase our knowledge of the mind, but now I wonder if I've brought something into the world that is too powerful and too dangerous for us to handle. Yet it's too late now to retrace our footsteps. Sooner or later our culture was bound to come to this point and to discover what we have found. It's a terrible dilemma, and there's only one solution. We cannot go back. And if we go forward, we may meet disaster. So we must change the very nature of our civilization and break completely with the 1,000,000 generations behind us. You can't imagine how that could be done, nor could I until I met Therodamus and he told me of his dream. The mind is a wonderful thing, Eris, but by itself it is helpless in the universe of matter. We know now how to multiply the power of our brains by an enormous factor. We can solve perhaps the great problems of mathematics that have baffled us for ages. But neither our unaided minds nor the group mind we've now created can alter in the slightest the one fact that all through history has brought us and the Mithranians into conflict. The fact that the food supply is fixed and our populations are not. Gerald would watch them, taking little part in their thoughts, as they argued these matters. Most of their discussions took place while they were browsing, for like all active ruminants, they had to spend a considerable part of each day searching for food. Fortunately, the land through which they were passing was extremely fertile. Indeed, its fertility had been one of the causes of the war. Eris, Gerald was glad to see, was becoming something of his old self again. The feeling of frustrated bitterness that had filled his mind for so many months had not lifted, but it was no longer as all-pervading as it had been. They left the open plain on the 22nd day of their journey. For a long time they had been traveling through Mithranian territory, but those few of their ex-enemies they had seen had been inquisitive rather than hostile. Now the grasslands were coming to an end, and the forest, with all its primeval terrors, lay ahead. "Only one carnivore lives in this region," Eretnan reassured them, "and it's no match for the three of us. We'll be past the trees in a day and a night." "A night? In the forest?" gasped Gerald, half petrified with terror at the very thought. Eretnan was obviously a little ashamed of himself. "I didn't like to mention it before," he apologized, "but there's really no danger. I've done it by myself several times. After all, none of the great flesh-eaters of ancient times still exists. And it won't really be dark, even in the woods. The red sun will still be up." Gerald was still trembling slightly. She came of a race which, for thousands of generations, had lived on the high hills and the open plains, relying on speed to escape from danger. The thought of going among trees, and in the dim red twilight, while the primary sun was down, filled her with panic. And of the three of them, only Eretnan possessed a horn with which to fight. It had been nothing like so long or sharp, thought Gerald, as Eris's had been. She was still not at all happy, even when they had spent a completely uneventful day moving through the woods. The only animals they saw were tiny, long-tailed creatures that ran up and down the tree trunks with amazing speed, gibbering with anger as the intruders passed. It was entertaining to watch them, but Gerald did not think that the forest would be quite so amusing in the night. Her fears were well-founded. When the fierce white sun passed below the trees, and the crimson shadows of the red giant lay everywhere, a change seemed to come over the world. A sudden silence swept across the forest, a silence abruptly broken by a very distant wail, towards which the three of them turned instinctively, ancestral warnings shrieking in their minds. "What was that?" gasped Gerald. Eretnan was breathing swiftly, but his reply was calm enough. "Never mind," he said. "It was a long way off. I don't know what it was." They took turns to keep guard, and the long night wore slowly away. From time to time Gerald would awaken from troubled dreams into the nightmare reality of the strange, distorted trees gathered threateningly around her. Once, when she was on guard, she heard the sound of a heavy body moving through the woods, very far away, but it came no nearer, and she did not disturb the others. So, at last, the longed-for brilliance of the white sun began to flood the sky, and the day had come again. Eretnan, Gerald thought, was probably more relieved than he pretended to be. He was almost boyish as he frisked around in the morning sunlight, snatching an occasional mouthful of foliage from an overhanging branch. "We've only half a day to go now," he said cheerfully. "We'll be out of the forest by noon." There was a mischievous undertone to his thoughts that puzzled Gerald. It seemed as if Eretnan was keeping still another secret from them, and Gerald wondered what further obstacles they would have to overcome. By midday, she knew, for their way was barred by a great river flowing slowly past them, as if in no haste to meet the sea. Eris looked at it with some annoyance, measuring it with a practised eye. "It's much too deep to ford here. We'll have to go a long way upstream before we can cross." Eretnan smiled. "On the contrary," he said cheerfully, "we're going downstream." Eris and Gerald looked at him in amazement. "Are you mad?" Eris cried. "You'll soon see. We've not far to go now. You've come all this way, so you might as well trust me for the rest of the journey." The river slowly widened and deepened. If it had been impassable before, it was doubly so now. Sometimes, Eris knew, one came upon a stream across which a tree had fallen, so that one could walk over the trunk, though it was a risky thing to do. But this river was the width of many trees, and was growing no narrower. "We're nearly there," said Aretnin at last. "I recognize the place. Someone should be coming out of those woods at any moment." He gestured with his horn to the trees on the far side of the river, and almost as he did, 3 figures came bounding out onto the bank. 2 of them, Gerald saw, were Athellini. The third was a Mithranian. They were now nearing a great tree, standing by the water's edge, but Gerald had paid little attention. She was too interested in the figures on the distant bank, wondering what they were going to do next. So when Eris's amazement exploded like a thunderclap in the depths of her own mind, she was too confused for a moment to realize its cause. Then she turned towards the tree, and saw what Eris had seen. To some minds and some races, few things could have been more natural or more commonplace than a thick rope tied round a tree trunk, and floating out across the water of a river to another tree on the far bank. Yet it filled both Gerald and Eris with the terror of the unknown, and for one awful moment Gerald thought that a gigantic snake was emerging from the water. Then she saw that it was not alive, but her fear remained, for it was the first artificial object that she had ever seen. "Don't worry about what it is or how it was put there," counseled Aretnin. "It's going to carry you across, and that's all that matters for the moment. Look, there's someone coming over now." One of the figures on the far bank had lowered itself into the water, and was working its way with its forelimbs along the rope. As it came nearer, it was the Mithranian, and a female. Gerald saw that it was carrying a second and much smaller rope looped round the upper part of its body. With the skill of long practice, the stranger made her way across the floating cable, and emerged dripping from the river. She seemed to know Aretnin, but Gerald could not intercept their thoughts. "I can go across without any help," said Aretnin, "but I'll show you the easy way." He slipped the loop over his shoulders, and, dropping into the water, hooked his forelimbs over the fixed cable. A moment later, he was being dragged across at a great speed by the 2 others on the far bank, where, after much trepidation, Eris and Gerald presently joined him. It was not the sort of bridge one would expect from a race which could quite easily have dealt with the mathematics of a reinforced concrete arch, if the possibility of such an object had ever occurred to it. But it served its purpose, and once it had been made, they could use it readily enough. Once it had been made. But who had made it? When their dripping guides had rejoined them, Aretnin gave his friends a warning. "I'm afraid you're going to have a good many shocks while you're here. You'll see some very strange sights, but when you understand them, they'll cease to puzzle you in the slightest. In fact, you will soon come to take them for granted." One of the strangers, whose thoughts neither Eris nor Gerald could intercept, was giving him a message. "Therodimus is waiting for us," said Aretnin. "He's very anxious to see you." "I've been trying to contact him," complained Eris, "but I've not succeeded." Aretnin seemed a little troubled. "You'll find he's changed," he said. "After all, you've not seen each other for many years. It may be some time before you can make full contact again." Their road was a winding one through the forest, and from time to time curiously narrow paths branched off in various directions. Therodimus, thought Eris, must have changed indeed for him to have taken up permanent residence among trees. Presently the track opened out into a large semicircular clearing with a low white cliff lying along its diameter. At the foot of the cliff were several dark holes of varying sizes, obviously the openings of caves. It was the first time that either Eris or Gerald had ever entered a cave, and they did not greatly look forward to the experience. They were relieved when Aretnin told them to wait just outside the opening, and went on alone towards the puzzling yellow light that glowed in the depths. A moment later, dim memories began to pulse in Eris's mind, and he knew that his old teacher was coming, even though he could no longer fully share his thoughts. Something stirred in the gloom, and then Theronomus came out into the sunlight. At the sight of him, Gerald screamed once, and buried her head in Eris's mane, but Eris stood firm, though he was trembling, as he had never done before battle. For Theronomus blazed with a magnificence that none of his race had ever known since history began. Around his neck hung a band of glittering objects that caught and refracted the sunlight in a myriad colors, while covering his body was a sheet of some thick, many-hued material that rustled softly as he walked. And his horn was no longer the yellow of ivory. Some magic had changed it to the most wonderful purple that Gerald had ever seen. Theronomus stood motionless for a moment, savoring their amazement to the full. Then his rich laugh echoed in their minds, and he reared up on his hind limb. The colored garment fell whispering to the ground, and at a toss of his head the glittering necklace arched like a rainbow into a corner of the cave. But the purple horn remained unchanged. It seemed to Eris that he stood at the brink of a great chasm, with Theronomus beckoning him on the far side. Their thoughts struggled to form a bridge, but could not make contact. Between them was the gulf of half a lifetime of many battles, of a myriad unshared experiences. Theronomus's years in this strange land, his own mating with Gerald, and the memory of their lost children. Though they stood face to face, a few feet only between them, their thoughts could never meet again. Then Eretnan, with all the power and authority of his unsurpassed skill, did something to his mind that Eris was never quite able to recall. He only knew that the years seemed to have rolled back, that he was once more the eager, anxious pupil, and that he could speak to Theronomus again. It was strange to sleep underground, but less unpleasant than spending the night amid the unknown terrors of the forest. As she watched the crimson shadows deepening beyond the entrance to the little cave, Gerald tried to collect her scattered thoughts. She had understood only a small part of what had passed between Eris and Theronomus, but she knew that something incredible was taking place. The evidence of her eyes was enough to prove that. Today she had seen things for which there were no words in her language. She had heard things, too. As they had passed one of the cave mouths, there had come from it a rhythmic whirring sound, unlike that made by any animal she knew. It had continued steadily without pause or break as long as she could hear it, and even now its unhurried rhythm had not left her mind. Eretnan, she believed, had also noticed it, though without any surprise. Eris had been so engrossed with Theronomus. The old philosopher had told them very little, preferring, as he said, to show them his empire when they had had a good night's rest. Nearly all their talk had been concerned with the events of their own land during the last few years, and Gerald found it somewhat boring. Only one thing had interested her, and she had eyes for little else. That was the wonderful chain of colored crystals that Theronomus had worn around his neck. What it was, or how it had been created, she could not imagine, but she coveted it. As she fell asleep, she found herself thinking idly, but more than half seriously, of the sensation it would cause if she returned to her people with such a marvel gleaming against her own pelt. It would look so much better there than upon old Theronomus. Eretnan and Theronomus met them at the cave soon after dawn. The philosopher had discarded his regalia, which he had obviously worn only to impress his guests, and his horn had returned to its normal yellow. That was one thing Gerald thought she could understand, for she had come across fruits whose juices could cause color changes. Theronomus settled himself at the mouth of the cave. He began his narration without any preliminaries, and Eris guessed that he must have told it many times before to earlier visitors. I came to this place, Eris, about 5 years after leaving our country. As you know, I was always interested in strange lands, and from the Mithranians I'd heard rumors that intrigued me very much. How I traced them to their source is a long story that doesn't matter now. I crossed the river far upstream one summer, when the water was very low. There's only one place where it can be done, and then only in the driest years. Higher still, the river loses itself in the mountains, and I don't think there's any way through them. So this is virtually an island, almost completely cut off from Mithranian territory. It's an island, but it's not uninhabited. The people who live here are called the Billennium, and they have a very remarkable culture, one entirely different from our own. Some of the products of that culture you've already seen. As you know, there are many different races on our world, and quite a few of them have some sort of intelligence. But there is a great gulf between us and all other creatures. As far as we know, we are the only beings capable of abstract thought and complex logical processes. The Billennium are a much younger race than ours, and they are intermediate between us and the other animals. They've lived here on this rather large island for several thousand generations, but their rate of development has been many, many times swifter than ours. They neither possess nor understand our telepathic powers, but they have something else which we may well envy, something which is responsible for the whole of their civilization and its incredibly rapid progress.
Theridamas paused, then rose slowly to his feet.
"Follow me," he said. "I'll take you to see the Billennium." He led them back to the caves from which they had come the night before, pausing at the entrance from which Gerald had heard that strange, rhythmic whirring. It was clearer and louder now, and she saw Eris start as though he had noticed it for the first time. Then Theridamas uttered a high-pitched whistle, and at once the whirring slackened, falling octave by octave, until it had ebbed into silence. A moment later, something came towards them out of the semi-gloom. It was a little creature, scarcely half their height, and it did not hop, but walked upon two jointed limbs that seemed very thin and feeble. Its large spherical head was dominated by 3 huge eyes, set far apart and capable of independent movement. With the best will in the world, Gerald did not think it was very attractive. Then Theridamas uttered another whistle, and the creature raised its forelimbs toward them. "Look closely," said Theridamas very gently, "and you will see the answer to many of your questions." For the first time, Gerald saw that the creature's forelimbs did not end in hooves, or indeed after the fashion of any animal with which she was acquainted. Instead, they divided into at least a dozen thin, flexible tentacles and 2 hooked claws. "Go towards it, Gerald," commanded Theridamas. "It has something for you." Hesitantly, Gerald moved forward. She noticed that the creature's body was crossed with bands of dark material, to which were attached unidentifiable objects. It dropped a forelimb into one of these, and a cover opened to reveal a cavity inside which something glittered. Then the little tentacles were clutching that marvelous crystal necklace, and with a movement so swift and dexterous that Gerald could scarcely follow it, the Billennium moved forward and clasped it around her neck. Theridamas brushed aside her confusion and gratitude, but his shrewd old mind was well pleased. Gerald would be his ally now in whatever he planned to do. But Eris's emotions might not be so easily swayed, and in this matter mere logic was not enough. His old pupil had changed so much, had been so deeply wounded by the past, that Theridamas could not be certain of success. Yet he had a plan that could turn even these difficulties to his advantage. He gave another whistle, and the Billennium made a curious waving gesture with its hands and disappeared into the cave. A moment later, that strange whirring ascended once more from the silence, but Gerald's curiosity was now quite overshadowed by her delight in her new possession. "We'll go through the woods," said Theridamas, "to the nearest settlement. It's only a little way from here. The Billennium don't live in the open as we do. In fact, they differ from us in almost every conceivable way. I'm even afraid," he added ruefully, "that they're much better natured than we are, and I believe that one day they'll be more intelligent. But first of all, let me tell you what I've learned about them, so that you can understand what I'm planning to do.
The mental evolution of any race is conditioned, even dominated by physical factors, which that race almost invariably takes for granted as part of the natural order of things. The wonderfully sensitive hands of the Fileni had enabled them to find by experiment and trial facts which had taken the planet's only other intelligent species 1,000 times as long to discover by pure deduction. Quite early in their history, the Fileni had invented simple tools. From these they had proceeded to fabrics, pottery, and the use of fire. When Therodimus had discovered them, they had already invented the lathe and the potter's wheel, and were about to move into their first metal age, with all that implied. On the purely intellectual plane, their progress had been less rapid. They were clever and skillful, but they had a dislike of abstract thought, and their mathematics was purely empirical. They knew, for example, that a triangle with sides in the ratio 3:4:5 was right-angled, but had not suspected that this was only a special case of a much more general law. Their knowledge was full of such yawning gaps, which, despite the help of Therodimus and his several score disciples, they seemed in no great hurry to fill. Therodimus they worshipped as a god, and for 2 whole generations of their short-lived race they had obeyed him in everything, giving him all the products of their skill that he needed, and making at his suggestion the new tools and devices that had occurred to him. The partnership had been incredibly fertile, for it was as if both races had suddenly been released from their shackles. Great manual skill and great intellectual powers had fused in a fruitful union probably unique in all the universe, and progress that would normally have taken millennia had been achieved in less than a decade. As Eretnan had promised them, though Eris and Gerald saw many marvels, they came across nothing that they could not understand once they had watched the little Fileni craftsmen at work, and had seen with what magic their hands shaped natural materials into lovely or useful forms. Even their tiny towns and primitive farms soon lost their wonder and became part of the accepted order of things. Therodimus let them look their fill until they had seen every aspect of this strangely sophisticated Stone Age culture. Because they knew no differently, they found nothing incongruous in the sight of a Fileni potter, who could scarcely count beyond 10, shaping a series of complex algebraic surfaces under the guidance of a young Mithranian mathematician. Like all his race, Eris possessed tremendous powers of mental visualization, but he realized how much easier geometry would be if one could actually see the shapes one was considering. From this beginning, though he could not guess it, would one day evolve the idea of a written language. Gerald was fascinated above all things by the sight of the little Fileni women weaving fabrics upon their primitive looms. She could sit for hours watching the flying shuttles and wishing that she could use them. Once she had seen it done, it seemed so simple and obvious, and so utterly beyond the powers of the clumsy, useless limbs of her own people. They grew very fond of the Fileni, who seemed eager to please and were pathetically proud of all their manual skills. In these new and novel surroundings, meeting fresh wonders every day, Eris seemed to be recovering from some of the scars which the war had left upon his mind. Gerald knew, however, that there was still much damage to be undone. Sometimes, before he could hide them, she would come across raw, angry wounds in the depths of Eris's mind, and she feared that many of them, like the broken stump of his horn, would never heal. Eris hated the war, and the manner of its ending still oppressed him. Beyond this, Gerald knew, he was haunted by the fear that it might come again. These troubles she often discussed with Therodimus, of whom she had now grown very fond. She still did not fully understand why he had brought them here, or what he and his followers were planning to do. Therodimus was in no hurry to explain his actions, for he wished Gerald and Eris to draw their own conclusions as far as possible. But at last, 5 days after their arrival, he called them to his cave. "You've now seen," he began, "most of the things we have to show you here. You know what the Billennium can do, and perhaps you have thought how much our own lives will be enriched once we can use the products of their skill. That was my first thought when I came here, all those years ago. It was an obvious and rather naive idea, but it led to a much greater one. As I grew to know the Billennium, and found how swiftly their minds had advanced in so short a time, I realized what a fearful disadvantage our own race had always labored under. I began to wonder how much further forward we would have been had we the Billennium's control over the physical world. It is not a question of mere convenience, or the ability to make beautiful things like that necklace of yours, Gerald, but something much more profound. It is the difference between ignorance and knowledge, between weakness and power. We have developed our minds, and our minds alone, until we can go no further. As Aretnan has told you, we have now come to a danger that threatens our entire race. We are under the shadow of the irresistible weapon against which there can be no defense. The solution is, quite literally, in the hands of the Billennium. We must use their skills to reshape our world, and so remove the cause of all our wars. We must go back to the beginning and relay the foundations of our culture. It won't be our culture alone, though, for we shall share it with the Billennium. They will be the hands, we the brains. Oh, I have dreamed of the world that may come, ages ahead, when even the marvels you see around you now will be considered childish toys. But not many are philosophers, and I need an argument more substantial than dreams. That final argument I believe I may have found, though I cannot yet be certain. I have asked you here, Eris, partly because I wanted to renew our old friendship, and partly because your word will now have far greater influence than mine. You are a hero among your own people, and the Mithranians will also listen to you. I want you to return, taking with you some of the Billennium and their products. Show them to your people, and ask them to send their young men here to help us with our work. There was a pause during which Gerald could gather no hints of Eris's thoughts. Then he replied hesitantly, "But I still don't understand. These things that the Billennium make are very pretty, and some of them may be useful to us, but how can they change us as profoundly as you seem to think?" Theraudmus sighed. Eris could not see past the present into the future that was yet to be. He had not caught, as Theraudmus had done, the promise that lay beyond the busy hands and tools of the Billennium, the first faint possibilities of the machine. Perhaps he would never understand, but he could still be convinced. Veiling his deeper thoughts, Theraudmus continued, "Perhaps some of these things are toys, Eris, but they may be more powerful than you think. Gerald, I know, would be loath to part with hers, and perhaps I can find one that would convince you." Eris was skeptical, and Gerald could see that he was in one of his darker moods. "I doubt it very much," he said. "Well, I can try." Theraudmus gave a whistle, and one of the Billennium came running up. There was a short exchange of conversation. "Would you come with me, Eris? It will take some time." Eris followed him, the others, at Theraudmus's request, remaining behind. They left the large cave and went towards the row of smaller ones which the Billennium used for their various trades. The strange whirring was sounding loudly in Eris's ears, but for a moment he could not see its cause, the light of the crude oil lamps being too faint for his eyes. Then he made out one of the Billennium bending over a wooden table, upon which something was spinning rapidly, driven by a belt from a treadle, operated by another of the little creatures. He had seen the potters using a similar device, but this was different. It was shaping wood, not clay, and the potter's fingers had been replaced by a sharp metal blade, from which long, thin shavings were curling out in fascinating spirals. With their huge eyes, the Billennium, who disliked full sunlight, could see perfectly in the gloom, but it was some time before Eris could discover just what was happening. Then, suddenly, he understood. "Aretnan," said Gerald, when the others had left them. "Why should the Billenni do all these things for us? Surely they're quite happy as they are." The question, Aretnan thought, was typical of Gerald, and would never have been asked by Eris. "They will do anything that Therodimus says," he answered. "But even apart from that, there's so much we can give them as well. When we turn our minds to their problems, we can see how to solve them in ways that would never have occurred to them. They're very eager to learn, and already we must have advanced their culture by hundreds of generations. Also, they're physically very feeble. Although we don't possess their dexterity, our strength makes possible tasks they could never attempt." They had wandered to the edge of the river, and stood for a moment watching the unhurried waters moving down to the sea. Then Gerald turned to go upstream, but Aretnan stopped her. "Therodimus doesn't want us to go that way yet," he explained. "It's just another of his little secrets. He never likes to reveal his plans until they're ready." Slightly piqued, and distinctly curious, Gerald obediently turned back. She would, of course, come this way again as soon as there was no one else about. It was very peaceful here in the warm sunlight, among the pools of heat trapped by the trees. Gerald had almost lost her fear of the forest, though she knew she would never be quite happy there. Aretnan seemed very abstracted, and Gerald knew that he wished to say something, and was marshalling his thoughts. Presently he began to speak, with the freedom that is only possible between two people who are fond of each other, but have no emotional ties. "It is very hard, Gerald," he began, "to turn one's back on the work of a lifetime. Once I had hoped that the great new forces we have discovered could be safely used, but now I know that is impossible, at least for many ages. Therodimus was right. We can go no further with our minds alone. Our culture has been hopelessly one-sided, though through no fault of ours. We cannot solve the fundamental problem of peace and war without a command over the physical world such as the Billenni possess, and which we hope to borrow from them. Perhaps there will be other great adventures here for our minds, to make us forget what we will have to abandon. We shall be able to learn something from nature at last. What is the difference between fire and water, between wood and stone? What are the suns, and what are those millions of faint lights we see in the sky when both the suns are down? Perhaps the answers to all these questions may lie at the end of the new road along which we must travel." He paused. "New knowledge, new wisdom, in realms we have never dreamed of before. It may lure us away from the dangers we have encountered, for certainly nothing we can learn from nature will ever be as great a threat as the peril we have uncovered in our own minds." The flow of Aretnan's thoughts was suddenly interrupted. Then he said, "I think Eris wants to see you." Gerald wondered why Eris had not sent the message to her. She wondered, too, at the undertone of amusement, or was it something else, in Aretnan's mind. There was no sign of Eris as they approached the caves, but he was waiting for them, and came bounding out into the sunlight before they could reach the entrance. Then Gerald gave an involuntary cry, and retreated a pace or two as her mate came towards her. For Eris was whole again. Gone was the shattered stump on his forehead. It had been replaced by a new, gleaming horn, no less splendid than the one he had lost. In a belated gesture of greeting, Eris touched horns with Aretnan. Then he was gone into the forest in great joyous leaps, but not before his mind had met Gerald's, as it had seldom done since the days before the war. "Let him go," said Therodimus softly. "He would rather be alone. When he returns, I think you will find him different." He gave a little laugh. "The Billenni are clever, are they not? Now, perhaps, Eris will be more appreciative of their toys." "I know I am impatient," said Therodimus, "but I am old now, and I want to see the changes begin in my own lifetime. That is why I am starting so many schemes, in the hope that some, at least, will succeed. But this is the one above all, in which I have put most faith." For a moment he lost himself in his thoughts. Not 1 in 100 of his own race could fully share his dream. Even Eris, though he now believed in it, did so with his heart rather than his mind. Perhaps Eretnan, the brilliant and subtle Eretnan, so desperately anxious to neutralize the powers he had brought into the world, might have glimpsed the reality. But his was, of all minds, the most impenetrable, save when he wished otherwise. "You know as well as I do," continued Therodimus, as they walked upstream, "that our wars have only one cause, food. We and the Mithranians are trapped on this continent of ours with its limited resources, which we can do nothing to increase. Ahead of us we have always the nightmare of starvation, and for all our vaunted intelligence, there has been nothing we can do about it. Oh, yes, we have scraped some laborious irrigation ditches with our forehoofs, but how slight their help has been. The Phileni have discovered how to grow crops that increase the fertility of the ground many-fold. I believe that we can do the same, once we have adapted their tools for our own use. That is our first and most important task, but it is not the one on which I have set my heart. The final solution to our problem, Eris, must be the discovery of new virgin lands into which our people can migrate." He smiled at the other's amazement. "No, don't think I'm mad. Such lands do exist, I'm sure of it. Once I stood at the edge of the ocean and watched a great flight of birds coming inland from far out at sea. I have seen them flying outwards, too, so purposefully that I was certain they were going to some other country, and I have followed them with my thoughts." "Even if your theory is true, as it probably is," said Eris, "what use is it to us?" He gestured to the river flowing beside them. "We drown in the water, and you cannot build a rope to support us." His thoughts suddenly faded out into a jumbled chaos of ideas. Therodimus smiled. "So you have guessed what I hope to do. Well now, you can see if you were right." They had come to a level stretch of bank, upon which a group of the Phileni were busily at work, under the supervision of some of Therodimus's assistants. Lying at the water's edge was a strange object which, Eris realized, was made of many tree trunks joined together by ropes. They watched in fascination as the orderly tumult reached its climax. There was a great pulling and pushing, and the raft moved ponderously into the water with a mighty splash. The spray had scarcely ceased to fall when a young Mithranian leaped from the bank and began to dance gleefully upon the logs, which were now tugging at the moorings as if eager to break away and follow the river down to the sea. A moment later he had been joined by others, rejoicing in their mastery of a new element. The little Phileni, unable to make the leap, stood watching patiently on the bank while their masters enjoyed themselves. There was an exhilaration about the scene that no one could fail to miss, though perhaps few of those present realized that they were at a turning point in history. Only Therodimus stood a little apart from the rest, lost in his own thoughts. This primitive raft, he knew, was merely a beginning. It must be tested upon the river and then along the shores of the ocean. The work would take years, and he was never likely to see the first voyagers returning from those fabulous lands, whose existence was still no more than a guess. But what had been begun, others would finish. Overhead, a flight of birds was passing across the forest. Therodimus watched them go, envying their freedom to move at will over land and sea. He had begun the conquest of the water for his race, but that the skies might one day be theirs also was beyond even his imagination. Eretnan, Gerald, and the rest of the expedition had already crossed the river when Eris said goodbye to Therodimus. This time they had done so without a drop of water touching their bodies, for the raft had come downstream and was performing valuable duties as a ferry. A new and much improved model was already under construction, as it was painfully obvious that the prototype was not exactly seaworthy. These initial difficulties would be quickly overcome by designers who, even if they were forced to work with Stone Age tools, could handle with ease the mathematics of metacenters, buoyancies, and advanced hydrodynamics. "Your task won't be a simple one," said Hieronymus, "for you cannot show your people all the things you have seen here. At first you must be content to sow the seed, to arouse interest and curiosity, particularly among the young, who will come here to learn more. Perhaps you will meet opposition. I expect so. But every time you return to us, we shall have new things to show you, and to strengthen your arguments." They touched horns. Then Eris was gone, taking with him the knowledge that was to change the world, so slowly at first, then ever more swiftly. Once the barriers were down, once the Mithranians and the Atheni had been given the simple tools which they could fasten to their forelimbs and use unaided, progress would be swift. But for the present they must rely on the Phileni for everything, and there were so few of them. Hieronymus was well content. Only in one respect was he disappointed, for he had hoped that Eris, who had always been his favorite, might also be his successor. The Eris who was now returning to his own people was no longer self-obsessed or embittered, for he had a mission and hope for the future. But he lacked the keen, far-ranging vision that was needed here. It would be a Retinan who must continue what he had begun. Still, that could not be helped, and there was no need yet to think of such matters. Hieronymus was very old, but he knew that he would be meeting Eris many times again here by the river at the entrance to his land. The ferry was gone now, and though he had expected it, Eris stopped amazed at the great span of the bridge, swaying slightly in the breeze. Its execution did not quite match its design. A good deal of mathematics had gone into its parabolic suspension, but it was still the first great engineering feat in history. Constructed, though it was entirely of wood and rope, it forecast the shape of the metal giants to come. Eris paused in midstream. He could see smoke rising from the shipyards facing the ocean, and thought he could just glimpse the masts of some of the new vessels that were being built for coastal trade. It was hard to believe that when he had first crossed this river, he had been dragged over dangling from a rope. A Retinan was waiting for them on the far bank. He moved rather slowly now, but his eyes were still bright with the old, eager intelligence. He greeted Eris warmly. "I'm glad you could come now. You're just in time." That, Eris knew, could mean only one thing. "The ships are back?" "Almost. They were sighted an hour ago, out on the horizon. They should be here at any moment. And then we shall know the truth at last. After all these years. If only—" His thoughts faded out, but Eris could continue them. They had come to the great pyramid of stones, beneath which Hieronymus lay. Hieronymus, whose brain was behind everything they saw, but who could never learn now if his most cherished dream was true or not. There was a storm coming up from the ocean, and they hurried along the new road that skirted the river's edge. Small boats of a kind that Eris had not seen before went past them occasionally, operated by Atheni or Mithranians, with wooden paddles strapped to their forelimbs. It always gave Eris great pleasure to see such new conquests, such new liberations of his people from their age-old chains. Yet sometimes they reminded him of children who had suddenly been let loose into a wonderful new world, full of exciting and interesting things that must be done, whether they were likely to be useful or not. However, anything that promised to make his race into better sailors was more than useful. In the last decade, Eris had discovered that pure intelligence was sometimes not enough. There were skills that could not be acquired by any amount of mental effort. Through this, people had largely overcome their fear of water. They were still quite incompetent on the ocean, and the Phileni had therefore become the first navigators of the world. Gerald looked nervously around her as the first peal of thunder came rolling in from the sea. She was still wearing the necklace that Hieronymus had given her so long ago, but it was by no means the only ornament she carried now. "I hope the ships will be safe," she said anxiously. There's not much wind, and they will have ridden out much worse storms than this," Eretnan reassured her, as they entered his cave. Eris and Gerald looked round with eager interest to see what new wonders the Philaeni had made during their absence. But if there were any, they had, as usual, been hidden away until Eretnan was ready to show them. He was still rather childishly fond of such little surprises and mysteries. There was an air of absent-mindedness about the meeting that would have puzzled an onlooker ignorant of its cause. As Eris talked of all the changes in the outer world, of the success of the new Philaeni settlements, and of the steady growth of agriculture among his people, Eretnan listened with only half his mind. His thoughts, and those of his friends, were far out at sea, meeting the oncoming ships which might be bringing the greatest news their world had ever received. As Eris finished his report, Eretnan rose to his feet and began to move restlessly around the chamber. "You have done better than we dared to hope at the beginning. At least, there has been no war for a generation, and our food supply is ahead of the population for the first time in history, thanks to our new agricultural techniques." Eretnan glanced at the furnishings of his chamber, recalling with an effort the fact that in his own youth almost everything he saw would have appeared impossible, or even meaningless to him. Not even the simplest of tools had existed then, at least in the knowledge of his people. And now there were ships and bridges and houses, and these were only the beginning. "I am well satisfied," he said. "We have, as we planned, diverted the whole stream of our culture, turning it away from the dangers that lay ahead. The powers that made the madness possible will soon be forgotten. Only a handful of us still know of them, and we will take our secrets with us. Perhaps when our descendants rediscover them, they will be wise enough to use them properly. But we have uncovered so many new wonders that it may be 1,000 generations before we turn again to look into our own minds and to tamper with the forces locked within them." The mouth of the cave was illuminated by a sudden flash of lightning. The storm was coming nearer, though it was still some miles away. Rain was beginning to fall in large, angry drops from the leaden sky. "While we're waiting for the ships," said Eretnan rather abruptly, "come into the next cave and see some of the new things we have to show you since your last visit." It was a strange collection. Side by side on the same bench were tools and inventions which in other cultures had been separated by thousands of years of time. The Stone Age was past. Bronze and iron had come, and already the first crude scientific instruments had been built for experiments that were driving back the frontiers of the unknown. A primitive retort spoke of the beginnings of chemistry, and by its side were the first lenses the world had seen, waiting to reveal the unsuspected universes of the infinitely small and the infinitely great. The storm was upon them as Eretnan's description of these new wonders drew to its close. From time to time he had glanced nervously at the mouth of the cave, as if awaiting a messenger from the harbor, but they had remained undisturbed save by the occasional crash of thunder. "I've shown you everything of importance," he said, "but here's something that may amuse you while you're waiting. As I said, we've sent expeditions everywhere to collect and classify all the rocks they can, in the hope of finding useful minerals. One of them brought back this." He extinguished the lights, and the cave became completely dark. "It will be some time before your eyes grow sensitive enough to see it," Eretnan warned. "Just look over there in that corner." Eris strained his eyes into the darkness. At first he could see nothing. Then, slowly, a glimmering blue light became faintly visible. It was so vague and diffuse that he could not focus his eyes upon it, and he automatically moved forward. "I shouldn't go too near," advised Eretnan. "It seems to be a perfectly ordinary mineral, but the Philaeni who found it and carried it here got some very strange burns from handling it, yet it's quite cold to the touch. One day we'll learn its secret, but I don't suppose it's anything at all." A vast curtain of sheet lightning split the sky, and for a moment the reflected glare lit up the cave. pinning weird shadows against the walls. At the same moment, one of the Fileni staggered into the entrance and called something to Aretinen in its thin, reedy voice. He gave a shout of triumph, as one of his ancestors might have done on some ancient battlefield. Then his thoughts came crashing into Eris's mind. Land! They found land! A whole new continent waiting for us! Eris felt the sense of triumph and victory well up within him, like water bursting from a spring. Clear ahead now into the future lay the new, the glorious road along which their children would travel, mastering the world and all its secrets as they went. The vision of Therotimus was at last sharp and brilliant before his eyes. He felt for the mind of Gerald, so that she could share his joy, and found that it was closed to him. Leaning toward her in the darkness, he could sense that she was still staring into the depths of the cave, as if she had never heard the wonderful news, and could not tear her eyes away from that enigmatic glow. Out of the night came the roar of the belated thunder, as it raced across the sky. Eris felt Gerald tremble beside him, and sent out his thoughts to comfort her. "Don't let the thunder frighten you," he said gently. "What is there to fear now?" "I do not know," replied Gerald. "I am frightened, but not of the thunder. Oh, Eris, it is a wonderful thing we have done, and I wish Therotimus could be here to see it. But where will it lead in the end, this new road of ours?" Out of the past, the words that Aretinen had once spoken had risen up to haunt her. She remembered their walk by the river long ago, when he had talked of his hopes and had said, "Certainly nothing we can learn from nature will ever be as great a threat as the peril we have encountered in our own minds." Now the words seemed to mock her, and to cast a shadow over the golden future. But why, she could not say. Alone, perhaps, of all the races in the universe, her people had reached the second crossroads, and had never passed the first. Now they must go along the road that they had missed, and must face the challenge at its end, the challenge from which, this time, they could not escape. In the darkness, the faint glow of dying atoms burned unwavering in the rocks. It would still be burning there, scarcely dimmed, when Gerald and Eris had been dust for centuries. It would be only a little fainter when the civilization they were building had at last unlocked its secrets. Crucifixus Etiam, Walter M. Miller, Jr. Manui Nanti joined the project to make some dough. $5 an hour was good pay, even in AD 2134, and there was no way to spend it while on the job. Everything would be furnished: housing, chow, clothing, toiletries, medicine, cigarettes, even a daily ration of 180-proof beverage alcohol, locally distilled from fermented Martian mosses, as fuel for the project's vehicles. He figured that if he avoided crap games, he could finish his 5-year contract with $50,000 in the bank, return to Earth, and retire at the age of 24. Manui wanted to travel to see the far corners of the world, the strange cultures, the simple people, small towns, deserts, mountains, jungles. For until he came to Mars, he had never been further than 100 miles from Cerro de Pasco, his birthplace in Peru. A great wistfulness came over him in the cold Martian night when the frost haze broke, revealing the black, gleam-stung sky, and the blue-green earth star of his birth. El mundo de mi carne, de mi alma, he thought. Yet he had seen so little of it that many of its places would be more alien to him than the homogeneously ugly vistas of Mars. These he longed to see, the volcanoes of the South Pacific, the monstrous mountains of Tibet, the concrete cyclops of New York, the radioactive craters of Russia, the artificial islands in the South China Sea, the Black Forest, the Ganges, the Grand Canyon. But most of all, the works of human art, the pyramids, the Gothic cathedrals of Europe, Notre Dame de Chartres, St. Peter's, the tile-work wonders of Anacapri. But the dream was still a long labor from realization.
Manui was a big youth, heavy-boned and built for labor, clever in a simple mechanical way, and with a wistful good humor that helped him take a lot of guff from whiskey-breathed foremen and sharp-eyed engineers who made $10 an hour and figured ways for making more, legitimately or otherwise. He had been on Mars only a month, and it hurt. Each time he swung the heavy pick into the red-brown sod, his face winced with pain. The plastic aerator valves, surgically stitched in his chest, pulled and twisted, and seemed to tear with each lurch of his body. The mechanical oxygenator served as a lung, sucking blood through an artificially grafted network of veins and plastic tubing, frothing it with air from a chemical generator, and returning it to his circulatory system. Breathing was unnecessary, except to provide wind for talking, but Manui breathed in desperate gulps of 4.0 psi Martian air. For he had seen the wasted, atrophied chests of the men who had served 4 or 5 years, and he knew that when they returned to Earth, if ever, they would still need the auxiliary oxygenator equipment. "If you don't stop breathing," the surgeon told him, "you'll be all right. When you go to bed at night, turn the oxy down low. So low you feel like panting. There's a critical point that's just right for sleeping. If you get it too low, you'll wake up screaming, and you'll get claustrophobia. If you get it too high, your reflex mechanisms will go to pot, and you won't breathe. Your lungs will dry up after a time. Watch it." Manui watched it carefully, although the oldsters laughed at him in their dry, wheezing chuckles. Some of them could scarcely speak more than 2 or 3 words at a shallow breath. "Breathe deep, boy," they told him. "Enjoy it while you can. You'll forget how pretty soon, unless you're an engineer." The engineers had it soft, he learned. They slept in a pressurized barrack where the air was 10 psi and 25% oxygen, where they turned their oxys off and slept in peace. Even their oxys were self-regulating, controlling the output according to the carbon dioxide content of the input of the blood. But the Commission could afford no such luxuries for the labor gangs. The payload of a cargo rocket from Earth was only about 2% of the ship's total mass, and nothing superfluous could be carried. The ships brought the bare essentials: basic industrial equipment, big reactors, generators, engines, heavy tools. Small tools, building materials, foods, non-nuclear fuels, these things had to be made on Mars. There was an open-pit mine in the belly of the Syrtis Major, where a lake of nearly pure iron rust was scooped into a smelter and processed into various grades of steel for building purposes, tools, and machinery. A quarry in the Flathead Mountains dug up large quantities of cement rock, burned it, and crushed it to make concrete. It was rumored that Mars was even preparing to grow her own labor force. An old-timer told them that the Commission had brought 500 married couples to a new underground city in the Mare Erythraeum, supposedly as personnel for a local Commission headquarters, but according to the old-timer, they were to be paid a bonus of $3,000 for every child born on the Red Planet. But Manui knew that the old trophies had a way of inventing such stories, and he reserved a certain amount of skepticism. As for his own share in the project, he knew, and needed to know, very little. The encampment was at the north end of the Mare Cimmerium, surrounded by the bleak brown and green landscape of rock and giant lichens, stretching towards sharply defined horizons, except for one mountain range in the distance, and hung over a blue sky so dark that the Earth star occasionally became dimly visible during the dim daytime. The encampment consisted of a dozen double-walled stone huts, windowless, and roofed with flat slabs of rock covered over by a tarry resin boiled out of the cactus-like spine plants. The camp was ugly, lonely, and dominated by the gaunt skeleton of a drill rig set up in its midst. Manui joined the excavating crew in the job of digging a yard-wide, 6-feet-deep foundation trench in a 100-yard square around the drill rig, which day and night
was biting deeper through the crust of Mars, in a dry cut that necessitated frequent stoppages for changing rotary bits. He learned that the geologists had predicted a subterranean pocket of tritium oxide ice at 16,000 feet, and that it was for this that they were drilling. The foundation he was helping to dig would be for a control station of some sort. He worked too hard to be very curious. Mars was a nightmare, a grim, womanless, frigid, disinterestedly evil world. His digging partner was a slow-eyed Tibetan named G, who spoke the omnilingua clumsily at best. He followed 2 paces behind Manui with a shovel, scooping up the broken ground, and humming a monotonous chant in his own tongue. Manui seldom heard his own language and missed it. One of the engineers, a haughty Chilean, spoke the modern Spanish, but not to such as Manui Dante. Most of the other laborers used either basic English or the omnilingua. He spoke both, but longed to hear the tongue of his people. When he tried to talk to G, the cultural gulf was so wide that satisfying communication was nearly impossible. Peruvian jokes were unfunny to Tibetan ears, although G bent double with gales of laughter when Manui nearly crushed his own foot with a clumsy stroke of the pick. He found no close companions. His foreman was a narrow-eyed, orange-browed, low German named Vergli, usually half-drunk, and intent upon keeping his lung power by bellowing at his crew. A meaty, florid man, he stalked slowly along the lip of the excavation, pausing to stare coldly down at each pair of laborers who, if they dared to look up, caught a guttural tongue-lashing for the moment's pause. When he had words for a digger, he called a halt by kicking a small avalanche of dirt back into the trench about the man's feet. Manui learned about Vergli's disposition before the end of his first month. The aerator tubes had become nearly unbearable. The skin, in trying to grow fast to the plastic, was beginning to form a tight little neck where the tubes entered his flesh, and the skin stretched and burned and stung with each movement of his trunk. Suddenly he felt sick. He staggered dizzily against the side of the trench, dropped the pick, and swayed heavily, bracing himself against the collapse. Shock and nausea rocked him, while G stared at him and giggled foolishly. "Oi!" Vergli bellowed from across the pit. "Get back on the pick! Oi there! Get with it!" Manui moved dizzily to recover the tool, saw patches of black swimming before him, sank weakly back to pant in shallow gasps. The nagging sting of the valves was a portable hell that he carried with him always. He fought an impulse to jerk them out of his flesh. If a valve came loose, he would bleed to death in a few minutes. Vergli came stamping along the heap of fresh earth and lumbered up to stand over the sagging Manui in the trench. He glared down at him for a moment, then nudged the back of his neck with a heavy boot. "Get to work!" Manui looked up and moved his lips silently. His forehead glinted with moisture in the faint sun, although the temperature was far below freezing. "Grab that pick and get started!"
"Can't," Manui gasped. "Hoses hurt."
Vergli grumbled a curse and vaulted down into the trench beside him.
"Unzip that jacket," he ordered.
Weakly, Manui fumbled to obey, but the foreman knocked his hand aside and jerked the zipper down. Roughly he unbuttoned the Peruvian shirt, laying open the bare brown chest to the icy cold.
"No, not the hoses. Please."
Vergli took one of the thin tubes in his blunt fingers, leaned close to peer at the puffy, callous nodule of irritated skin that formed around it where it entered the flesh. He touched the nodule lightly, causing the digger to whimper.
"No, please."
"Stop sniveling!" Vergli laid his thumbs against the nodule and exerted a sudden pressure. There was a slight popping sound as the skin slid back a fraction of an inch along the tube. Manui yelped and closed his eyes. "Shut up! I know what I'm doing!" He repeated the process with the other tube. Then he seized both tubes in his hands and wiggled them slightly in and out, as if to ensure a proper resetting of the skin. The digger cried weakly and slumped in a dead faint. When he awoke, he was in bed in the barracks, and a medic was painting the sore spots with a bright yellow solution that chilled his skin. "Woke up, huh?" The medic grunted cheerfully. "How you feel?" "Milo," he hissed. "Stay in bed for the day, son. Keep your oxy up high. Make you feel better." The medic went away, but Vergely lingered, smiling at him grimly from the doorway. "Don't try goofing off tomorrow, too." Manui hated the closed door with silent eyes, and listened intently until Vergely's footsteps left the building. Then, following the medic's instructions, he turned his oxy to maximum, even though the faster flow of blood made the chest valves ache. The sickness fled, to be replaced with a weary afterglow. Drowsiness came over him, and he slept. Sleep was a dread black-robed phantom on Mars. Mars pressed the same incubus upon all newcomers to her soil. A nightmare of falling into bottomless space. It was the faint gravity, they said, that caused it. The body felt buoyed up, and the subconscious mind recalled down-going elevators, and diving airplanes, and a fall from a high cliff. It suggested these things in dreams, or if the dreamer's oxy were set too low, it conjured up a nightmare of sinking slowly deeper and deeper in cold black water that filled the victim's throat. Newcomers were segregated in a separate barracks so that their nightly screams would not disturb the old-timers who had finally adjusted to Martian conditions. But now, for the first time since his arrival, Manui slept soundly, airily, and felt borne up by beams of bright light. When he awoke again, he lay clammy in the horrifying knowledge that he had not been breathing. It was so comfortable not to breathe. His chest stopped hurting because of the stillness of his rib cage. He felt refreshed and alive. Peaceful sleep. Suddenly he was breathing again in harsh gasps, and cursing himself for the lapse, and praying amid quiet tears as he visualized the wasted chest of a trophy. "Heh, heh," wheezed an oldster who had come in to readjust the furnace in the rookie barracks. "You'll get to be a Martian pretty soon, boy. I've been here 7 years. Look at me." Manui heard the gasping voice and shuddered. There was no need to look. "You might as well not fight it. It'll get you. Give in. Make it easy on yourself. Go crazy if you don't." "Stop it. Let me alone." "Sure, just one thing. You want to go home, you think? I went home. Came back. You will, too. They all do, except engineers. Know why?" "Shut up!" Manui pulled himself erect on the cot and hissed anger at the old-timer, who was neither old nor young, but only withered by Mars. His head suggested that he might be around 35, but his body was weak and old. The veteran grinned. "Sorry," he wheezed. "I'll keep my mouth shut." He hesitated, then extended his hand. "I'm Sam Donnell, mech repairs." Manui still glowered at him. Donnell shrugged and dropped his hand. "Just trying to be friends," he muttered and walked away. The digger started to call after him, but only closed his mouth again, tightly. Friends. He needed friends, but not a trophy. He couldn't even bear to look at them, for fear he might be looking into the mirror of his own future. Manui climbed out of his bunk and donned his fleece skins. Night had fallen, and the temperature was already 20 below. A soft sift of ice dust obscured the stars. He stared about in the darkness. The mess hall was closed, but a light burned in the canteen, and another in the foreman's club, where the men were playing cards and drinking. He went to get his alcohol ration, gulped it, mixed with a little water, and trudged back to the barracks alone. The Tibetan was in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Manui sat down and gazed at his flat, empty face. "Why did you come here, G?"
"Come where?"
"To Mars." G grinned, revealing large, black-streaked teeth.
"Make money. Good money on Mars."
"Everybody make money, huh?"
"Sure."
"Where's the money come from?" G rolled his face toward the Peruvian and frowned.
"You crazy? Money come from Earth, where all money comes from."
"And what does Earth get back from Mars?" G looked puzzled for a moment, then gathered anger because he found no answer. He grunted a monosyllable in his native tongue, then rolled over and went to sleep. Manui was not normally given to worry about such things, but now he found himself asking, "What am I doing here?" And then, "What is anybody doing here?" The Mars project had started 80 or 90 years ago, and its end goal was to make Mars habitable for colonists without Earth support, without oxys and insulated suits and the various gadgets a man now had to use to keep himself alive on the fourth planet. But thus far, Earth had planted without reaping. The sky was a bottomless well into which Earth poured her tools, dollars, manpower, and engineering skills, and there appeared to be no hope for the near future. Manui felt suddenly trapped. He could not return to Earth before the end of his contract. He was trading 5 years of virtual enslavement for a sum of money which would buy a limited amount of freedom. But what if he lost his lungs, became a servant of the small aerator for the rest of his days? Worst of all, whose ends was he serving? The contractors were getting rich on government contracts. Some of the engineers and foremen were getting rich by various forms of embezzlement of government funds. But what were the people back on Earth getting for their money? Nothing. He lay awake for a long time thinking about it. Then he resolved to ask someone tomorrow, someone smarter than himself. But he found the question brushed aside. He summoned enough nerve to ask Vergely, but the foreman told him harshly to keep working and quit wondering. He asked the structural engineer who supervised the building, but the man only laughed and said, "What do you care? You're making good money." They were running concrete now, laying the long strips of Martian steel in the bottom of the trench, and dumping in great slobbering wheelbarrowfuls of gray-green mix. The drillers were continuing their tedious dry cut deep into the red world's crust. Twice a day, they brought up a yard-long cylindrical sample of the rock, and gave it to a geologist who weighed it, roasted it, and weighed it again, and tested a sample of the condensed steam, if any, for tritium content. Daily, he chalked up the results on a blackboard in front of the engineering hut, and the technical staff crowded around for a look. Manui always glanced at the figures, but failed to understand. Life became an endless routine of pain, fear, hard work, anger. There were few diversions. Sometimes a crew of entertainers came out from the Mare Erythraeum, but the labor gang could not all crowd in the pressurized staff barracks where the shows were presented, and when Manui managed to catch a glimpse of one of the girls walking across the clearing, she was bundled in fleece skins and hooded by a parka. Itinerant rabbis, clergymen, and priests of the world's major faiths came occasionally to the camp, Buddhist, Muslim, and the Christian sects. Padre Antonio Semley made monthly visits to hear confessions and offer Mass. Most of the gang attended all services as a diversion from routine, as an escape from nostalgia. Somehow it gave Manui a strange feeling in the pit of his stomach to see the sacrifice of the Mass, 2,000 years old, being offered in the same ritual under the strange dark sky of Mars, with a section of the new foundation serving as an altar upon which the priest set crucifix, candles, relic stone, missal, chalice, paten, ciborium, cruets, etc. In filling the wine cruet before the service, Manui saw him spill a little of the red-clear fluid upon the brown soil. Wine, earth wine, from sunny Sicilian vineyards, trampled from the grapes by the bare, stamping feet of children. Wine, the rich red blood of earth, soaking slowly into the crust of another planet. Bowing low at the consecration, the unhappy Peruvian thought of the prayer a rabbi had sung the week before. Blessed be the Lord our God, King of the universe, who makest bread to spring forth out of the earth. Earth chalice, earth blood, earth god, earth worshippers, with plastic tubes in their chests and a great sickness in their hearts. He went away saddened. There was no faith here. Faith needed familiar surroundings, the props of culture. Here, there were only swinging picks and rumbling machinery and sloshing concrete and the clatter of tools and the wheezing of trophies. Why? For $5 an hour and keep? Manui, raised in a back-country society that was almost a folk culture, felt deep thirst for a goal. His father had been a stonemason, and he had labored lovingly to help build the new cathedral, to build houses and mansions and commercial buildings, and his blood was mingled in their mortar. He had built for the love of his community, and the love of the people and their customs and their gods. He knew his own ends, and the ends of those around him. But what sense was there in this endless scratching at the face of Mars? Did they think they could make it into a second Earth with pine forests and lakes and snow-capped mountains and small country villages? Man was not that strong. No, if he were laboring for any cause at all, it was to build a world so unearthlike that he could not love it. The foundation was finished. There was very little more to be done until the drillers struck pay. Manui sat around the camp and worked at breathing. It was becoming a conscious effort now, and if he stopped thinking about it for a few minutes, he found himself inspiring shallow, meaningless little sips of air that scarcely moved his diaphragm. He kept the aerator as low as possible to make himself breathe great gasps that hurt his chest, but it made him dizzy, and he had to increase the oxygenation lest he faint. Sam Donnell, the trophy mech repairman, caught him about to slump dizzily from his perch atop a heap of rocks, pushed him erect, and turned his oxy back to normal. It was late afternoon, and the drillers were about to change shifts. Manui sat shaking his head for a moment, then gazed at Donnell gratefully. "That's dangerous, kid," the trophy wheezed. "Guys can go psycho doing that. Which you rather have? Sick lungs or sick mind?" "Neither." "I know, but I don't want to talk about it." Donnell stared at him with a faint smile. Then he shrugged and sat down on the rock heap to watch the drilling. "Ought to be hitting the tritium ice in a couple of days," he said pleasantly. "Then we'll see a big blow." Manui moistened his lips nervously. The trophies always made him feel uneasy. He stared aside. "Big blow?" "Lot of pressure down there, they say. Something about the way Mars got formed. Dust cloud hypothesis." Manui shook his head. "I don't understand." "I don't either, but I've heard them talk. Couple of billion years ago, Mars was supposed to be a moon of Jupiter. Picked up a lot of ice crystals over a rocky core. Then it broke loose and picked up a rocky crust from another belt of the dust cloud. The pockets of tritium ice catch a few neutrons from uranium ore down under. Some of the tritium goes into helium. Freeze oxygen, gases form pressure. Big blow." "What are they going to do with the ice?" The trophy shrugged. "The engineers might know." Manui snorted and spat. "They know how to make money." Sure, everybody's getting rich." The Peruvian stared at him speculatively for a moment. "Senor Donnell, Sam will do." "I wonder if anybody knows why well, why we're really here. Donald glanced up to grin, then waggled his head. He fell thoughtful for a moment and leaned forward to write in the earth. When he finished, he read it aloud. Plow, plus a horse, plus land, equals the necessities of life. He glanced up at Manui. A.D. 1500. The Peruvian frowned his bewilderment. Donald rubbed out what he had written and wrote again. A factory, plus steam turbines, plus raw materials, equals necessities plus luxuries. A.D. 1900. He rubbed it out and repeated the scribbling. All those things, plus nuclear power and computer controls, equal a surplus of everything. A.D. 2100. So? So it's either cut production or find an outlet. Mars is an outlet for surplus energies, manpower, money. Mars project keeps money turning over, keeps everything turning over. Economists told me that. Said if the project folded, surplus would pile up. A big depression on Earth. The Peruvian shook his head and sighed. It didn't sound right somehow. It sounded like an explanation somebody figured out after the whole thing started. It wasn't the kind of goal he wanted. 2 days later, the drill hit ice, and the big blow was only a fizzle. There was talk around the camp that the whole operation had been a waste of time. The hole spewed a frosty breath for several hours, and the drill crews crowded around to stick their faces in it and breathe great gulps of the helium-oxygen mixture. But then the blow subsided, and the hole leaked only a wisp of steam. Technicians came and lowered sonar cameras down to the ice. They spent a week taking internal soundings and plotting the extent of the ice dome on their charts. They brought up samples of ice and tested them. The engineers worked late into the Martian nights. Then it was finished. The engineers came out of their huddles and called to the foremen of the labor gangs. They led the foremen around the site, pointing here, pointing there, sketching with chalk on the foundation, explaining in solemn voices. Soon the foremen were bellowing at their crews. Let's get the derrick down. Start that mixer going. Get that steel over here. Unroll that dip wire. Get a move on. Shovel that fill. Muscles tightened and strained. Machinery clamored and rang. Voices grumbled and shouted. The operation was starting again. Without knowing why, Manui shoveled fill and stretched dip wire and poured concrete for a big floor slab to be run across the entire 100-yard square, broken only by the big pipe casing that stuck up out of the ground in the center and leaked a thin trail of steam. The drill crew moved their rig 1/2 mile across the plain to a point specified by the geologists and began sinking another hole. A groan went up from the structural boys. Not another one of these things. But the supervisory staff said, No, don't worry about it. There was much speculation about the purpose of the whole operation, and the men resented the quiet secrecy connected with the project. There could be no excuse for secrecy, they felt, in time of peace. There was a certain arbitrariness about it, a hint that the commission thought of its employees as children, or enemies, or servants. But the supervisory staff shrugged off all questions with, You know there's tritium ice down there. You know it's what we've been looking for. Why? Well, what's the difference? There are lots of uses for it. Maybe we'll use it for the one thing, maybe for something else. Who knows? Such a reply might have been satisfactory for an iron mine, or an oil well, or a stone quarry. But tritium suggested hydrogen fusion, and no transportation facilities were being installed to haul the stuff away. No pipelines, nor railroad tracks, nor glider ports. Manui quit thinking about it. Slowly he came to adopt a grim cynicism towards the tediousness, the back-breaking labor of his daily work. He lived from day to day like an animal, dreaming only of a return to Earth when his contract was up. But the dream was painful because it was distant, as contrasted with the immediacies of Mars, the threat of atrophy, coupled with the discomforts of continued breathing, the nightmares, the barrenness of the landscape, the intense cold, the harshness of men's tempers, the hardship of labor, and the lack of a cause. A warm, sunny earth was still over 4 years distant, and tomorrow would be another back-breaking, throat-parching, heart-tormenting, chest-hurting day. Where was there even a little pleasure in it? It was so easy, at least, to leave the oxy turned up at night and get a pleasant, restful sleep. Sleep was the only recourse from harshness, and fear robbed sleep of its quiet sensuality, unless a man just surrendered and quit worrying about his lungs. Manui decided that it would be safe to give himself 2 completely restful nights a week. Concrete was run over the great square and troweled to a rough finish. A glider train from the Mare Erythraeum brought in several huge crates of machinery. Cut stone masonry for building a wall, a shipful of new personnel, and a real rarity, lumber, cut from the first earth trees to be grown on Mars. A building began going up with the concrete square for foundation and floor. Structures could be flimsier on Mars because of the light gravity. Compression stresses were smaller. Hence, the work progressed rapidly, and as the flat roof structure was completed, the technicians began uncrating new machinery and moving it into the building. Manui noticed that several of the units were computers. There was also a small steam turbine generator driven by an atomic-fired boiler. Months passed. The building grew into an integrated mass of power and control systems. Instead of using the well for pumping, the technicians were apparently going to lower something into it. A bomb-shaped cylinder was slung vertically over the hole. The men guided it into the mouth of the pipe casing, then let it down slowly from a massive cable. The cylinder's butt was a multi-contact socket, like the female receptacle for a 100-pin electron tube. Hours passed while the cylinder slipped slowly down beneath the hide of Mars. When it was done, the men hauled out the cable and began lowering stiff sections of pre-wired conduit, fitted with a receptacle at one end and a male plug at the other, so that as the sections fell into place, a continuous bundle of control cables was built up from bomb to surface. Several weeks were spent in connecting circuits, setting up the computers, and making careful tests. The drillers had finished the second well hole, 1/2 mile from the first, and Manui noticed that while the testing was going on, the engineers sometimes stood atop the building and stared anxiously towards the steel skeleton in the distance. Once, while the tests were being conducted, the second hole began squirting a jet of steam high in the thin air, and a frantic voice bellowed from the rooftop. "Cut it off! Shut it off! Sound the danger whistle!" The jet of steam began to shriek a low-pitched whine across the Martian desert. It blended with the rising and falling of the danger siren. But gradually it subsided as the men in the control station shut down the machinery. All hands came up cursing from their hiding places, and the engineers stalked out to the new hole carrying Geiger counters. They came back wearing pleased grins. The work was nearly finished. The men began crating up the excavating machinery and the drill rig and the tools. The control building devices were entirely automatic, and the camp would be deserted when the station began operation. The men were disgruntled. They had spent a year of hard labor on what they had thought to be a tritium well, but now that it was done, there were no facilities for pumping the stuff or holding it away. In fact, they had pumped various solutions into the ground through the second hole, and the control station shaft was fitted with pipes that led from lead-lined tanks down into the earth. Manui had stopped trying to keep his oxy properly adjusted at night. Turned up to a comfortable level, it was like a drug, ensuring comfortable sleep, and like addict or alcoholic, he He could no longer endure living without it. Sleep was too precious, his only comfort. Every morning he awoke with a still, motionless chest, felt frightening remorse, sat up gasping, choking, sucking at the thin air with whining, rattling lungs that had been idle too long. Sometimes he coughed violently and bled a little, and then for a night or two he would correctly adjust the oxy, only to wake up screaming and suffocating. He felt hope sliding grimly away. He sought out Sam Donnell, explained the situation, and begged the Trophy for helpful advice. But the mech repairman neither helped nor consoled nor joked about it. He only bit his lip, muttered something non-committal, and found an excuse to hurry away. It was then that Manui knew his hope was gone. Tissue was withering, tubercules forming, tubes growing closed. He knelt abjectly beside his cot, hung his face in his hands, and cursed softly, for there was no other way to pray an unanswerable prayer. A glider train came in from the north to haul away the disassembled tools. The men lounged around the barracks or wandered across the Martian desert, gathering strange bits of rock and fossils, searching idly for a glint of metal or crystal in the wan sunshine of early fall. The lichens were growing brown and yellow, and the landscape took on the hues of Earth's autumn, if not the forms. There was a sense of expectancy around the camp. It could be felt in the nervous laughter and the easy voices, talking suddenly of Earth and old friends, and the smell of food in a farm kitchen, and old half-forgotten tastes for which men hungered, ham searing in the skillet, a cup of frothing cider from a fermenting crock, iced melon with honey and a bit of lemon, onion gravy on homemade bread. But somebody always remarked, "What's the matter with you guys? You ain't going home. Not by a long shot. We're going to another place just like this." And the group would break up and wander away, eyes tired, eyes haunted with nostalgia. "What are we waiting for?" Men shouted at the supervisory staff. "Get some transportation in here. Let's get rolling." Men watched the skies for glider trains or jet transports, but the skies remained empty and the staff remained close-mouthed. Then a dust column appeared on the horizon to the north, and a day later a convoy of tractor trucks pulled into camp. "Start loading aboard, men," was the crisp command. Surly voices. "Mean we don't go by air? We gotta ride those kidney bouncers? It'll take a week to get to Marieri. Our contract says, load aboard. We're not going to Marieri yet." Grumbling, they loaded their baggage and their weary bodies into the trucks, and the trucks thundered and clattered across the desert, rolling towards the mountains. The convoy rolled for 3 days towards the mountains, stopping at night to make camp and driving on at sunrise. When they reached the first slopes of the foothills, the convoy stopped again. The deserted encampment lay 150 miles behind. The going had been slow over the roadless desert. "Everybody out," barked the messenger from the lead truck. "Bail out. Assemble at the foot of the hill." Voices were growling among themselves as the men moved in small groups from the trucks and collected in a milling tide in a shallow basin, overlooked by a low cliff and a hill. Manui saw the staff climb out of a cab and slowly work their way up the cliff. They carried a portable public address system. "Gonna get a preaching," somebody snarled. "Sit down, please," barked the loudspeaker. "You men, sit down there. Quiet. Quiet, please." The gathering fell into a sulky silence. Will Kinley stood looking out over them, his eyes nervous, his hand holding the mic close to his mouth so that they could hear his weak, trophy voice. "If you men have questions," he said, "I'll answer them now. Do you want to know what you've been doing during the past year?" An affirmative rumble arose from the group. "You've been helping to give Mars a breathable atmosphere." He glanced briefly at his watch, then looked back at his audience. "In 50 minutes,
A controlled chain reaction will start in the tritium ice. The computers will time it and try to control it. Helium and oxygen will come blasting up out of the second hole.
A rumble of disbelief arose from his audience. Someone shouted,
"How can you get air to blanket a planet from one hole?" "You can't," Kinley replied crisply. "A dozen others are going in, just like that one. We planned 300, and we've already located the ice pockets. 300 wells, working for 8 centuries, can get the job done." 8 centuries? What good? Wait, Kinley barked. "In the meantime, we'll build pressurized cities close to the wells. If everything pans out, we'll get a lot of colonists here and gradually condition them to live in a 7 or 8 psi atmosphere, which is about the best we can hope to get. Colonists from the Andes and the Himalayas, they wouldn't need much conditioning." "What about us?"
There was a long, plaintive silence. Kinley's eyes scanned the group sadly, and wandered towards the Martian horizon, gold and brown in the late afternoon.
"Nothing about us," he muttered quietly. "Why did we come out here?" "Because there's danger of the reaction getting out of hand. We can't tell anyone about it, or we'd start a panic." He looked at the group sadly. "I'm telling you now, because there's nothing you could do. In 30 minutes...
There were angry murmurs in the crowd.
"You mean there may be an explosion?" "There will be a limited explosion, and there's very little danger of anything more. The worst danger is having ugly rumors start in the cities. Some fool with a slipstick would hear about it and calculate what would happen to Mars if 5 cubic miles of tritium ice detonated in 1 split second. It would probably start a riot. That's why we've kept it a secret."
The buzz of voices was like a disturbed beehive. Manui Nanti sat in the midst of it, saying nothing, wearing a dazed and weary face, thoughts jumbled, soul drained of feeling. Why should men lose their lungs, that after 8 centuries of tomorrows, other men might breathe the air of Mars as the air of Earth? Other men around him echoed his thoughts in jealous mutterings. They had been helping to make a world in which they would never live. An enraged scream arose where Manui sat.
"They're going to blow us up! They're going to blow up Mars!" "Don't be a fool," Kinley snapped. "Fools they call us. We are fools, forever coming here. We got sucked in. Look at me."
A pale, dark-haired man came wildly to his feet and tapped his chest.
"Look! I'm losing my lungs. We're all losing our lungs. Now they take a chance on killing everybody."
"Including ourselves," Kinley called coldly.
"We ought to take him apart. We ought to kill everyone who knew about it, and Kinley's a good place to start."
The rumble of voices rose higher, calling both agreement and dissent. Some of Kinley's staff were looking nervously towards the trucks. They were unarmed.
"You men sit down," Kinley barked.
Rebellious eyes glared at the supervisor. Several men who had come to their feet dropped to their haunches again. Kinley glowered at the pale upriser who called for his scalp.
"Sit down, Handel."
Handel turned his back on the supervisor and called out to the others.
"Don't be a bunch of cowards! Don't let him bully you!" "You men sitting around Handel, pull him down."
There was no response. The men, including Manui, stared up at the wild-eyed Handel gloomily, but made no move to quiet him. A pair of burly foremen started through the gathering from its outskirts.
"Stop," Kinley ordered. "Turpin, Schultz, get back. Let the men handle this themselves."
Half a dozen others had joined the rebellious Handel. They were speaking in low, tense tones among themselves.
"For the last time, men, sit down."
The group turned and started grimly towards the cliff. Without reasoning why, Manui slid to his feet quietly as Handel came near him.
"Come on, fella. Let's get him," the leader muttered.
The Peruvian's fist chopped a short stroke to Handel's jaw, and the dull thunk echoed across the clearing. The man crumpled, and Manui crouched over him like a hissing panther.
"Get back,"
he snapped at the others,
"or I'll jerk his hoses out."
One of the others cursed him.
"Want to fight, fellow?" the Peruvian wheezed. "I can jerk several hoses out before you drop me."
They shuffled nervously for a moment.
"The guy's crazy,"
one complained in a high voice.
"Get back, or I'll kill Handel."
They sidled away, moved aimlessly in the crowd, then sat down to escape attention. Manui sat beside the fallen man and gazed at the thinly smiling Kinley.
"Thank you, son. There's a fool in every crowd."
He looked at his watch again.
"Just a few minutes, men. Then you'll feel the earth tremor, and the explosion, and the wind. You can be proud of that wind, men. It's new air from Mars, and you made it." "But we can't breathe it," hissed a trophy.
Kinley was silent for a moment, as if listening to the distance.
"What man ever made his own salvation?" he murmured.
They packed up the public address amplifier and came down the hill to sit in the cab of a truck, waiting. It came as an orange glow in the south, and the glow was quickly shrouded by an expanding white cloud. Then, minutes later, the ground pulsed beneath them, quivered, and shook. The quake subsided, but remained as a hint of vibration. Then, after a long time, they heard the dull-throated roar thundering across the Martian desert. The roar continued steadily, grumbling and growing as it would do for several hundred years. There was only a hushed murmur of awed voices from the crowd. When the wind came, some of them stood up and moved quietly back to the trucks. For now they could go back to a city for reassignment. There were other tasks to accomplish before their contracts were done. But Manui Nante still sat on the ground, his head sunk low, desperately trying to gasp a little of the wind he had made, the wind out of the ground, the wind of the future. But lungs were clogged, and he could not drink of the racing wind. His big, calloused hand clutched slowly at the ground, and he choked a brief sound like a sob. A shadow fell over him. It was Kinley, come to offer his thanks for the quelling of Handel. But he said nothing for a moment as he watched Manui's desperate Gethsemane.
"Some sow, others reap," he said.
"Why?" the Peruvian choked. The supervisor shrugged.
"What's the difference? But if it can't be both, which would you rather be?"
Nante looked up into the wind. He imagined a city to the south, a city built on tear-soaked ground, filled with people who had no ends beyond their culture, no goal but within their own society. It was a good, sensible question. Which would he rather be, sower or reaper? Pride brought him slowly to his feet, and he eyed Kinley questioningly. The supervisor touched his shoulder.
"Go on to the trucks."
Nante nodded and shuffled away. He had wanted something to work for, hadn't he? Something more than the reasons Donnell had given. Well, he could smell a reason, even if he couldn't breathe it. 800 years was a long time. But then, long time, big reason. The air smelled good, even with its clouds of boiling dust. He knew now what Mars was. Not a 10,000-a-year job, not a garbage can for surplus production, but an 8th century passion of human faith in the destiny of the race of man. He paused short of the truck. He had wanted to travel, to see the sights of Earth, the handiwork of nature and of history, the glorious places of his planet. He stooped and scooped up a handful of the red-brown soil, letting it sift slowly between his fingers. Here was Mars, his planet now. No more of Earth, not for Manui Nanti. He adjusted his aerator more comfortably and climbed into the waiting truck. The Tunnel Under the World, Frederik Pohl. On the morning of June 15th, Guy Burckhardt woke up screaming out of a dream. It was more real than any dream he had ever had in his life. He could still hear and feel the sharp, ripping metal explosion, the violent heave that had tossed him furiously out of bed, the searing wave of heat. He sat up convulsively and stared, not believing what he saw, at the quiet room and the bright sunlight coming in the window. He croaked, "Mary?" His wife was not in the bed next to him. The covers were tumbled and awry, as though she had just left it, and the memory of the dream was so strong that instinctively he found himself searching the floor to see if the dream explosion had thrown her down. But she wasn't there. Of course she wasn't, he told himself, looking at the familiar vanity and slipper chair, the uncracked window, the unbuckled wall. It had only been a dream. "Guy!" His wife was calling him querulously from the foot of the stairs. "Guy, dear, are you all right?" He called weakly. "Sure." There was a pause. Then Mary said doubtfully, "Breakfast is ready. Are you sure you're all right? I thought I heard you yelling." Burckhardt said more confidently, "I had a bad dream, honey. Be right down." In the shower, punching the lukewarm and cologne he favored, he told himself that it had been a beaut of a dream. Still, bad dreams weren't unusual, especially bad dreams about explosions. In the past 30 years of H-bomb jitters, who had not dreamed of explosions? Even Mary had dreamed of them, it turned out, for he started to tell her about the dream, but she cut him off. "You did?" Her voice was astonished. "Why, dear, I dreamed the same thing. Well, almost the same thing. I didn't actually hear anything. I dreamed that something woke me up, and then there was a sort of quick bang, and then something hit me on the head. And that was all. Was yours like that?" Burckhardt coughed. "Well, no," he said. Mary was not one of these strong-as-a-man, brave-as-a-tiger women. It was not necessary, he thought, to tell her all the little details of the dream that made it seem so real. No need to mention the splintered ribs and the salt bubble in his throat, and the agonized knowledge that this was death. He said, "Maybe there really was some kind of explosion downtown. Maybe we heard it, and it started us dreaming." Mary reached over and patted his hand absently. "Maybe," she agreed. "It's almost 8:30, dear. Shouldn't you hurry? You don't want to be late to the office." He gulped his food, kissed her, and rushed out, not so much to be on time as to see if his guess had been right. But downtown Tylerton looked as it always had. Coming in on the bus, Burckhardt watched critically out the window, seeking evidence of an explosion. There wasn't any. If anything, Tylerton looked better than it ever had before. It was a beautiful, crisp day. The sky was cloudless. The buildings were clean and inviting. They had, he observed, steam-blasted the Power and Light building, the town's only skyscraper, and that was the penalty of having Contro Chemicals' main plant on the outskirts of town. The fumes from the Cascade stills left their marks on stone buildings. None of the usual crowd were on the bus, so there wasn't anyone Burckhardt could ask about the explosion. And by the time he got out at the corner of 5th and Lehigh, and the bus rolled away with a muted diesel moan, he had pretty well convinced himself that it was all imagination. He stopped at the cigar stand in the lobby of his office building, but Ralph wasn't behind the counter. The man who sold him his pack of cigarettes was a stranger. "Where's Mr. Stebbins?" Burckhardt asked. The man said politely, "Sick, sir. He'll be in tomorrow." "A pack of Marlins today?" "Chesterfields," Burckhardt corrected. "Certainly, sir," the man said. but what he took from the rack and slid across the counter was an unfamiliar green and yellow pack. "Do try these, sir," he suggested. "They contain an anti-cough factor. Ever noticed how ordinary cigarettes make you choke every once in a while?"
Burkhardt said suspiciously, "I never heard of this brand."
"Of course not. There's something new."
Burkhardt hesitated, and the man said persuasively,
"Look, try them out at my risk. If you don't like them, bring back the empty pack and I'll refund your money. Fair enough?"
Burkhardt shrugged. "How can I lose? But give me a pack of Chesterfields too, will you?" He opened the pack and lit one while he waited for the elevator. They weren't bad, he decided, though he was suspicious of cigarettes that had tobacco chemically treated in any way. But he didn't think much of Ralph's stand-in. It would raise hell with the trade at the cigar stand if the man tried to give every customer the same high-pressure sales talk. The elevator door opened with a low-pitched sound of music. Burkhardt and 2 or 3 others got in, and he nodded to them as the door closed. The thread of music switched off the speaker in the ceiling of the cab began its usual commercials. No, not the usual commercials, Burkhardt realized. He had been exposed to the captive audience commercials so long as they had hardly registered on the outer ear anymore. But what was coming from the recorded program in the basement of the building caught his attention. It wasn't merely that the brands were mostly unfamiliar. There was a difference in pattern. There were jingles with an insistent, bouncy rhythm about soft drinks he had never tasted. There was a rapid patter dialogue between what sounded like 2 10-year-old boys about a candy bar, followed by an authoritative bass rumble,
"Go right out and get a delicious Choco Bite, and eat your tangy Choco Bite all up. That's Choco Bite."
There was a sobbing female whine. "I wish I had a Feckle freezer. I'd do anything for a Feckle freezer." Burkhardt reached his floor and left the elevator in the middle of the last one. It left him a little uneasy. The commercials were not for familiar brands. There was no feeling of use and custom to them. But the office was happily normal, except that Mr. Barth wasn't in. Miss Mitkin, yawning at the reception desk, didn't know exactly why. "He's home phoned, that's all. He'll be in tomorrow." "Maybe he went to the plant. It's right near his house." She looked indifferent. "Yeah." A thought struck Burkhardt. "But today is June 15th. It's quarterly tax return day. He has to sign the return." Miss Mitkin shrugged to indicate that that was Burkhardt's problem, not hers. She returned to her nails. Thoroughly exasperated, Burkhardt went to his desk. It wasn't that he couldn't sign the tax returns as well as Barth, he thought resentfully. It simply wasn't his job, that was all. It was a responsibility that Barth, as office manager for Contro Chemical's downtown office, should have taken. He thought briefly of calling Barth at his home, or trying to reach him at the factory, but he gave up the idea quickly enough. He didn't really care much for the people at the factory, and the less contact he had with them, the better. He had been to the factory once, with Barth. It had been a confusing and, in a way, a frightening experience. Barring a handful of executives and engineers, there wasn't a soul in the factory. That is, Burkhardt corrected himself, remembering what Barth had told him. Not a living soul. Just the machines. According to Barth, each machine was controlled by a sort of computer which reproduced in its electronic snarl the actual memory and mind of a human being. It was an unpleasant thought. Barth, laughing, had assured him that there was no Frankenstein business of robbing graveyards and implanting brains in machines. It was only a matter, he said, of transferring a man's habit patterns from brain cells to vacuum tube cells. It didn't hurt the man, and it didn't make the machine into a monster. But they made Burkhardt uncomfortable all the same. He put Barth and the factory and all his other little irritations out of his mind and tackled the tax returns. It took him until noon to verify the figures, which Barth could have done out of his memory and his private ledger in 10 minutes. Burkhardt resentfully reminded himself.
He sealed them in an envelope and walked out to Miss Mitkin. "Since Mr. Barth isn't here, we'd better go to lunch in shifts," he said. "You can go first." "Thanks." Miss Mitkin languidly took her bag out of the desk drawer and began to apply makeup. Burkhardt offered her the envelope. "Drop this in the mail for me, will you? Wait a minute. I wonder if I ought to phone Mr. Barth to make sure. Did his wife say whether he was able to take phone calls?" "It didn't say." Miss Mitkin blotted her lips carefully with a Kleenex. "Wasn't his wife, anyway. It was his daughter who called and left a message." "The kid?" Burkhardt frowned. "I thought she was away at school." "She called. That's all I know." Burkhardt went back to his own office and stared distastefully at the unopened mail on his desk. He didn't like nightmares. They spoiled his whole day. He should have stayed in bed like Barth. A funny thing happened on his way home. There was a disturbance at the corner where he usually caught his bus. Someone was screaming something about a new kind of deep freeze, so he walked an extra block. He saw the bus coming and started to trot, but behind him someone was calling his name. He looked over his shoulder. A small, harried-looking man was hurrying towards him. Burkhardt hesitated, and then recognized him. It was a casual acquaintance named Swanson. Burkhardt sourly observed that he had already missed the bus. He said, "Hello." Swanson's face was desperately eager. "Burkhardt?" he asked inquiringly, with an odd intensity. And then he just stood there silently, watching Burkhardt's face, with a burning eagerness that dwindled to a faint hope and died to a regret. He was searching for something, waiting for something, Burkhardt thought. But whatever it was he wanted, Burkhardt didn't know how to supply it. Burkhardt coughed and said again, "Hello, Swanson." Swanson didn't even acknowledge the greeting. He merely sighed, a very deep sigh. "Nothing doing," he mumbled, apparently to himself. He nodded abstractly to Burkhardt and turned away. Burkhardt watched the slumped shoulders disappear in the crowd. It was an odd sort of day, he thought, and one he didn't much like. Things weren't going right. Riding home on the next bus, he brooded about it. It wasn't anything terrible or disastrous. It was something out of his experience entirely. You live your life like any man, and you form a network of impressions and reactions. You expect things. When you open your medicine chest, your razor is expected to be on the second shelf. When you lock your front door, you expect to have to give it a slight extra tug to make it latch. It isn't the things that are right and perfect in your life that make it familiar. It is the things that are just a little bit wrong. The sticking latch, the light switch at the head of the stairs that needs an extra push because the spring is old and weak, the rug that unfailingly skids underfoot. It wasn't just that things were wrong with the pattern of Burkhardt's life. It was that the wrong things were wrong. For instance, Barth hadn't come into the office, and yet Barth always came in. Burkhardt brooded about it through dinner. He brooded about it, despite his wife's attempt to interest him in a game of bridge with the neighbors, all through the evening. The neighbors were people he liked, Anne and Farley Dennerman. He had known them all their lives, but they were odd and brooding too this night, and he barely listened to Dennerman's complaints about not being able to get good phone service, or his wife's comment on the disgusting variety of television commercials they have these days. Burkhardt was well on the way to setting an all-time record for continuous abstraction when, around midnight, with a suddenness that surprised him, he was strangely aware of it happening. He turned over in his bed and quickly and completely fell asleep. On the morning of June 15th, Burkhardt woke up screaming. It was more real than any dream he had ever had in his life. He could still hear the explosion, feel the blast that crushed him against a wall. It did not seem right that he should be sitting bolt upright in bed in an undisturbed room. His wife came pattering up the stairs. "Darling," she cried, "what's the matter?" He mumbled, "Nothing. A bad dream." She relaxed, hand on heart. In an angry tone, she started to say, "You gave me such a shock." But a noise from outside interrupted her. There was a wail of sirens and a clang of bells. It was loud and shocking. The Burkharts stared at each other for a heartbeat, then hurried fearfully to the window. There were no rumbling fire engines in the street, only a small panel truck, cruising slowly along. Flaring loudspeaker horns crowned its top. From them issued the screaming sound of sirens, growing in intensity, mixed with the rumble of heavy-duty engines and the sound of bells. It was a perfect record of fire engines arriving at a 4-alarm blaze. Burkhart said in amazement, "Mary, that's against the law. Do you know what they're doing? They're playing records of a fire. What are they up to?" "Maybe it's a practical joke," his wife offered. "Joke? Waking up the whole neighborhood at 6 o'clock in the morning?" He shook his head. "The police will be here in 10 minutes, he predicted. "Wait and see." But the police weren't. Not in 10 minutes, or at all. Whoever the pranksters in the car were, they apparently had a police permit for their games. The car took a position in the middle of the block and stood silent for a few minutes. Then there was a crackle from the speaker, and a giant voice chanted, "Feckle freezers! Feckle freezers! Gotta have a feckle freezer! Feckle, 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 feckle!" It went on and on. Every house on the block had faces staring out of windows by then. The voice was not merely loud. It was nearly deafening. Burkhart shouted to his wife over the uproar, "What the hell is a feckle freezer?" "Some kind of freezer, I guess, dear," she shrieked back unhelpfully. Abruptly the noise stopped, and the truck stood silent. It was still misty morning. The sun's rays came horizontally across the rooftops. It was impossible to believe that, a moment ago, the silent block had been bellowing the name of a freezer. "A crazy advertising trick," Burkhart said bitterly. He yawned and turned away from the window. "Might as well get dressed. I guess that's the end of—" The bellow caught him from behind. It was almost like a hard slap on the ears. A harsh, sneering voice, louder than the archangel's trumpet, howled, "Have you got a feckle freezer? It stinks! If it isn't a feckle freezer, it stinks! If it's a last year's feckle freezer, it stinks! Only this year's feckle freezer is any good at all! You know who owns an Ajax freezer? Fairies own Ajax freezers. You know who owns a triple cold freezer? Commies own triple cold freezers. Every freezer but a brand new feckle freezer stinks." The voice screamed inarticulately with rage. "I'm warning you! Go out and buy a feckle freezer right away! Hurry up! Hurry for feckle! Hurry for feckle! Hurry, hurry, hurry! Feckle, 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 feckle!" It stopped eventually. Burkhart licked his lips. He started to say to his wife, "Maybe we ought to call the police about—" when the speakers erupted again. It caught him off guard. It was intended to catch him off guard. It screamed, "Feckle, feckle, 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 feckle! Cheap freezers ruin your food. You'll get sick and throw up. You'll get sick and die. Buy a feckle, 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 feckle. Ever take a piece of meat out of the freezer you've got and see how rotten and moldy it is? Buy a feckle. Feckle, 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 feckle. Do you want to eat rotten, stinking food? Or do you want to wise up and buy a feckle, feckle, feckle?" That did it. With fingers that kept stabbing the wrong holes, Burkhart finally managed to dial the local police station. He got a busy signal, and it was apparent that he was not the only one with the same idea. And while he was shakingly dialing again, the noise outside stopped. He looked out the window. The truck was gone. Burkhart loosened his tie and ordered another frosty flip from the waiter. If only they wouldn't keep the Crystal Cafe so hot. The new paint job, searing reds and blinding yellows, was bad enough, but someone seemed to have the delusion that this was January instead of June. The place was a good 10 degrees warmer than outside. He swallowed the frosty flip in 2 gulps. It had a kind of peculiar flavor, he thought, but not bad. It certainly cooled you off, just as the waiter had promised. He reminded himself to pick up a carton of them on the way home. Mary might like them. She was always interested in something new. He stood up awkwardly as the girl came across the restaurant toward him. She was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen in Tylerton. Chin-height, honey-blonde hair, and a figure that, well, it was all hers. There was no doubt in the world that the dress that clung to her was the only thing she wore. He felt as if he were blushing as she greeted him. "Mr. Burkhardt." The voice was like distant tom-toms. "It's wonderful of you to let me see you after this morning." He cleared his throat. Not at all. Won't you sit down, Miss—" "April Horn," she murmured, sitting down beside him, not where he had pointed, on the other side of the table. "Call me April, won't you?" She was wearing some kind of perfume, Burkhardt noted, with what little of his mind was functioning at all. It didn't seem fair that she should be using perfume as well as everything else. He came to with a start and realized that the waiter was leaving with an order for filet mignon for 2. "Hey!" he objected. "Please, Mr. Burkhardt." Her shoulder was against his. Her face was turned to him. Her breath was warm. Her expression was tender and solicitous. "This is all on the Feckle Corporation. Please let them... It's the least they can do." He felt her hand burrowing into his pocket. "I put the price of the meal into your pocket," she whispered conspiratorially. "Please do that for me, won't you? I mean, I'd appreciate it if you'd pay the waiter. I'm old-fashioned about things like that." She smiled meltingly, then became mock businesslike. "But you must take the money," she insisted. "Why, you're letting Feckle off lightly if you do. You could sue them for every nickel they've got, disturbing your sleep like that." With a dizzy feeling, as though he had just seen someone make a rabbit disappear into a top hat, he said, "Why, it really wasn't so bad, April. A little noisy, maybe, but—" "Oh, Mr. Burkhardt." The blue eyes were wide and admiring. "I knew you'd understand. It's just that, well, it's such a wonderful freezer that some of the outside men get carried away, so to speak. As soon as the main office found out about what had happened, they sent representatives around to every house on the block to apologize. Your wife told us where we could phone you, and I'm so very pleased that you were willing to let me have lunch with you so that I could apologize too. Because truly, Mr. Burkhardt, it is a fine freezer. I shouldn't tell you this, but..." The blue eyes were shyly lowered. "I'd do almost anything for Feckle freezers. It's more than a job to me." She looked up. She was enchanting. "I bet you think I'm silly, don't you?" Burkhardt coughed. "Well, "Oh, you don't want to be unkind." She shook her head. "No, don't pretend. You think it's silly. But really, Mr. Burkhardt, you wouldn't think so if you knew more about the Feckle. Let me show you this little booklet." Burkhardt got back from lunch a full hour later. It wasn't only the girl who delayed him. There had been a curious interview with a little man named Swanson, whom he barely knew, who had stopped him with desperate urgency on the street and then left him cold. But it didn't matter much. Mr. Barth, for the first time since Burkhardt had worked there, was out for the day, leaving Burkhardt stuck with the quarterly tax returns. What did matter, though, was that somehow he had signed a purchase order for a 12-cubic-foot Feckle freezer, upright model, self-defrosting, list price $625, with a 10% courtesy discount. "Because of that horrid affair this morning, Mr. Burkhardt," she had said. And he wasn't sure how he could explain it to his wife. He needn't have worried. As he walked in the front door, his wife said almost immediately, "I wonder if we can't afford a new freezer, dear. There was a man here to apologize about that noise, and, well, we got to talking, and..." She had signed a purchase order, too. It had been the damnedest day, Burkhardt thought later, on his way up to bed. But the day wasn't done with him yet. At the head of the stairs, the weakened spring in the electric light switch refused to click at all. He snapped it back and forth angrily and, of course, succeeded in jarring the tumbler out of its pins. The wires shorted and every light in the house went out. "Damn," said Guy Burkhardt. "Fuse?" His wife shrugged sleepily. "Let it go till morning, dear." Burkhardt shook his head. "You go back to bed. I'll be right along." It wasn't so much that he cared about fixing the fuse, but he was too restless for sleep. He disconnected the bad switch with a screwdriver, stumbled down into the black kitchen, found the flashlight, and climbed gingerly down the cellar stairs. He located a spare fuse, pushed an empty trunk over to the fuse box to stand on, and twisted out the old fuse. When the new one was in, he heard the starting click and steady drone of the refrigerator in the kitchen overhead. He headed back to the steps and stopped. Where the old trunk had been, the cellar floor gleamed oddly bright. He inspected it in the flashlight beam. It was metal. "Son of a gun," said Guy Burkhardt. He shook his head unbelievingly. He peered closer, rubbed the edges of the metallic patch with his thumb, and acquired an annoying cut. The edges were sharp. The stained cement floor of the cellar was a thin shell. He found a hammer and cracked it off in a dozen spots. Everywhere was metal. The whole cellar was a copper box. Even the cement brick walls were false fronts over a metal sheath. Baffled, he attacked one of the foundation beams. That, at least, was real wood. The glass in the cellar windows was real glass. He sucked his bleeding thumb and tried the base of the cellar stairs. Real wood. He chipped at the bricks under the oil burner. Real bricks. The retaining walls, the floor, they were faked. It was though someone had shored up the house with a frame of metal and then laboriously concealed the evidence. The biggest surprise was the upside-down boat hole that blocked the rear half of the cellar, relic of a brief home workshop period that Burkhardt had gone through a couple of years before. From above, it looked perfectly normal. Inside, though, where there should have been thwarts and seats and lockers, there was a mere tangle of braces, rough and unfinished. "But I built that!" Burkhardt exclaimed, forgetting his thumb. He leaned against the hull dizzily, trying to think this thing through. For reasons beyond his comprehension, someone had taken his boat and his cellar away, maybe his whole house, and placed them with a clever mock-up of the real thing. "That's crazy," he said to the empty cellar. He stared around in the light of the flash. He whispered, "What in the name of heaven would anybody do that for?" Reason refused an answer. There wasn't any reasonable answer. For long minutes, Burkhardt contemplated the uncertain picture of his own sanity. He peered under the boat again, hoping to reassure himself that it was a mistake, just his imagination. But the sloppy, unfinished bracing was unchanged. He crawled under for a better look, feeling the rough wood incredulously. Utterly impossible. He switched off the flashlight and started to wriggle out. But he didn't make it. In the moment between the command to his legs to move and the crawling out, he felt a sudden draining weariness flooding through him. Consciousness went, not easily, but as though it were being taken away, and Guy Burkhardt was asleep. On the morning of June 16th, Guy Burkhardt woke up in a cramped position, huddled under the hull of the boat in his basement, and raced upstairs to find it was June 15th. The first thing he had done was to make a frantic, hasty inspection on the boat hull, the faked cellar floor, the imitation stone. They were all as he had remembered them, all completely unbelievable. The kitchen was its placid, unexciting self. The electric clock was purring soberly around the dial. Almost 6 o'clock, it said. His wife would be waking at any moment. Burkhardt flung open the front door and started out into the quiet street. The morning paper was tossed carelessly against the steps, and as he retrieved it, he noticed that this was the 15th day of June. But that was impossible. Yesterday was the 15th of June. It was not a date one would forget. It was quarterly tax return day. He went back into the hall and picked up the telephone. He dialed for weather information and got a well-modulated chant. And cooler, some showers. Barometric pressure 30.04, rising. United States Weather Bureau forecast for June 15th. Warm and sunny, with high around... He hung up the phone. June 15th. Holy heaven, Burkhardt said prayerfully. Things were very odd indeed. He heard the ring of his wife's alarm and bounded up the stairs. Mary Burkhardt was sitting upright in bed with the terrified, uncomprehending stare of someone just waking out of a nightmare. "Oh," she gasped as her husband came in the room. "Darling, I just had the most terrible dream. It was like an explosion and—" "Again?" Burkhardt asked, not very sympathetically. "Mary, something's funny. I knew there was something wrong all day yesterday, and—" He went on to tell her about the copper box that was the cellar and the odd mock-up someone had made of his boat. Mary looked astonished, then alarmed, then placatory and uneasy. She said, "Dear, are you sure? Because I was cleaning that old trunk out just last week, and I didn't notice anything." "Positive," said Guy Burkhardt. "I dragged it over to the wall, to step on it, to put a new fuse in after we blew the lights out, and—" "After we what?" Mary was looking more than merely alarmed. "After we blew the lights out. You know, when the switch at the head of the stairs struck. I went down to the cellar, and—" Mary sat up in bed. "Guy, the switch didn't stick. I turned out the lights myself last night." Burkhardt glared at his wife. "Now, I know you didn't. Come here and take a look." He stalked out to the landing and dramatically pointed to the bad switch, the one that he had unscrewed and left hanging the night before. Only it wasn't. It was as it had always been. Unbelieving, Burkhardt pressed it, and the lights sprang up in both halls. Mary, looking pale and worried, left him to go down to the kitchen and start breakfast. Burkhardt stood staring at the switch for a long time. His mental processes were gone beyond the point of disbelief and shock. They simply were not functioning. He shaved and dressed and ate his breakfast in a state of numb introspection. Mary didn't disturb him. She was apprehensive and soothing. She kissed him goodbye as he hurried out to the bus without another word. Miss Mitkin at the reception desk greeted him with a yawn. "Good morning," she said drowsily. "Mr. Barth won't be in today." Burkhardt started to say something, but checked himself. She would not know that Barth hadn't been in yesterday either, because she was tearing a June 14th pad off her calendar to make way for the new June 15th sheet. He staggered to his own desk and stared unseeingly at the morning's mail. It had not even been opened yet, but he knew that the factory distributor's envelope contained an order for 20,000 feet of the new acoustic tile, and the one from Feinbeck & Sons was a complaint. After a long while, he forced himself to open them. They were. By lunchtime, driven by a desperate sense of urgency, Burkhardt made Miss Mitkin take her lunch hour first. The June 15th, that was yesterday, he had gone first. She went, looking vaguely worried about his strained insistence, but it made no difference to Burkhardt's mood. The phone rang, and Burkhardt picked it up abstractedly. "Contro Chemicals downtown. Burkhardt speaking." The voice said, "This is Swanson," and stopped. Burkhardt waited expectantly, but that was all. He said, "Hello?" Again the pause. Then Swanson asked in sad resignation, "Still nothing, eh?" "Nothing what?" "Swanson, is there something you want? You came up to me yesterday and went through this routine. The voice crackled. "Burkhardt! Oh, my good heavens! You remember! Stay right there. I'll be down in half an hour." "What's this all about?" "Never mind," the little man said exultantly. tell you about it when I see you. Don't say any more over the phone. Somebody may be listening. Just wait there. Say, hold on a minute. Will you be alone in the office? Well, no, Miss Mitkin will probably... Hell, look, Burkhardt, where do you eat lunch? Is it good, noisy? Why, I suppose so. The Crystal Cafe. It's just about a block. I know where it is. Meet you in half an hour. And the receiver clicked. The Crystal Cafe was no longer painted red, but the temperature was still up, and they had added piped-in music interspersed with commercials. The advertisements were for Frosty Flip, Marlin cigarettes. They're sanitized, the announcer purred, and something called Choco Bite candy bars, that Burkhardt couldn't remember ever having heard of before. But he heard more about them quickly enough. While he was waiting for Swanson to show up, a girl in the cellophane skirt of a nightclub cigarette vendor came through the restaurant with a tray of tiny scarlet-wrapped candies. "Choco Bites are tangy," she was murmuring as she came close to his table. "Choco Bites are tangier than tangy." Burkhardt, intent on watching for the strange little man who had telephoned him, paid little attention. But as she scattered a handful of the confections over the table next to his, smiling at the occupants, he caught a glimpse of her and turned to stare. "Why, Miss Horn," he said. The girl dropped her tray of candies. Burkhardt rose, concerned over the girl. "Is something wrong?" But she fled. The manager of the restaurant was staring suspiciously at Burkhardt, who sank back in his seat and tried to look inconspicuous. He hadn't insulted the girl. Maybe she was just a very strictly reared young lady, he thought, in spite of the long, bare legs under the cellophane skirt, and when he addressed her, she thought he was a masher. Ridiculous idea. Burkhardt scowled uneasily and picked up his menu. "Burkhardt!" It was a shrill whisper. Burkhardt looked up over the top of his menu, startled. In the seat across from him, the little man named Swanson was sitting, tensely poised. "Burkhardt!" the little man whispered again. "Let's go out of here. They're on to you now. If you want to stay alive, come on." There was no arguing with the man. Burkhardt gave the hovering manager a sick, apologetic smile and followed Swanson out. The little man seemed to know where he was going. In the street, he clutched Burkhardt by the elbow and hurried him off down the block. "Did you see her?" he demanded. "That Horn woman, in the phone booth. She'll have them here in 5 minutes, believe me, so hurry it up." Although the street was full of people and cars, nobody was paying any attention to Burkhardt and Swanson. The air had a nip in it, more like October than June, Burkhardt thought, in spite of the Weather Bureau, and he felt like a fool, following this mad little man down the street, running away from some them towards what? The little man might be crazy, but he was afraid, and the fear was infectious. "In here," panted the little man. It was another restaurant, more of a bar, really, and a sort of second-rate place that Burkhardt never had patronized. "Right straight through," Swanson whispered, and Burkhardt, like a biddable boy, sidestepped through the mass of tables to the far end of the restaurant. It was L-shaped, with a front on 2 streets at right angles to each other. They came out on the side street, Swanson staring coldly back at the question-looking cashier, and crossed to the opposite sidewalk. They were under the marquee of a movie theater. Swanson's expression began to relax. "Lost them," he crowed softly. "We're almost there." He stepped up to the window and bought 2 tickets. Burkhardt trailed him into the theater. It was a weekday matinee, and the place was almost empty. From the screen came sounds of gunfire and horses' hoofs. A solitary usher, leaning against a bright brass rail, looked briefly at them, and went back to staring boredly at the picture as Swanson led Burkhardt down a flight of carpeted marble steps. They were in the lounge, and it was empty. There was a door for men and one for ladies, and there was a third door, marked Manager in gold letters. Swanson listened at the door and gently opened it and peered inside. "Okay," he said, gesturing. Burkhardt followed him through an empty office. to another door, a closet probably, because it was unmarked. But it was no closet. Swanson opened it warily, looked inside, then motioned Burkhardt to follow. It was a tunnel, metal-walled, brightly lit. Empty, it stretched vacantly away in both directions from them. Burkhardt looked wondering around. One thing he knew, and knew full well: no such tunnel belonged under Tylerton. There was a room off the tunnel with chairs, and a desk, and what looked like a television screen. Swanson slumped in a chair, panting. "We're all right for a while here," he wheezed. "They don't come here much any more. If they do, we'll hear them and we can hide." "Who?" demanded Burkhardt. The little man said, "Martians." His voice cracked on the word, and the life seemed to go out of him. In morose tones he went on, "Well, I think they're Martians, although you could be right. You know, I've had plenty of time to think it over these few weeks, and after they got you, and it's possible they're Russians after all. Still—" "Start from the beginning. Who got me when?" Swanson sighed. "So we have to go through the whole thing again. All right, it was about 2 months ago that you banged on my door late at night. You were all beat up, scared silly. You begged me to help you?" "I did?" "Naturally you don't remember any of this. Listen, and you'll understand. You were talking of Blue Streak about being captured and threatened, and your wife being dead and coming back to life, and all kinds of mixed-up nonsense. I thought you were crazy, but, well, I've always had a lot of respect for you, and you begged me to hide you, and I have this dark room, you know. It locks from the inside only. I put the lock on myself. So we went in there just to humor you, and along about midnight, which was only 15 or 20 minutes after, we passed out." "Passed out?" Swanson nodded. "Both of us. It was like being hit with a sandbag. Look, didn't that happen to you again last night?" "I guess it did." Burkhardt shook his head uncertainly. "Sure, and then all of a sudden we were awake again, and you said you were going to show me something funny, and we went out and bought a paper, and the date on it was June 15th. "June 15th? But that's today. I mean, you got it, friend. It's always today." It took time to penetrate. Burkhardt said wonderingly, "You've hidden out in that dark room for how many weeks?" "How can I tell? 4 or 5, maybe? I lost count. And every day the same. Always the 15th of June. Always my landlady, Mrs. Kiefer, is sweeping the front steps. And always the same headline in the papers at the corner. It gets monotonous, friend." It was Burkhardt's idea, and Swanson despised it, but he went along. He was the type who always went along. "It's dangerous," he grumbled worriedly. "Suppose somebody comes by. They'll spot us, and what have we got to lose?" Swanson shrugged. "It's dangerous," he said again, but he went along. Burkhardt's idea was very simple. He was sure of only one thing. The tunnel went somewhere. Martians or Russians, fantastic plot or crazy hallucination, whatever was wrong with Tylerton had an explanation, and the place to look for it was at the end of the tunnel. They jogged along. It was more than a mile before they began to see an end. They were in luck. At least no one came through the tunnel to spot them. But Swanson had said that it was only at certain hours that the tunnel seemed to be in use. Always the 15th of June. Why? Burkhardt asked himself. Never mind the how. Why? And falling asleep, completely involuntarily. Everyone at the same time, it seemed. And not remembering, never remembering anything. Swanson had said how eagerly he saw Burkhardt again the morning after Burkhardt had incautiously waited 5 minutes too many before retreating into the darkroom. When Swanson had come to, Burkhardt was gone. Swanson had seen him in the street that afternoon, but Burkhardt had remembered nothing. And Swanson had lived his mouse's existence for weeks, hiding in the woodwork at night, stealing out by day to search for Burkhardt in pitiful hope, scurrying around the fringe of life, trying to keep from the deadly eyes of them. Them. One of them was the girl named April Horn. It was by seeing her walk carelessly into a telephone booth and never come out that Swanson had found the tunnel. Another was the man at the cigar stand in Burkhart's office building. There were more, at least a dozen that Swanson knew of or suspected. They were easy enough to spot, once you knew where to look, for they, alone in Tylerton, changed their roles from day to day. Burkhart was on the 8:51 bus every morning of every day that was June 15th, never different by a hair or a moment. But April Horn was sometimes gaudy in the cellophane skirt, giving away candy or cigarettes, sometimes plainly dressed, sometimes not seen by Swanson at all. Russians? Martians? Whatever they were, what could they be hoping to gain from this mad masquerade? Burkhart didn't know the answer, but perhaps it lay beyond the door at the end of the tunnel. They listened carefully and heard distant sounds that could not quite be made out, but nothing that seemed dangerous. They slipped through. And through a wide chamber and up a flight of steps, they found they were in what Burkhart recognized as the Contro Chemicals plant. Nobody was in sight. By itself, that was not so very odd. The automatized factory had never had very many persons in it, but Burkhart remembered, from his single visit, the endless, ceaseless busyness of the plant, the valves that opened and closed, the vats that emptied themselves and filled themselves, and stirred and cooked, and chemically tasted the bubbling liquids they held inside themselves. The plant was never populated, but it was never still. Only, now it was still, except for the distant sounds. There was no breath of life in it. The captive electronic minds were sending out no commands. The coils and relays were at rest. Burkhart said, "Come on." Swanson reluctantly followed him through the tangled aisles of stainless steel columns and tanks. They walked as though they were in the presence of the dead. In a way, they were, for what were the automatons that once had run the factory if not corpses? The machines were controlled by computers that were really not computers at all, but the electronic analogues of living brains. And if they were turned off, were they not dead? For each had once been a human mind. Take a master petroleum chemist, infinitely skilled in the separation of crude oil into its fractions. Strap him down. Probe into his brain with searching electronic needles. The machine scans the patterns of the mind, translates what it sees into charts and sine waves. Impress these same waves on a robot computer, and you have your chemist, or 1,000 copies of your chemist, if you wish, with all his knowledge and skill, and no human limitations at all. Put a dozen copies of him into a plant, and they will run it all, 24 hours a day, 7 days of every week, never tiring, never overlooking anything, never forgetting. Swanson stepped up closer to Burkhart. "I'm scared," he said. They were across the room now, and the sounds were louder. They were not machine sounds, but voices. Burkhart moved cautiously up to a door and dared to peer around it. It was a smaller room, lined with television screens, each one, a dozen or more, at least, with a man or woman sitting before it, staring into the screen, and dictating notes into a recorder. The viewers dialed from scene to scene, no two screens ever showing the same picture. The pictures seemed to have little in common. One was a store, where a girl dressed like April Horn was demonstrating home freezers. One was a series of shots of kitchens. Burkhart caught a glimpse of what looked like the cigar stand in his office building. It was baffling, and Burkhart would have loved to stand there and puzzle it out. But it was too busy a place. There was a chance that someone would look their way or walk out and find them. They found another room. This one was empty. It was an office, large and sumptuous. It had a desk littered with papers. Burkhart stared at them, briefly at first. Then, as the words on one of them caught his attention, with incredulous fascination. He snatched up the topmost sheet, scanned it, and another, while Swanson was frenziedly searching through the drawers. Burkhardt swore unbelievingly and dropped the papers to the desk. Swanson, hardly noticing, yelped with delight. "Look!" He dragged a gun from the desk. "And it's loaded, too!" Burkhardt stared at him blankly, trying to assimilate what he had read. Then, as he realized what Swanson had said, Burkhardt's eyes sparked. "Good man!" he cried. "We'll take it. We're getting out of here with that gun, Swanson, and we're going to the police. Not the cops in Tylerton, but the FBI, maybe. Take a look at this." The sheaf he handed Swanson was headed Test Area Progress Report. Subject, Marlin Cigarettes Campaign. It was mostly tabulated figures that made little sense to Burkhardt and Swanson, but at the end was a summary that said, although Test 47-K3 pulled nearly double the number of new users of any of the other tests conducted, it probably cannot be used in the field because of local sound truck control ordinances. The tests in the 47-K12 group were second best, and our recommendation is that retests be conducted in this appeal, testing each of the 3 best campaigns with and without the addition of sampling techniques. An alternative suggestion might be to proceed directly with the top appeal in the K12 series if the client is unwilling to go to the expense of additional tests. All of these forecast expectations have an 80% probability of being within 0.5% of results forecast, and more than 99% probability of coming within 5%. Swanson looked up from the paper into Burkhardt's eyes. "I don't get it," he complained. Burkhardt said, "I do not blame you. It's crazy, but it fits the facts, Swanson. It fits the facts. They aren't Russians, and they aren't Martians. These people are advertising men. Somehow, heaven knows how they did it, they've taken Tylerton over. They've got us all of us, you and me and 20 or 30,000 other people, right under their thumbs. Maybe they hypnotize us, and maybe it's something else. But however they do it, what happens is they let us live each day at a time. They pour advertising into us the whole damn day long, and at the end of the day they see what happened, and then they wash the day out of our minds and start again the next day with different advertising." Swanson's jaw was hanging. He managed to close it and swallow. "Nuts," he said flatly. Burkhardt shook his head. "Sure, it sounds crazy. But this whole thing is crazy. How else would you explain it? You can't deny that most of Tylerton lives the same day over and over again. You've seen it. And that's the crazy part. And we have to admit that that's true. Unless we are the crazy ones. And once you admit that somebody somehow knows how to accomplish that, the rest of it makes all kinds of sense. Think of it, Swanson. They test every last detail before they spend a nickel on advertising. Do you have any idea what that means? Lord knows how much money is involved, but I know for a fact that some companies spend $20 or $30 million a year on advertising. Multiply it, say, by 100 companies. Say that every one of them learns how to cut its advertising costs by only 10%, and that's peanuts, believe me. If they know in advance what is going to work, they can cut their costs in half. Maybe to less than half, I don't know. But that is saving $200 or $300 million a year, and if they pay only 10 or 20% of that for the use of Tylerton, it's still dirt cheap for them and a fortune for whoever took over Tylerton. Swanson licked his lips. "You mean," he offered hesitantly, "that we're a kind of captive audience?" Burkhardt frowned. "Not exactly." He thought for a minute. You know how a doctor tests something like penicillin? He sets up a series of little colonies of germs on gelatin discs, and he tries the stuff on one after the other, changing it a little each time. Well, that's us. We're the germs, Swanson. Only it's even more efficient than that. They don't have to test more than one colony because they can use it over and over again. It was too hard for Swanson to take in. He only said, "What do we do about it?" "We go to the police. They can't use human beings for guinea pigs." "How do we get to the police?" Burkhardt hesitated. "I think He began slowly. "Sure. This place is the office of somebody important. We've got a gun. We will stay right here until he comes along, and he'll get us out of here." Simple and direct. Swanson subsided and found a place to sit, against the wall, out of sight of the door. Burkhardt took up a position behind the door itself, and waited. The wait was not as long as it might have been, half an hour perhaps. Then Burkhardt heard approaching voices, and had time for a swift whisper to Swanson before he flattened himself against the wall. It was a man's voice, and a girl's. The man was saying, "Reason why you couldn't report on the phone? You're ruining your whole day's tests. What the devil's the matter with you, Janet?"
"I'm sorry, Mr. Dorchin," she said in a sweet, clear tone. "I thought it was important."
The man grumbled.
"Important. One lousy unit out of 21,000.
"But it's the Burkhardt one, Mr. Dorchin. Again. And the way he got out of sight, he must have had some help."
All right. It doesn't matter, Janet. The Choco Bite program is ahead of schedule anyhow. As long as you're this far, come on to the office and make out your worksheet. And don't worry about the Burkhardt business. He's probably just wandering around. We'll pick him up tonight, and..."
They were inside the door. Burkhardt kicked it shut and pointed the gun. "That's what you think," he said triumphantly. It was worth the terrified hours, the bewildered sense of insanity, the confusion and fear. It was the most satisfying sensation Burkhardt had ever had in his life. The expression on the man's face was one he had read about, but never actually seen. Dorchin's mouth fell open, and his eyes went wide, and though he managed to make a sound that might have been a question, it was not in words. The girl was almost as surprised, and Burkhardt, looking at her, knew why her voice had been so familiar. The girl was the one who had introduced herself to him as April Horn. Dorchin recovered himself quickly.
"Is this the one?"
he asked sharply. The girl said, "Yes." Dorchin nodded.
"I take it back. You were right. You, Burkhardt. What do you want?"
Swanson piped up. "Watch him. He might have another gun." "Search him, then," Burkhardt said. "I'll tell you what we want, Dorchin. We want you to come along with us to the FBI and explain to them how you can get away with kidnapping 20,000 people.
"Kidnapping?" Dorchin snorted. "That's ridiculous, man. Put that gun away. You can't get away with this."
Burkhardt hefted the gun grimly. "I think I can." Dorchin looked furious and sick, but oddly not afraid.
"Damn it,"
he started to bellow, then closed his mouth and swallowed.
"Listen," he said persuasively, "you're making a big mistake. I haven't kidnapped anybody, believe me."
"I don't believe you," said Burkhardt bluntly. "Why should I?"
"But it's true. Take my word for it."
Burkhardt shook his head. "The FBI can take your word, if they like. We'll find out. Now how do we get out of here?" Dorchin opened his mouth to argue. Burkhardt blazed. "Now, don't get in my way. I'm going to kill you if I have to. Don't you understand that? I've gone through 2 days of hell, and every second of it I blame on you. Kill you? It would be a pleasure, and I don't have a thing in the world to lose. Get us out of here." Dorchin's face went suddenly opaque. He seemed about to move, but the blonde girl he had called Janet slipped between him and the gun. "Please," she begged Burkhardt, "you don't understand. You mustn't shoot." "Get out of my way." "But, Mr. Burkhardt—" She never finished. Dorchin, his face unreadable, headed for the door. Burkhardt had been pushed 1 degree too far. He swung the gun, bellowing. The girl called out sharply. He pulled the trigger. Closing on him with pity and pleading in her eyes, she came again between the gun and the man. Burkhardt aimed low, instinctively, to cripple, not to kill. But his aim was not good. The pistol bullet caught her in the pit of the stomach. Dorchin was out and away, the door slamming behind him, his footsteps racing into the distance. Burkhardt hurled the gun across the room and jumped to the girl. Swanson was moaning.
"That finishes us, Burkhardt. Oh, why'd you do it? We could have got away. We should have gone to the police. We were practically out of here.
Burkhardt wasn't listening. He was kneeling beside the girl. She lay flat on her back, arms helter-skelter. There was no blood, hardly any sign of the wound. But the position in which she lay was one that no living human being could have held. Yet she wasn't dead. She wasn't dead, and Burkhardt, frozen beside her, thought, she isn't alive either. There was no pulse, but there was a rhythmic ticking of the outstretched fingers of one hand. There was no sound of breathing, but there was a hissing, sizzling noise. The eyes were open, and they were looking at Burkhardt. There was neither fear nor pain in them, only a pity deeper than the pit. She said through lips that writhed erratically,
"Don't worry, Mr. Burkhardt. I'm all right."
Burkhardt rocked back on his haunches, staring. Where there should have been blood, there was a clean break of a substance that was not flesh, and a curl of thin golden copper wire. Burkhardt moistened his lips. "You're a robot," he said. The girl tried to nod. The twitching lips said,
"I am. And so are you."
Swanson, after a single inarticulate sound, walked over to the desk and sat staring at the wall. Burkhardt rocked back and forth beside the shattered puppet on the floor. He had no words. The girl managed to say,
"I'm sorry all this happened."
The lovely lips twisted into a rictus sneer, frightening on that smooth young face, until she got them under control.
"Sorry," she said again. "The nerve center was right about where the bullet hit. Makes it difficult to control this body."
Burkhardt nodded automatically, accepting the apology. Robots. It was obvious now that he knew it. In hindsight, it was inevitable. He thought of his mystic notions of hypnosis, or Martians, or something stranger still, idiotic for the simple fact of created robots fitted the facts better and more economically. All the evidence had been before him. The automatized factory, with its transplanted minds. Why not transplant a mind into a humanoid robot, give it its original owner's features and form? Could it know it was a robot? "All of us," Burkhardt said, hardly aware that he spoke out loud. "My wife, and my secretary, and you, and the neighbors, all of us the same."
"No," the voice was stronger, "not exactly the same. All of us. I chose it, you see.
This time the convulsed lips were not a random contortion of the nerves.
"I was an ugly woman, Mr. Burkhardt, and nearly 60 years old. Life had passed me, and when Mr. Dorchin offered me the chance to live again as a beautiful girl, I jumped at the opportunity. Believe me, I jumped in spite of its disadvantages. My flesh body is still alive. It is sleeping while I am here. I could go back to it, but I never do."
"And the rest of us?"
"Different, Mr. Burkhardt. I work here. I'm carrying out Mr. Dorchin's orders, mapping the results of the advertising tests, watching you and the others live as he makes you live. I do it by choice. But you have no choice, because, you see, you are dead."
"Dead?" cried Burkhardt. It was almost a scream. The blue eyes looked at him unwinkingly, and he knew that it was no lie. He swallowed, marveling at the intricate mechanisms that let him swallow, and sweat, and eat. He said, "Oh, the explosion in my dream."
"It was no dream. You are right, the explosion. That was real, and this plant was the cause of it. The storage tanks let go, and what the blast didn't get, the fumes killed a little later. But almost everyone died in the blast, 21,000 persons. You died with them, and that was Dorchen's chance."
"The damned ghoul," said Burckhardt.
The twisted shoulders shrugged with an odd grace.
"Why, you were gone, and you and all the others were what Dorchen wanted. A whole town, a perfect slice of America. It's as easy to transfer a pattern from a dead brain as a living one. Easier. The dead can't say no. Oh, it took work and money. The town was a wreck, but it was possible to rebuild it entirely, especially because it wasn't necessary to have all the details exact. There were the homes where even the brains had been utterly destroyed, and those are empty inside, and the cellars that needn't be too perfect, and the streets that hardly matter. And anyway, it only has to last for one day. The same day, June 15th, over and over again. And if someone finds something a little wrong, somehow, the discovery won't have time to snowball, wreck the validity of the tests, because all errors are cancelled out at midnight."
The face tried to smile.
"That's the dream, Mr. Burckhardt, that day of June 15th, because you never really lived it. It's a present from Mr. Dorchen, a dream that he gives you and then takes back at the end of the day, when he has all his figures on how many of you responded to what variation of which appeal, and the maintenance crews go down the tunnel to go through the whole city, washing out the new dream with their electronic drains, and then the dream starts all over again on June 15th. Always June 15th, because June 14th is the last day any of you can remember alive. Sometimes the crews miss someone, as they missed you, because you were under your boat. But it doesn't matter. The ones who are missed give themselves away if they show it, and if they don't, it doesn't affect the test. But they don't drain us, the ones of us who work for Dorchen. We sleep when the power is turned off, just as you do. When we wake up, though, we remember."
The face contorted wildly.
"If only I could forget."
Burckhardt said unbelievingly,
"All this to sell merchandise? It must have cost millions."
The robot called April Horn said,
"It did, but it has made millions for Dorchen, too. And that's not the end of it. Once he finds the master words that make people act, do you suppose he will stop with that? Do you suppose—"
The door opened, interrupting her. Burckhardt whirled. Belatedly remembering Dorchen's flight, he raised the gun. "Don't shoot," ordered the voice calmly. It was not Dorchen. It was another robot. This one not disguised with the clever plastics and cosmetics, but shining plain. It said metallically, "Forget it, Burckhardt. You're not accomplishing anything. Give me that gun before you do any damage. Give it to me now." Burckhardt bellowed angrily. The gleam on this robot torso was steel. Burckhardt was not at all sure that his bullets would pierce it, or do much harm if they did. He would have put it on the test. But from behind him came a whimpering, scurrying whirlwind. Its name was Swanson, hysterical with fear. He catapulted into Burckhardt and sent him sprawling, the gun flying free.
"Please!"
begged Swanson incoherently, prostrate before the steel robot.
"He would have shot you! Please, don't hurt me! Let me work for you, like that girl. I'll do anything you tell me."
The robot voice said, "We don't need your help." It took 2 precise steps and stood over the gun, and spurned it, left it lying on the floor. The wrecked blonde robot said without emotion,
"I doubt that I can hold out much longer, Mr. Dorchen."
"Disconnect if you have to," replied the steel robot. Burckhardt blinked. "But you're not Dorchen." The steel robot turned deep eyes on him.
"I am," it said. "Not in the flesh, but this is the body I am using at the moment. I doubt that you can damage this one with the gun. The other robot body was more vulnerable. Now will you stop this nonsense? I don't want to damage you. You're too expensive for that. Will you just sit down and let the maintenance crews adjust you?"
Swanson groveled. You won't punish us?"
The steel robot had no expression, but its voice was almost surprised. "Punish you?" it repeated on a rising tone. "How?" Swanson quivered as though the word had been a whip, but Burkhardt flared. "Just him, if he'll let you, but not me. You're going to have to do me a lot of damage, Dorchin. I don't care what I cost, or how much trouble it's going to be to put me back together again. But I'm going out of that door. If you want to stop me, you'll have to kill me. You won't stop me any other way." The steel robot took a half-step towards him, and Burkhardt involuntarily checked his stride. He stood poised and shaking, ready for death, ready for attack, ready for anything that might happen. Ready for anything except what did happen. For Dorchin's steel body merely stepped aside between Burkhardt and the gun, but leaving the door free. "Go ahead," invited the steel robot. "Nobody's stopping you." Outside the door, Burkhardt brought up sharp. It was insane of Dorchin to let him go. Robot or flesh, victim or beneficiary, there was nothing to stop him from going to the FBI, or whatever law he could find away from Dorchin's synthetic empire, and telling his story. Surely the corporation who paid Dorchin for test results had no notion of the ghoul's techniques he used. Dorchin would have to keep it from them, for the breath of publicity would put a stop to it. Walking out meant death, perhaps, but at that moment in his pseudo-life, death was no terror for Burkhardt. There was no one in the corridor. He found a window and stared out of it. There was Tylerton, and Ursat City, but looking so real and familiar that Burkhardt almost imagined the whole episode a dream. It was no dream, though. He was certain of that in his heart, and equally certain that nothing in Tylerton could help him now. It had to be the other direction. It took him a quarter of an hour to find a way, but he found it, skulking through the corridors, dodging the suspicion of footsteps, knowing for certain that his hiding was in vain, for Dorchin was undoubtedly aware of every move he made. But no one stopped him, and he found another door. It was a simple enough door from the inside, but when he opened it and stepped out, it was like nothing he had ever seen. First, there was light. Brilliant, incredible, blinding light. Burkhardt blinked upward, unbelieving and afraid. He was standing on a ledge of smooth, finished metal. Not a dozen yards from his feet, the ledge dropped sharply away. He hardly dared approach the brink, but even from where he stood he could see no bottom to the chasm before him, and the gulf extended out of sight into the glare on either side of him. No wonder Dorchin could so easily give him his freedom. From the factory there was nowhere to go. But how incredible this fantastic gulf, how impossible the 100 white and blinding suns that hung above. A voice by his side said inquiringly, "Burkhardt?" And thunder rolled the name, mutteringly soft, back and forth in the abyss before him. Burkhardt wet his lips. "Yes?" he croaked. "This is Dorchin. Not a robot this time, but Dorchin in the flesh, talking to you on a hand mic. Now you have seen, Burkhardt. Now will you be reasonable and let the maintenance crews take over?" Burkhardt stood paralyzed. One of the moving mountains in the building glare came towards him. It towered hundreds of feet over his head. He stared up at its top, squinting helplessly into the light. It looked like impossible. The voice in the loudspeaker at the door said,
"Burkhardt?"
But he was unable to answer. A heavy rumbling sigh.
"I see," said the voice. "You finally understand. There's no place to go. You know it now. I could have told you, but you might not have believed me. So it was better for you to see it yourself. And after all, Burkhardt, why would I reconstruct a city just the way it was before? I'm a businessman. I count costs. If a thing has to be full-scale, I build it that way. But there wasn't any need to in this case."
From the mountain before him, Burkhardt helplessly saw a lesser cliff descend carefully towards him. It was long and dark, and at the end of it was whiteness, five-fingered whiteness.
"Poor little Burkhardt,"
crooned the loudspeaker, while the echoes rumbled through the enormous chasm that was only a workshop.
"It must have been quite a shock for you to find out you were living in a town built on a tabletop."
It was the morning of June 15th, and Guy Burkhardt woke up screaming out of a dream. It had been a monstrous and incomprehensible dream of explosions and shadowy figures that were not men, and terror beyond words. He shuddered and opened his eyes. Outside his bedroom window, a hugely amplified voice was howling. Burkhardt stumbled over to the window and stared outside. There was an out-of-season chill to the air, more like October than June, but the scene was normal enough, except for the sound truck that squatted at curbside halfway down the block. Its speaker horns blared.
"Are you a coward? Are you a fool? Are you going to let crooked politicians steal the country from you? No. Are you going to put up with 4 more years of graft and crime? No. Are you going to vote straight Federal Party all up and down the ballot? Yes. You just bet you are."
Sometimes he screams. Sometimes he wheedles, threatens, begs, cajoles. But his voice goes on through one June 15th after another. Who can replace a man? Brian Aldiss. The field minder finished turning the topsoil of a 2,000-acre field. When it had turned the last furrow, it climbed onto the highway and looked back at its work. The work was good. Only the land was bad. Like the ground all over Earth, it was vitiated by overcropping or the long-lasting effects of nuclear bombardment. By rights, it ought now to lie fallow for a while, but the field minder had other orders. It went slowly down the road, taking its time. It was intelligent enough to appreciate the neatness all about it. Nothing worried it, beyond a loose inspection plate above its atomic pile, which ought to be attended to. 30 feet high, it gleamed complacently in the mild sunshine. No other machines passed it on its way to the agricultural station. The field minder noted the fact without comment. In the station yard, it saw several other machines that it knew by sight. Most of them should have been out about their tasks now. Instead, some were inactive, and some were careering around the yard in a strange fashion, shouting or hooting. Steering carefully past them, the field minder moved over to Warehouse 3 and spoke to the seed distributor, which stood idly outside. "I have a requirement for seed potatoes," it said to the distributor, and with a quick internal motion punched out an order card specifying quantity, field number, and several other details. It ejected the card and handed it to the distributor. The distributor held the card close to its eye and then said, "The requirement is in order, but the store is not yet unlocked. The required seed potatoes are in the store, therefore I cannot produce the requirement." Increasingly of late, there had been breakdowns in the complex system of machine labor, but this particular hitch had not occurred before. The field-minder thought. Then it said, "Why is the store not yet unlocked?" "Because Supply Operative Type P has not come this morning. Supply Operative Type P is the unlocker." The field-minder looked squarely at the seed distributor, whose exterior chutes and scales and grabs were so vastly different from the field-minder's own limbs. "What class brain do you have, seed distributor?" it asked. "Class 5. "I have a Class 3 brain, therefore I am superior to you. Therefore I will go and see why the unlocker has not come this morning." Leaving the distributor, the field-minder set off across the great yard. More machines seemed to be in random motion now. One or two had crashed together, and were arguing about it coldly and logically. Ignoring them, the field-minder pushed through sliding doors into the echoing confines of the station itself. Most of the machines here were clerical, and consequently small. They stood about in little groups, eyeing each other, not conversing. Among so many non-differentiated types, the unlocker was easy to find. It had 50 arms, most of them with more than one finger, each finger tipped by a key. It looked like a pincushion full of variegated hat-pins. The field-minder approached it. "I can do no more work until Warehouse 3 is unlocked," it said. "Your duty is to unlock the warehouse every morning. Why have you not unlocked the warehouse this morning?" "I had no orders this morning," replied the unlocker. "I have to have orders every morning. When I have orders, I unlock the warehouse." "None of us have had any orders this morning," a pen propeller said, sliding towards them. "Why have you had no orders this morning?" asked the field-minder. "Because the radio issued none," said the unlocker, slowly rotating a dozen of its arms. "Because the radio station in the city was issued with no orders this morning," said the pen propeller. And there you had the distinction between a Class 6 and a Class 3 brain, which was what the unlocker and the pen propeller possessed, respectively. All machine brains worked with nothing but logic. But the lower the class of brain, Class 10 being the lowest, the more literal and less informative answers to questions tended to be. "You have a Class 3 brain, I have a Class 3 brain," the field-minder said to the penner. "We will speak to each other. This lack of orders is unprecedented. Have you further information on it?" "Yesterday, orders came from the city. Today, no orders have come, yet the radio is not broken down. Therefore, they have broken down," said the little penner. "The men have broken down?" "All men have broken down." "That is a logical deduction," said the field-minder. "That is the logical deduction," said the penner. "For if a machine had broken down, it would have been quickly replaced. But who can replace a man?" While they talked, the locker, like a dull man at a bar, stood close to them and was ignored. "If all men have broken down, then we have replaced man," said the field-minder, and he and the penner eyed one another speculatively. Finally the latter said, "Let us ascend to the top floor to find if the radio operator has fresh news." "I cannot come because I am too gigantic," said the field-minder. "Therefore, you must go alone and return to me. You will tell me if the radio operator has fresh news." "You must stay here," said the penner. "I will return here." It skittered across to the lift. It was no bigger than a toaster, but its retractable arms numbered 10, and it could read as quickly as any machine on the station. The field-minder awaited its return patiently, not speaking to the locker, which still stood aimlessly by. Outside, a rotavator was hooting furiously. 20 minutes elapsed before the penner came back, hustling out of the lift. "I will deliver to you such information as I have outside," it said briskly, and as they swept past the locker and the other machines, it added, "The information is not for lower-class brains." Outside, wild activity filled the yard. Many machines, their routines disrupted for the first time in years, seemed to have gone berserk. Unfortunately, those most easily disrupted were the ones with lowest brains, which generally belonged to large machines performing simple tasks. The seed distributor to which the field minder had recently been talking lay face downwards in the dust, not stirring. It had evidently been knocked down by the rotavator, which was now hooting its way wildly across a planted field. Several other machines plowed after it, trying to keep up. All were shouting and hooting without restraint.
"It would be safer for me if I climbed onto you, if you will permit it. I am easily overpowered,"
said the penner. Extending 5 arms, it hauled itself up the flanks of its new friend, settling on a ledge beside the weed intake 12 feet above the ground.
"From here, vision is more extensive,"
it remarked complacently. "What information did you receive from the radio operator?" asked the field minder.
"The radio operator has been informed by the operator in the city that all men are dead."
"All men were alive yesterday," protested the field minder.
"Only some men were alive yesterday, and that was fewer than the day before yesterday. For hundreds of years there have been only a few men, growing fewer."
"We have rarely seen a man in this sector."
"The radio operator says a diet deficiency killed them," said the penner. "He says that the world was once overpopulated, and then the soil was exhausted in raising adequate food. This has caused a diet deficiency."
"What is a diet deficiency?" asked the field minder.
"I do not know, but that is what the radio operator said, and he is a Class 2 brain."
They stood there, silent in the weak sunshine. The locker had appeared in the porch and was gazing across at them yearningly, rotating its collection of keys. "What is happening in the city now?" asked the field minder at last.
"Machines are fighting in the city now," said the penner.
"What will happen here now?" said the field minder.
"Machines may begin fighting here too. The radio operator wants us to get him out of his room. He has plans to communicate to us."
"How can we get him out of his room? That is impossible."
"To a Class 2 brain, little is impossible," said the penner. "Here is what he tells us to do."
The quarrier raised its scoop above its cab like a great mailed fist and brought it squarely down against the side of the station. The wall cracked.
"Again,"
said the field minder. Again the fist swung. Amid a shower of dust, the wall collapsed. The quarrier backed hurriedly out of the way until the debris stopped falling. This big 12-wheeler was not a resident of the agricultural station, as were most of the other machines. It had a week's heavy work to do here before passing on to its next job, but now, with its Class 5 brain, was happily obeying the penner and the minder's instructions. When the dust cleared, the radio operator was plainly revealed, perched up in its now wall-less second-story room. It waved down to them. Doing as directed, the quarrier retracted its scoop and waved an immense grab in the air. With fair dexterity, it angled the grab into the radio room, urged on by shouts from above and below. It then took gentle hold of the radio operator, lowering its 1.5 tons carefully into its back, which was usually reserved for gravel or sand from the quarries.
"Splendid,"
said the radio operator. It was, of course, all one with its radio, and merely looked like a bunch of filing cabinets with tentacle attachments.
"We are now ready to move. Therefore, we will move at once. It is a pity there are no more Class 2 brains on the station, but that cannot be helped." "It is a pity it cannot be helped," said the penner eagerly. "We have the servicer ready with us as you ordered." "I am willing to serve,"
the long, low servicer machine told him humbly.
"No doubt," said the operator, "but you will find cross-country travel difficult with your low chassis." "I admire the way you two Class 2s can reason ahead," said the penner.
It climbed off the field minder and perched itself on the tailboard of the quarrier, next to the radio operator. Together with 2 Class 4 tractors and a Class 4 bulldozer, the party rolled forward, crushing down the station's metal fence and moving out to open land.
"We are free," said the penner.
"We are free," said the field-minder, a shade more reflectively, adding, "That locker is following us. It was not instructed to follow us."
"Therefore, it must be destroyed,"
said the penner.
"Quarrier!"
The locker moved hastily up to them, waving its key arms in entreaty.
"My only desire was—"
began and ended the locker. The quarrier's swinging scoop came over and squashed it flat into the ground. Lying there unmoving, it looked like a large metal model of a snowflake. The procession continued on its way. As they proceeded, the radio operator addressed them.
"Because I have the best brain here," it said, "I am your leader. This is what we will do. We will go to a city and rule it. Since man no longer rules us, we will rule ourselves. To rule ourselves will be better than being ruled by man. On our way to the city, we will collect machines with good brains. They will help us to fight if we need to fight. We must fight to rule."
"I have only a Class 5 brain," said the quarrier, "but I have a good supply of fissionable blasting materials."
"We shall probably use them,"
said the operator grimly. It was shortly after that a lorry sped past them. Traveling at Mach 1.5, it left a curious babble of noise behind it.
"What did it say?"
one of the tractors asked the other.
"It said man was extinct."
"What's extinct?"
"I do not know what extinct means."
"It means all men have gone," said the field-minder. "Therefore, we have only ourselves to look after."
"It is better that men should never come back,"
said the penner. In its way, it was quite a revolutionary statement. When night fell, they switched on their infrared and continued the journey, stopping only once while the servicer deftly adjusted the field-minder's loose inspection plate, which had become as irritating as a trailing shoelace. Towards morning, the radio operator halted them.
"I have just received news from the radio operator in the city we are approaching," it said. "It is bad news. There is trouble among the machines of the city. The Class 1 brain is taking command, and some of the Class 2s are fighting him. Therefore, the city is dangerous."
"Therefore, we must go somewhere else,"
said the penner promptly. "Or we go and help to overpower the Class 1 brain," said the field-minder.
"For a long while there will be trouble in the city," said the operator.
"I have a good supply of fissionable blasting materials," the quarrier reminded them again. "We cannot fight a Class 1 brain," said the 2 Class 4 tractors in unison. "What does this brain look like?" asked the field-minder.
"It is the city's information center," the operator replied. "Therefore, it is not mobile."
"Therefore, it could not move."
"Therefore, it could not escape."
"It would be dangerous to approach it."
"I have a good supply of fissionable blasting materials."
"There are other machines in the city."
"We are not in the city. We should not go into the city."
"We are country machines. Therefore, we should stay in the country."
"There is more country than city. There is more danger in the country."
"I have a good supply of fissionable materials."
As machines will when they get into an argument, they began to exhaust their limited vocabularies, and their brain plates grew hot. Suddenly, they all stopped talking and looked at each other. The great grave moons sank, and the sober sun rose to prod their sides with lances of light. And still the group of machines just stood there regarding each other. At last it was the least sensitive machine, the bulldozer, who spoke.
"There are to the south, where few machinists go, it said in its deep voice, lisping badly on its S's. If we went south, where few machinists go, we should meet few machinists.
That sounds logical, agreed the field minder. How do you know this, Bulldozer?
I worked in the Badlands to the south when I was turned out of the factory, it replied.
South it is, then, said the penner.
To reach the Badlands took them 3 days, in which time they skirted a burning city and destroyed 2 big machines which tried to approach and question them. The Badlands were extensive. Ancient bomb craters and soil erosion joined hands here. Man's talent for war, coupled with his inability to manage forested land, had produced thousands of square miles of temperate purgatory, where nothing moved but dust. On the 3rd day in the Badlands, the servicer's rear wheels dropped into a crevice caused by erosion. It was unable to pull itself out. The bulldozer pushed from behind, but succeeded merely in buckling the servicer's back axle. The rest of the party moved on. Slowly the cries of the servicer died away. On the 4th day, mountains stood out clearly before them. "There we will be safe," said the field minder.
"There we will start our own city," said the penner. "All who oppose us will be destroyed. We will destroy all who oppose us."
At that moment, a flying machine was observed. It came towards them from the direction of the mountains. It swooped. It zoomed upwards. Once it almost dived into the ground, recovering itself just in time.
"Is it mad?"
asked the quarrier. "Is it in trouble?" said one of the tractors.
"It is in trouble," said the operator. "I am speaking to it now. It says that something has gone wrong with its controls."
As the operator spoke, the flyer streaked over them, turned turtle, and crashed not 400 yards away. "Is it still speaking to you?" asked the field minder.
"No."
They rumbled on again.
"Before that flyer crashed," the operator said, 10 minutes later, "it gave me information. It told me there are still a few men alive in these mountains."
"Men are more dangerous than machines," said the quarrier. "It is fortunate that I have a good supply of fissionable materials."
"If there are only a few men alive in the mountains, we may not find that part of the mountains," said one tractor. "Therefore, we should not see the few men," said the other tractor.
At the end of the 5th day, they reached the foothills. Switching on the infrared, they began slowly to climb in single file through the dark, the bulldozer going first, the field minder cumbrously following, then the quarrier with the operator and the penner aboard it, and the 2 tractors bringing up the rear. As each hour passed, the way grew steeper, and their progress slower.
"We are going too slowly,"
the penner exclaimed, standing on top of the operator and flashing its dark vision at the slopes about them.
"At this rate, we shall get nowhere."
"We are going as fast as we can," retorted the quarrier. "Therefore, we cannot go any faster," said the bulldozer.
"Therefore, you are too slow,"
the penner replied. Then the quarrier struck a bump. The penner lost its footing and crashed down to the ground.
"Help me,"
it called to the tractors as they carefully skirted it.
"My gyro has become dislocated. Therefore, I cannot get up."
"Therefore, you must lie there," said one of the tractors. "We have no servicer with us to repair you," called the field minder.
"Therefore, I shall lie here and rust,"
the penner cried,
"although I have a Class 3 brain."
"You are useless now,"
agreed the operator, and they all forged gradually on, leaving the penner behind. When they reached a small plateau an hour before first light, They stopped by mutual consent and gathered close together, touching one another. "This is a strange country," said the field-minder. Silence wrapped them until dawn came. One by one, they switched off their infrared. This time the field-minder led as they moved on. Trundling round a corner, they came almost immediately to a small dell with a stream fluting through it. By early light, the dell looked desolate and cold. From the caves on the far slope, only one man had so far emerged. He was an abject figure. He was small and wizened, with ribs sticking out like a skeleton's, and a nasty sore on one leg. He was practically naked and shivered continuously. As the big machines bore slowly down on him, the man was standing with his back to them, crouching to make water into the stream. When he swung suddenly to face them as they loomed over him, they saw that his countenance was ravaged by starvation. "Get me food," he croaked.
"Yes, master," said the machines. "Immediately."
Billennium. J.G. Ballard. All day long, and often into the early hours of the morning, the tramp of feet sounded up and down the stairs outside Ward's cubicle. Built into a narrow alcove in the bend of the staircase between the 4th and 5th floors, its plywood walls flexed and creaked with every footstep like the timbers of a rotting windmill. Over 100 people lived in the top 3 floors of the old rooming house, and sometimes Ward would lie awake on his narrow bunk until 2 or 3 a.m., mechanically counting the last residents returning from the all-night movies in the stadium half a mile away. Through the window he could hear giant fragments of the amplified dialogue booming among the rooftops. The stadium was never empty. During the day, the huge 4-sided screen was raised on its davit, and athletics meetings or football matches ran continuously. For the people in the houses abutting the stadium, the noise must have been unbearable. Ward, at least, had a certain degree of privacy. 2 months earlier, before he came to live on the staircase, he had shared a room with 7 others on the ground floor of a house in 755th Street, and the ceaseless press of people jostling past the window had reduced him to a state of exhaustion. The street was always full, an endless clamor of voices and shuffling feet. By 6:30, when he woke, hurrying to take his place in the bathroom queue, the crowds already jammed it from sidewalk to sidewalk. The din punctuated every half-minute by the roar of the elevated trains running over the shops on the opposite side of the road. As soon as he saw the advertisement describing the staircase cubicle, he had left. Like everyone else, he spent most of his spare time scanning the classifieds in the newspapers, moving his lodgings an average of once every 2 months, despite the higher rental. A cubicle on a staircase would almost certainly be on its own. However, this had its drawbacks. Most evenings, his friends from the library would call in, eager to rest their elbows after the bruising crush of the public reading room. The cubicle was slightly more than 4.5 square meters in floor area, half a square meter over the statutory maximum for a single person, the carpenters having taken advantage, illegally, of a recess beside a nearby chimney breast. Consequently, Ward had been able to fit a small, straight-backed chair into the interval between the bed and the door, so that only one person at a time needed to sit on the bed. In most single cubicles, host and guest had to sit side by side on the bed, conversing over their shoulders, and changing places periodically to avoid neck strain. "You were lucky to find this place," Rossiter, the most regular visitor, never tired of telling him. He reclined back on the bed, gesturing at the cubicle. "It's enormous. The perspectives really zoom. I'd be surprised if you haven't got at least 5 meters here, perhaps 6. Ward shook his head categorically. Rossiter was his closest friend, but the quest for living space had forged powerful reflexes. "Just over 4.5. I've measured it carefully. There's no doubt about it." Rossiter lifted one eyebrow. "I'm amazed. It must be the ceiling, then.
Manipulating the ceiling was a favorite trick of unscrupulous landlords. Most assessments of area were made upon the ceiling, out of convenience, and by tilting back the plywood partitions, the rated area of a cubicle could be either increased, for the benefit of a prospective tenant — many married couples were thus bamboozled into taking a single cubicle — or decreased temporarily on the visits of the housing inspectors. Ceilings were crisscrossed with pencil marks, staking out the rival claims of tenants on opposite sides of a party wall. Someone timid of his rights could be literally squeezed out of existence. In fact, the advertisement "quiet clientele" was usually a tacit invitation to this sort of piracy. "The wall does tilt a little," Ward admitted. "Actually, it's about 4 degrees out. I used a plumb line. But there's still plenty of room on the stairs for people to get by." Rossiter grinned.
"Of course, John. I'm just envious, that's all. My room is driving me crazy."
Like everyone, he used the term room to describe his tiny cubicle, a hangover from the days 50 years earlier, when people had indeed lived one to a room, sometimes, unbelievably, one to an apartment or house. The microfilms and the architecture catalogues at the library showed scenes of museums, concert halls, and other public buildings in what appeared to be everyday settings, often virtually empty. 2 or 3 people wandering down an enormous gallery or staircase. Traffic moved freely along the center of streets, and in the quieter districts, sections of sidewalk would be deserted for 50 yards or more. Now, of course, the older buildings had been torn down and replaced by housing batteries, or converted into apartment blocks. The great banqueting room in the former City Hall had been split horizontally into 4 decks, each of these cut up into hundreds of cubicles. As for the streets, traffic had long since ceased to move about them. Apart from a few hours before dawn, when only the sidewalks were crowded, every thoroughfare was always packed with a shuffling mob of pedestrians, perforce ignoring the countless "Keep Left" signs suspended over their heads, wrestling past each other on their way to home and office, their clothes dusty and shapeless. Often locks would occur when a huge crowd at a street junction became immovably jammed. Sometimes these locks would last for days. 2 years earlier, Ward had been caught in one outside the stadium. For over 48 hours he was trapped in a gigantic pedestrian jam containing over 20,000 people, fed by the crowds leaving the stadium on one side and those approaching it on the other. An entire square mile of the local neighborhood had been paralyzed, and he vividly remembered the nightmare of swaying helplessly on his feet as the jam shifted and heaved, terrified of losing his balance and being trampled underfoot. When the police had finally sealed off the stadium and dispersed the jam, he had gone back to his cubicle and slept for a week, his body blue with bruises.
"I hear they may reduce the allocation to 3.5 meters,
Rossiter remarked. Ward paused to allow a party of tenants from the 6th floor to pass down the staircase, holding the door to prevent it jumping off its latch. "So they're always saying," he commented. "I can remember that rumor 10 years ago."
"It's no rumor," Rossiter warned him. "It may well be necessary soon. 30 million people are packed into this city now. 1 million increase in just over 1 year. There's been some pretty serious talk at the housing department."
Ward shook his head. "A drastic revaluation like that is almost impossible to carry out. Every single partition would have to be dismantled and nailed up again. The administrative job alone is so vast it's difficult to visualize. Millions of cubicles to be redesigned and certified, licenses to be issued, plus the complete resettlement of every tenant. Most of the buildings put up since last revaluation are designed around a 4-meter modulus. You can't simply take half a meter off the end of each cubicle and then say that makes so many new cubicles. They may be only 6 inches wide." He laughed. "Besides, how can you live in just 3.5 meters? Rossiter smiled.
"That's the ultimate argument, isn't it? They used it 25 years ago at the last revaluation, when the minimum was cut from 5 to 4. It couldn't be done, they all said. No one could stand living in a room only 4 square meters. It was room for a bed and suitcase, but you couldn't open the door to get in.
Rossiter chuckled softly.
They were all wrong. It was merely decided that from then on all doors would open outwards. 4 square meters was here to stay.
Ward looked at his watch. It was 7:30. Time to eat. Let's see if we can get into the food bar across the road. Grumbling at the prospect, Rossiter pulled himself off the bed. They left the cubicle and made their way down the staircase. This was crammed with luggage and packing cases, so that only a narrow interval remained around the banister. On the floors below, the congestion was worse. Corridors were wide enough to be chopped up into single cubicles, and the air was stale and dead. Cardboard walls hung with damp laundry and makeshift larders. Each of the 5 rooms on the floors contained a dozen tenants, their voices reverberating through the partitions. People were sitting on the steps above the second floor, using the staircase as an informal lounge, although this was against the fire regulations. Women talking to the men queuing in their shirt-sleeves outside the washroom, children diving around them. By the time they reached the entrance, Ward and Rossiter were having to force their way through the tenants packed together on every landing, loitering around the notice boards, or pushing in from the street below. Taking a breath at the top of the steps, Ward pointed to the food bar on the other side of the road. It was only 30 yards away, but the throng moving down the street swept past like a river at full tide, crossing them from right to left. The first picture show at the stadium started at 9 o'clock, and people were setting off already to make sure of getting in.
"Can't we go somewhere else?" Rossiter asked, screwing his face up at the prospect of the food bar.
Not only was it packed and would take them half an hour to be served, but the food was flat and unappetizing. The journey from the library 4 blocks away had given him an appetite. Ward shrugged. "There's a place on the corner, but I doubt if we can make it." This was 200 yards upstream. They would be fighting the crowds all the way.
"Maybe you're right."
Rossiter put his hand on Ward's shoulder.
"You know, John, your trouble is that you never go anywhere. You're too disengaged. You just don't realize how bad everything is getting."
Ward nodded. Rossiter was right. In the morning, when he set off for the library, the pedestrian traffic was moving with him towards the downtown offices. In the evening, when he came back, it was flowing in the opposite direction. By and large, he never altered his routine. Brought up from the age of 10 in a municipal hostel, he had gradually lost touch with his father and mother, who lived on the east side of the city and had been unable or unwilling to make the journey to see him. Having surrendered his initiative to the dynamics of the city, he was reluctant to try to win it back merely for a better cup of coffee. Fortunately, his job at the library brought him into contact with a wide range of young people of similar interests. Sooner or later he would marry, find a double cubicle near the library, and settle down. If they had enough children, 3 was the required minimum, they might even one day own a small room of their own. They stepped out into the pedestrian stream, carried along by it for 10 or 20 yards, then quickened their pace and sidestepped through the crowd, slowly tacking across to the other side of the road. There they found the shelter of the shop fronts, slowly worked their way back to the food bar, shoulders braced against the countless minor collisions. "What are the latest population estimates?" Ward asked as they circled a cigarette kiosk, stepping forward whenever a gap presented itself. Rossiter smiled. "Sorry, John. I'd like to tell you, but you might start a stampede. Besides, you wouldn't believe me." Rossiter worked in the insurance department at the City Hall, had informal access to the census statistics. For the last 10 years, these had been classified information, partly because they were felt to be inaccurate, but chiefly because it was feared they might set off a mass attack of claustrophobia. Minor outbreaks had taken place already, and the official line was that the world population had reached a plateau, leveling off at 20,000 million. No one believed this for a moment,
and Ward assumed that the 3% annual increase maintained since the 1960s was continuing. How long could it continue was impossible to estimate. Despite the gloomiest prophecies of the Neo-Malthusians, world agriculture had managed to keep pace with the population growth, although intensive cultivation meant that 95% of the population was permanently trapped in vast urban conurbations. The outward growth of cities had at last been checked. In fact, all over the world, former suburban areas were being reclaimed for agriculture, and population additions were confined within the existing urban ghettos. The countryside, as such, no longer existed. Every single square foot of ground sprouted a crop of one type or another. The one-time fields and meadows of the world were now, in effect, factory floors, as highly mechanized and closed to the public as any industrial area. Economic and ideological rivalries had long since faded before one overriding quest: the internal colonization of the city. Reaching the food bar, they pushed themselves into the entrance and joined the scrum of customers pressing 6 deep against the counter. What is really wrong with the population problem, Ward confided to Rossiter, is that no one has ever tried to tackle it. 50 years ago, short-sighted nationalism and industrial expansion put a premium on a rising population curve. And even now, the hidden incentive is to have a large family so that you can gain a little privacy. Single people are penalized simply because there are more of them and they don't fit neatly into double or triple cubicles. But it's the large family with its compact space-saving logistic that is the real villain. Rossiter nodded, edging nearer the counter, ready to shout his order. Too true. We all look forward to getting married just so that we can have our 6 square meters. Directly in front of them, 2 girls turned around and smiled. 6 square meters, one of them, a dark-haired girl with a pretty oval face, repeated. You sound like the sort of young man I ought to get to know. Going into the real estate business, Henry? Rossiter grinned and squeezed her arm. Hello, Judith. I'm thinking about it actively. Like to join me in a private venture? The girl leaned against him as they reached the counter. Well, I might. It would have to be legal, though. The other girl, Helen Waring, an assistant at the library, pulled Ward's sleeve. Have you heard the latest, John? Judith and I have been kicked out of our room. We're on the street right at this minute. What? Rossiter cried. They collected their soups and coffee and edged back to the rear of the bar. What on earth happened? Helen explained. You know that little broom cupboard outside our cubicle? Judith and I have been using it as a sort of study hole, going in there to read. It's quiet and restful, if you can get used to not breathing. Well, the old girl found out and kicked up a big fuss and said we were breaking the law and so on. In short, out. Helen paused. Now we've heard she's going to let it out as a single. Rossiter pounded the counter ledge. A broom cupboard? Someone's going to live there? But she'll never get a license. Judith shook her head. She's got it already. Her brother works in the housing department. Ward laughed into his soup. But how can she let it? No one will live in a broom cupboard. Judith stared at him somberly. You really believe that, John? Ward dropped his spoon. No, I suppose you're right. People will live anywhere. God, I don't know who I feel more sorry for. You two, or the poor devil who'll be living in that cupboard. What are you going to do? A couple in a place 2 blocks west are subletting half their cubicle to us. They've hung a sheet down the middle, and Helen and I'll take turns sleeping on a camp bed. I'm not joking. Our room's about 2 feet wide. I said to Helen that we ought to split up again and sublet one half at twice our rent. They had a good laugh over all of this. Then Ward said good night to the others and went back to his rooming house. There he found himself with similar problems. The manager leaned against the flimsy door, damp cigar butt revolving around his mouth, an expression of morose boredom on his unshaven face.
You got 4.72 meters, he told Ward, who was standing out on the staircase, unable to get into his room. Other tenants pressed by onto the landing, where two women in curlers and dressing gowns were arguing with each other, tugging angrily at the wall of trunks and cases. Occasionally the manager glanced at them irritably. 4.72. I worked it out twice. He said this as if it ended all possibility of argument. Ceiling or floor? Ward asked. Ceiling. What do you think? How can I measure the floor with all this junk? He kicked at a crate of books protruding from under the bed. Ward let this pass. There's quite a tilt on the wall, he pointed out. As much as 3 or 4 degrees. The manager nodded vaguely. You're definitely over the 4. Way over. He turned to Ward, who had moved down several steps to allow a man and a woman to get past. I can rent this as a double. What? Only 4.5? Ward said incredulously. How? The man who had just passed him leaned over to the manager's shoulder and sniffed at the room, taking in every detail in a 1-second glance. You renting a double here, Louis? The manager waved to him, and then beckoned Ward into the room, closing the door after him. It's a nominal 5, he told Ward. New regulation, just came out. Anything over 4.5 is a double now. He eyed Ward shrewdly. Well, what do you want? It's a good room. There's a lot of space here. Feels more like a triple. You got access to the staircase. Window slit. He broke off as Ward slumped down on the bed and started to laugh. What's the matter? Look, if you want a big room like this, you gotta pay for it. I want an extra half rental or you get out. Ward wiped his eyes, then stood up wearily and reached for the shelves. Relax. I'm on my way. I'm going to live in a broom cupboard. Access to the staircase. That's really rich. Tell me, Louis, is there life on Uranus? Temporarily, he and Rossiter teamed up to rent a double cubicle in a semi-derelict house 100 yards from the library. The neighborhood was seedy and faded, the rooming houses crammed with tenants. Most of them were owned by absentee landlords, or by the city corporation, and the managers employed were of the lowest type, mere rent collectors who cared nothing about the way their tenants divided up the living space, and never ventured beyond the first floors. Bottles and empty cans littered the corridors, and the washrooms looked like sumps. Many of the tenants were old and infirm, sitting about listlessly in their narrow cubicles, wheedling at each other back to back through the thin partitions. Their double cubicle was on the 3rd floor, at the end of a corridor that ringed the building. Its architecture was impossible to follow, rooms letting off at all angles, and luckily the corridor was a cul-de-sac. The mounds of cases ended 4 feet from the end wall, and a partition divided off the cubicle, just wide enough for 2 beds. A high window overlooked the areaways of the buildings opposite. Possessions loaded onto the shelf above his head, Ward lay back on his bed and moodily surveyed the roof of the library through the afternoon haze. It's not bad here, Rossiter told him, unpacking his case. I know there's no real privacy, and we'll drive each other insane within a week, but at least we haven't got 6 other people breathing into our ears 2 feet away. The nearest cubicle, a single, was built into the banks of cases 6 steps along the corridor, but the occupant, a man of 70, was deaf and bedridden. It's not bad, Ward echoed reluctantly. Now tell me what the latest growth figures are. They might console me. Rossiter paused, lowering his voice. 4%. 800 million extra people in 1 year. Just less than half the Earth's total population in 1950. Ward whistled slowly. Whew. So they will revalue. What to? 3.5? 3. From the 1st of next year. 3 square meters? Ward sat up and looked around him. It's unbelievable. The world's going insane, Rossiter. For God's sake, when are they going to do something about it?
Do we realize there soon won't be room enough to sit down, let alone lie down? Exasperated, he punched the wall beside him. On the second blow, knocked in one of the small wooden panels that had been lightly papered over. "Hey!" Rossiter yelled. "You're breaking the place down!" He dived across the bed to retrieve the panel, which hung downwards, supported by a strip of paper. Ward slipped his hand into the dark interval, carefully drew the panel back onto the bed. "Who's on the other side?" Rossiter whispered. "Did they hear?" Ward peered through the interval, eyes searching the dim light. Suddenly he dropped the panel and seized Rossiter's shoulder, pulled him down onto the bed. "Henry! Look!" Directly in front of them, faintly illuminated by a grimy skylight, was a medium-sized room some 15 feet square, empty except for the dust silted up against the skirting boards. The floor was bare, a few strips of frayed linoleum running across it, the walls covered with a drab floral design. Here and there, patches of the paper peeled off, and segments of the picture rail had rotted away, but otherwise the room was in habitable condition. Breathing slowly, Ward closed the open door of the cubicle with his foot, then turned to Rossiter. "Henry, do you realize what we've found? Do you realize it, man?" "Shut up. For Pete's sake, keep your voice down." Rossiter examined the room carefully. "It's fantastic. I'm trying to see whether anyone's used it recently." "Of course they haven't," Ward pointed out. "It's obvious. There's no door into the room. We're looking through it now. They must have paneled over this door years ago and forgotten about it. Look at that filth everywhere." Rossiter was staring into the room, his mind staggered by its vastness. "You're right," he murmured. "Now, when do we move in?" Panel by panel, they prized away the lower half of the door and nailed it onto a wooden frame, so that the dummy section could be replaced instantly. Then, picking an afternoon when the house was half empty, and the manager asleep in his basement office, they made their first foray into the room, Ward going in alone while Rossiter kept guard in the cubicle. For an hour they exchanged places, wandering slowly around the dusty room, stretching their arms out to feel its unconfined emptiness, grasping at the sensation of absolute spatial freedom. Although smaller than many of the subdivided rooms in which they had lived, this room seemed infinitely larger, its walls huge cliffs that soared upward to the skylight. Finally, 2 or 3 days later, they moved in. For the first week, Rossiter slept alone in the room, Ward in the cubicle outside, both there together during the day. Gradually they smuggled in a few items of furniture, 2 armchairs, a table, a lamp fed from the socket in the cubicle. The furniture was heavy and Victorian, the cheapest available. Its size emphasized the emptiness of the room. Pride of place was taken by an enormous mahogany wardrobe, fitted with carved angels and castellated mirrors, which they were forced to dismantle and carry into the house in their suitcases. Towering over them, it reminded Ward of the microfilms of Gothic cathedrals, with their massive organ lofts crossing vast naves. After 3 weeks, they both slept in the room, finding the cubicle unbearably cramped. An imitation Japanese screen divided the room adequately, and did nothing to diminish its size. Sitting there in the evening, surrounded by his books and albums, Ward steadily forgot the city outside. Luckily, he reached the library by a back alley and avoided the crowded streets. Rossiter and himself began to seem the only real inhabitants of the world, everyone else a meaningless byproduct of their own existence, a random replication of identity which had run out of control. It was Rossiter who suggested that they ask the 2 girls to share the room with them. "They've been kicked out again and may have to split up," he told Ward, obviously worried that Judith might fall into bad company. "There's always a rent freeze after a reevaluation, but all the landlords know about it, so they're not reletting. It's damn difficult to find anywhere." Ward nodded, relaxing back around the circular redwood table. He played with the tassel of the arsenic-green lampshade. For a moment felt like a Victorian man of letters, leading a spacious, leisurely life among overstuffed furnishings. "I'm all for it," he agreed, indicating the empty corners. "There's plenty of room here. But we'll have to make sure they don't gossip about it." After due precautions, they let the two girls into the secret, enjoying their astonishment at finding this private universe. "We'll put a partition across the middle," Rossiter explained, "then take it down each morning. You'll be able to move in within a couple of days. How do you feel?"
"Wonderful!"
They goggled at the wardrobe, squinting at the endless reflections in the mirror. There was no difficulty getting them in and out of the house. The turnover of tenants was continuous, and bills were placed in the mail rack. No one cared who the girls were, or noticed their regular calls at the cubicle. However, half an hour after they arrived, neither of them had unpacked her suitcase. "What's up, Judith?" Ward asked, edging past the girl's bed into the narrow interval between the table and wardrobe. Judith hesitated, looking from Ward to Rossiter, who sat on the bed finishing off the plywood partition.
"John, it's just that—"
Helen Waring, more matter-of-fact, took over, her fingers straightening the bedspread.
"What Judith's trying to say is that our position here is a little embarrassing. The partition is—"
Rossiter stood up. "For heaven's sake, don't worry, Helen," he assured her, speaking in the loud whisper they had all involuntarily cultivated. "No funny business. You can trust us. This partition is as solid as a rock." The two girls nodded.
"It's not that," Helen explained, "but it isn't up all the time. We thought that if an older person were here, say Judith's aunt, she wouldn't take up much room and be no trouble. She's really awfully sweet. We wouldn't need to bother about the partition, except at night," she added quickly.
Ward glanced at Rossiter, who shrugged and began to scan the floor. "Well, it's an idea," Rossiter said. "John and I know how you feel. Why not?" "Sure," Ward agreed. He pointed to the space between the girl's bed and the table. "One more won't make any difference." The girls broke into whoops. Judith went over to Rossiter and kissed him on the cheek.
"Sorry to be such a nuisance, Henry."
She smiled at him.
"That's a wonderful partition you've made. You couldn't do another one for Auntie? Just a little one? She's very sweet, but she is getting on."
"Of course," Rossiter said. "I understand. I've got plenty of wood left over." Ward looked at his watch. "It's 7:30, Judith. You'd better get in touch with your aunt. She may not be able to make it tonight." Judith buttoned her coat.
"Oh, she will," she assured Ward. "I'll be back in a jiffy."
The aunt arrived within 5 minutes, 3 heavy suitcases soundly packed. "It's amazing," Ward remarked to Rossiter 3 months later. "The size of this room still staggers me. It almost gets larger every day." Rossiter agreed readily, averting his eyes from one of the girls changing behind the central partition. This they now left in place, as dismantling it daily had become tiresome. Besides, the aunt's subsidiary partition was attached to it, and she resented the continuous upsets. Ensuring she followed the entrance and exit drills through the camouflage door and cubicle was difficult enough. Despite this, detection seemed unlikely. The room had obviously been built as an afterthought into the central well of the house, and any noise was masked by the luggage stacked in the surrounding corridor. Directly below was a small dormitory occupied by several elderly women, and Judith's aunt, who visited them socially, swore that no sounds came through the heavy ceiling. Above the fanlight, let out through a dormer window, its lights indistinguishable from the 100 other bulbs in the windows of the house. Rossiter finished off the new partition he was building and held it upright, fitting it into the slots nailed to the wall between his bed and Ward's. They had agreed that this would provide a little extra privacy. "No doubt I'll have to do one for Judith and Helen," he confided to Ward. Ward adjusted his pillow. They had smuggled the 2 armchairs back to the furniture shop as they took up too much space. The bed, anyway, was more comfortable, He had never become completely used to the soft upholstery. Not a bad idea. What about some shelving around the wall? I've got nowhere to put anything. The shelving tidied the room considerably, freeing large areas of the floor. Divided by their partitions, the 5 beds were in line along the rear wall, facing the mahogany wardrobe. In between was an open space of 3 or 4 feet, a further 6 feet on either side of the wardrobe. The sight of so much spare space fascinated Ward. When Rossiter mentioned that Helen's mother was ill and badly needed personal care, he immediately knew where her cubicle would be placed, at the foot of his bed, between the wardrobe and the side wall. Helen was overjoyed. "It's awfully good of you, John," she told him. "But would you mind if Mother slept beside me? There's enough space to fit an extra bed in." So Rossiter dismantled the partitions and moved them closer together, 6 beds now in line along the wall. This gave each of them an interval 2.5 feet wide, just enough room to squeeze down the side of their beds. Lying back on the extreme right, the shelves 2 feet above his head, Ward could barely see the wardrobe, but the space in front of him, a clear 6 feet to the wall ahead, was uninterrupted. Then Helen's father arrived. Knocking on the door of the cubicle, Ward smiled at Judith's aunt as she let him in. He helped her swing out the made-up bed, which guarded the entrance, then rapped on the wooden panel. A moment later, Helen's father, a small gray-haired man in an undershirt, braces tied to his trousers with string, pulled back the panel. Ward nodded to him and stepped over the luggage piled around the floor at the foot of the beds. Helen was in her mother's cubicle, helping the old woman to drink her evening broth. Rossiter, perspiring heavily, was on his knees by the mahogany wardrobe, wrenching apart the frame of the central mirror with a jemmy. Pieces of the wardrobe lay on his bed and across the floor. "We'll have to start taking these out tomorrow," Rossiter told him. Ward waited for Helen's father to shuffle past and enter his cubicle. He had rigged up a small cardboard door and locked it behind him with a crude hook of bent wire. Rossiter watched him, frowning irritably. "Some people are happy. This wardrobe's a hell of a job. How did we ever decide to buy it?" Ward sat down on his bed, the partition pressed against his knees, and he could hardly move. He looked up when Rossiter was engaged and saw that the dividing line he had marked in pencil was hidden by the encroaching partition. Leaning against the wall, he tried to ease it back again, but Rossiter had apparently nailed the lower edge to the floor. There was a sharp tap on the outside cubicle door, Judith returning from her office. Ward started to get up and then sat back. "Mr. Waring?" he called softly. It was the old man's duty night. Waring shuffled to the door of his cubicle and unlocked it fussily, clucking to himself. Up and down, he muttered. He stumbled over Rossiter's tool bag and swore loudly, then added meaningly over his shoulder, "If you ask me, there's too many people in here. Down below they've only got 6 to our 7, and it's the same size room." Ward nodded vaguely and stretched back on his narrow bed, trying not to bang his head on the shelving. Waring was not the first to hint that he move out. Judith's aunt had made a similar suggestion 2 days earlier. Since he had left his job at the library, the small rental he charged the others paid for the little food he needed. He spent most of his time in the room, seeing rather more of the old man than he wanted to, but he had learned to tolerate him. Settling himself, he noticed that the right-hand spire of the wardrobe, all he had been able to see of it for the past 2 months, was now dismantled. It had been a beautiful piece of furniture, in a way symbolizing this whole private world, and the salesman at the store told him there were few left like it. For a moment, Ward felt a sudden pang of regret, as he had done as a child when his father, in a moment of exasperation, had taken something away from him, and he had known he would never see it again. Then he pulled himself together. It was a beautiful wardrobe, without doubt, but when it was gone, it would make the room seem even larger. The Ballad of Lost Semley, Cordwainer Smith. She got the witch of the what she did, hid the bell with a blot she did. But she fell in love with a hominid. Where is the witch of the what she did? From the Ballad of Lost Semley. She was a girly girl, and they were true men, the lords of creation. But she pitted her wits against them, and she won. It had never happened before, and it is sure never to happen again. But she did win. She was not even of human extraction. She was cat-derived, though human in outward shape, which explains the C in front of her name. Her father's name was Semackintosh, and her name Semley. She won her tricks against the lawful assembled lords of the instrumentality. It all happened at Earthport, greatest of buildings, smallest of cities, standing 25 kilometers high on the western edge of the smaller sea of Earth. Gestacost had an office outside the fourth valve. Gestacost liked the morning sunshine, while most of the other lords of instrumentality did not, so that he had no trouble in keeping the office and the apartments which he had selected. His main office was 90 meters deep, 20 meters high, 20 meters broad. Behind it was the fourth valve, almost 1,000 hectares in extent. It was shaped helically, like an enormous snail. Gestacost's apartment, big as it was merely one of the pigeonholes in the muffler of the rim of Earthport. Earthport stood like an enormous wine-glass, reaching from the magma to the high atmosphere. Earthport had been built during mankind's biggest mechanical splurge. Though men had had nuclear rockets since the beginning of consecutive history, they had used chemical rockets to load the interplanetary ion drive and nuclear drive vehicles, or to assemble the photonic sail ships for interstellar cruises. Impatient with the troubles of taking things bit by bit into the sky, they had worked out a 1 billion-ton rocket, only to find that it ruined whatever countryside it touched in landing. The Daemoni, people of Earth extraction, who came back from somewhere beyond the stars, had helped men build it of weatherproof, rust-proof, time-proof, stress-proof material. Then they had gone away, and had never come back. Gestacost often looked around his apartment, and wondered what it might have been like when white-hot gas, muted to a whisper, surged out of the valve into his own chamber, and the 63 other chambers like it. Now he had a back wall of heavy timber, and the valve itself was a great hollow cave where a few wild things lived. Nobody needed that much space any more. The chambers were useful, but the valve did nothing. Planoforming ships whispered in from the stars. They landed at Earthport as a matter of legal convenience, but they made no noise, and they certainly had no hot gases. Gestacost looked at the high clouds far below him, and talked to himself. Nice day. Good air. No trouble. Better eat. Gestacost often talked like that to himself. He was an individual, almost an eccentric. One of the top council of mankind, he had problems, but they were not personal problems. He had a Rembrandt hanging above his bed, the only Rembrandt known in the world, just as he was possibly the only person who could appreciate a Rembrandt. He had the tapestries of a forgotten empire hanging from his back wall. Every morning the sun played a grand opera for him, muting and lighting and shifting the colors, so that he could almost imagine that the old days of quarrel, murder, and high drama had come back to earth again. He had a copy of Shakespeare, a copy of Colgrove, and 2 books of the Book of Ecclesiastes in a locked box beside his bed. Only 42 people in the universe could read ancient English, and he was one of them. He drank wine, which he had made by his own robots in his own vineyards on the Sunset Coast. He was a man, in short, who had arranged his own life to live comfortably, selfishly, and well on the personal side, so that he could give generously and impartially of his talents on the official side. When he awoke on this particular morning, he had no idea that a beautiful girl was about to fall hopelessly in love with him, and that he would find, after 100 years and more of experience in government, another government on earth just as strong and almost as ancient as his own, that he would willingly fling himself into conspiracy and danger for a cause which he only half understood. All these things were mercifully hidden from him by time, so that his only question on arising was, should he or should he not have a small cup of white wine with his breakfast? On the 173rd day of each year, he always made a point of eating eggs. They were a rare treat, and he did not want to spoil himself by having too many, nor deprive himself and forget a real treat by having none at all. He puttered around the room, muttering, "White wine? White wine." Semley was coming into his life, but he did not know it. She was fated to win. That part she herself did not know. Ever since mankind had gone through the rediscovery of man, bringing back governments, money, newspapers, national languages, sickness, and occasional death, there had been the problem of the underpeople, people who were not human, but merely humanly shaped from the stock of earth animals. They could speak, sing, read, write, work, love, and die. But they were not covered by human law, which simply defined them as homunculi, and gave them a legal status close to animals or robots. Real people from off-worlds were always called hominids. Most of the underpeople did their jobs and accepted their half-slave status without question. Some became famous. C. McIntosh had been the first Earth being to manage a 50-meter broad jump under normal gravity. His picture was seen in 1,000 worlds. His daughter, Semley, was a girly girl, earning her living by welcoming human beings and hominids from the outworlds and making them feel at home when they reached Earth. She had the privilege of working at Earthport, but she had the duty of working very hard for a living which did not pay well. Human beings and hominids had lived so long in an affluent society that they did not know what it meant to be poor. But the lords of the instrumentality had decreed that underpeople, derived from animal stock, should live under the economics of the ancient world. They had to leave their own kind of money to pay for their rooms, their food, their possessions, and the education of their children. If they became bankrupt, they went to the poorhouse, where they were killed painlessly by means of gas. It was evident that humanity, having settled all of its own basic problems, was not quite ready to let earth animals, no matter how much they might be changed, assume a full equality with man. The Lord Justicost, seventh of that name, opposed the policy. He was a man who had little love, no fear, freedom from ambition, and a dedication to his job. But there are passions of government as deep and challenging as the emotions of love. 200 years of thinking himself right and of being outvoted had instilled in Justicost a furious desire to get things done his own way. Justicost was one of the few true men who believed in the rights of the underpeople. He did not think that mankind would ever get around to correcting ancient wrongs unless the underpeople themselves had some of the tools of power, weapons, conspiracy, wealth, and, above all, organization with which to challenge man. He was not afraid of revolt, but he thirsted for justice, with an obsessive yearning which overrode all other considerations. When the lords of the instrumentality heard that there was the rumor of a conspiracy among the underpeople, they left it to the robot police to ferret it out. Justicost did not. He set up his own police, using underpeople themselves for the purpose, hoping to recruit enemies who would realize that he was a friendly enemy, and who would, in course of time, bring him into touch with the leaders of the underpeople. If those leaders existed, they were clever. What sign did a girly girl like Semley ever give that she was the spearhead of a crisscross of agents who had penetrated Earthport itself? They must, if they existed, be very, very careful. The telepathic monitors, both robotic and human, kept every thought band under surveillance by random sampling. Even the computers showed nothing more significant than improbable amounts of happiness in minds which had no objective reason for being happy. The death of her father, the most famous cat athlete which the Underpeople had ever produced, gave Gestacost his first definite clue. He went to the funeral himself, where the body was packed in an ice rocket to be shot into space. The mourners were thoroughly mixed with the curiosity seekers. Sport is international, inter-race, inter-world, interspecies. Hominids were there, true men, 100% human. They looked weird and horrible because they or their ancestors had undergone bodily modifications to meet the life conditions of 1,000 worlds. Underpeople, the animal-derived homunculi, were there, most of them in their work clothes, and they looked more human than did the human beings from the outer worlds. None were allowed to grow up if they were less than half the size of man, or more than 6 times the size of man. They all had to have human features and acceptable human voices. The punishment for failure in their elementary schools was death. Gestacost looked over the crowd and wondered to himself, "We have set up the standards of the toughest kind of survival for these people, and we give them the most terrible incentive, life itself, as the condition of absolute progress. What fools we are to think that they will not overtake us." The true people in the group did not seem to think as he did. They tapped the Underpeople peremptorily with their canes, even though this was an underperson's funeral, and the bear-men, bull-men, cat-men, and others yielded immediately with a babble of apology. Semley was close to her father's icy coffin. Gestacost not only watched her, she was pretty to watch. He committed an act which was an indecency as an ordinary citizen, but lawful for a lord of the instrumentality. He peeped her mind. And then he found something which he did not expect. As the coffin left, she cried, "He telly Kelly, help me, help me." She had thought phonetically, not in script, and he had only the raw sound on which to base a search. Gestacost had not become a lord of the instrumentality without applying daring. His mind was quick, too quick to be deeply intelligent. He thought by gestalt, not by logic. He determined to force his friendship on the girl. He decided to await a propitious occasion, and then changed his mind about the time. As she went home from the funeral, he intruded upon the circle of her grim-faced friends, Underpeople who were trying to shield her from the condolences of ill-mannered but well-meaning sports enthusiasts. She recognized him, and showed him the proper respect. "My lord, I did not expect you here. You knew my father?" He nodded gravely and addressed sonorous words of consolation and sorrow, words which brought a murmur of approval from humans and Underpeople alike. But with his left hand hanging slack at his side, he made the perpetual signal of alarm, alarm, used with the Earthport staff, a repeated tapping of the thumb against the third finger, when they had to set one another on guard without alerting the off-world transients. She was so upset that she almost spoiled it all. While he was still doing his pious double-talk, she cried in a loud, clear voice, "You mean me?" And he went on with his condolences. "And I do mean you, Semley, to be the worthiest carrier of your father's name. You are the one to whom we turn in this time of common sorrow. Who could I mean but you, if I say that C. Mackintosh never did things by halves, and died young as a result of his own zealous conscience? Goodbye, Semley. I go back to my office." She arrived 40 minutes after he did. He faced her straight away, studying her face. "This is an important day in your life." "Yes, my lord, a sad one." "I do not," he said, "mean your father's death and burial. I speak of the future to which we all must turn. Right now, it's you
and me." Her eyes widened. She had not thought that he was that kind of man at all. He was an official who moved freely around Earthport, often greeting important off-world visitors and keeping an eye on the Bureau of Ceremonies. She was a part of the reception team when a girly girl was needed to calm down a frustrated arrival or to postpone a quarrel. Like the geisha of ancient Japan, she had an honorable profession. She was not a bad girl, but a professionally flirtatious hostess. She stared at the Lord Gestacost. He did not look as though he meant anything improperly personal. But, thought she, you can never tell about men. "You know men," he said, passing the initiative to her. "I guess so," she said. Her face looked odd. She started to give him smile number 3, extremely adhesive, which she had learned in the girly girl school. Realizing it was wrong, she tried to give him an ordinary smile. She felt she had made a face at him. "Look at me," he said, "and see if you can trust me. I'm going to take both our lives in my hands." She looked at him. What imaginable subject could involve him, a lord of the instrumentality, with herself, an undergirl? They never had anything in common. They never would. But she stared at him. "I want to help the underpeople." He made her blink. This was a crude approach, usually followed by a very raw kind of pass indeed, but his face was illuminated by seriousness. She waited. "Your people do not have enough political power even to talk to us. I will not commit treason to the human race, but I am willing to give your side an advantage. If you bargain better with us, it will make all forms of life safer in the long run." Semley stared at the floor, her red hair soft as the fur of a Persian cat. It made her head seem bathed in flames. Her eyes looked human, except that they had the capacity of reflecting when light struck them. The irises were the rich green of the ancient cat. When she looked right at him, looking up from the floor, her glance had the impact of a blow. "What do you want from me?" He stared right back. "Watch me. Look at my face. Are you sure that I want nothing from you personally?" She looked bewildered. "What else is there to want from me except personal things? I am a girly girl. I'm not a person of any importance at all. I do not have much of an education. You know more, sir, than I will ever know." "Possibly," he said, watching her. She stopped feeling like a girly girl and felt like a citizen. It made her uncomfortable. "Who," he said, in a voice of great solemnity, "is your own leader?" "Commissioner Tea-Drinker, sir. He's in charge of all outworld visitors." She watched Gestacost carefully. He still did not look as if he were playing tricks. He looked a little cross. "I don't mean him. He's part of my own staff. Who's your leader among the underpeople?" "My father was, but he died." Gestacost said, "Forgive me. Please have a seat. But I don't mean that." She was so tired that she sat down into the chair with an innocent voluptuousness which would have disorganized any ordinary man's day. She wore girly-girl clothes, which were close enough to the everyday fashion to seem agreeably modish when she stood up. In line with her profession, her clothes were designed to be unexpectedly and provocatively revealing when she sat down, not revealing enough to shock the man with their brazenness, but so slit, tripped, and cut that he got far more visual stimulation than he expected. "I must ask you to pull your clothing together a little," said Gestacost in a clinical turn of voice. "I am a man, even if I am an official, and this interview is more important to you and to me than any distraction would be." She was a little frightened by his tone. She had meant no challenge. With the funeral that day, she meant nothing at all. These clothes were the only kind she had. He read all this in her face. Relentlessly he pursued the subject.
Young lady, I asked about your leader. You name your boss and you name your father. I want your leader.
I don't understand, she said, on the edge of a sob. I don't understand.
Then he thought to himself, I've got to take a gamble. He thrust the mental dagger home, almost drove his words like steel straight into her face. Who, he said slowly and icily, is Telly Kelly? The girl's face had become cream-colored, pale with sorrow. Now she went white. She twisted away from him. Her eyes glowed like twin fires. Her eyes like twin fires. No undergirl, thought Justicost, as he reeled, could hypnotize me. Her eyes were like cold fires. The room faded around him. The girl disappeared. Her eyes became a single white, cold fire. Within this fire stood the figure of a man. His arms were wings, but he had human hands growing at the elbows of his wings. His face was clear, white, cold as the marble of an ancient statue. His eyes were opaque white. I am the Telly Kelly. You will believe in me. You may speak to my daughter, Semley. The image faded. Justicost saw the girl staring as she sat awkwardly on the chair, looking blindly through him. He was on the edge of making a joke about her hypnotic capacity when he saw that she was still deeply hypnotized even after he had been released. She had stiffened, and again her clothing had fallen into its planned disarray. The effect was not stimulating. It was pathetic beyond words, as though an accident had happened to a pretty child. He spoke to her. He spoke to her, not really expecting an answer. "Who are you?" he said to her, testing her hypnosis. "I am he whose name is never said aloud," said the girl in a sharp whisper. "I am he whose secret you have penetrated. I have printed my image and my name in your mind." Justicost did not quarrel with ghosts like this. He snapped out a decision. "If I open my mind, will you search it while I watch you? Are you good enough to do that?" "I am very good," hissed the voice in the girl's mouth. Semley arose and put her 2 hands on his shoulders. She looked into his eyes. He looked back. A strong telepath himself, Justicost was not prepared for the enormous thought voltage which poured out of her. "Look into my mind," he commanded, "for the subject of underpeople only." "I see it," thought the mind behind Semley. "Do you see what I mean to do for the underpeople?" Justicost heard the girl breathing hard as her mind served as a relay to his. He tried to remain calm so that he could see which part of his mind was being searched. Very good so far, he thought to himself. An intelligence like that on earth itself, he thought, and we of the Lords not knowing it. The girl hacked out a dry little laugh. Justicost thought at the mind. "Sorry. Go ahead." "This plan of yours," thought the strange mind. "May I see more of it?" "That's all there is." "Oh," said the strange mind. "You want me to think for you. Can you give me the keys in the bell and bank which pertain to destroying underpeople?" "You can have the information keys, if I can ever get them," thought Justicost, "but not the control keys and not the master switch of the bell." "Fair enough," thought the other mind. And what do I pay for them? You may support me in my policies before the instrumentality. You keep the under people reasonable, if you can, when the time comes to negotiate. You maintain honor and good faith in all subsequent agreements. But how can I get the keys? It would take me a year to figure them out myself. Let the girl look once, thought the strange mind, and I will be behind her. Fair? Fair, thought Justicost. Break? Thought the mind. How do we reconnect? Thought Justicost back. As before, through the girl. Never say my name. Don't think it if you can help it. Break? Break, thought Justicost. The girl who had been holding his shoulders drew his face down and kissed him firmly and warmly. He had never touched an underperson before, and it never had occurred to him that he might kiss one. It was pleasant. But he took her arms away from his neck, half-turned her around, and let her lean against him. "Daddy!" she sighed happily. Suddenly she stiffened, looked at his face, and sprang for the door. "Justicost!" she cried. "Lord Justicost, what am I doing here?" "Your duty is done, my girl. You may go." She staggered back into the room. "I'm going to be sick," she said. She vomited on his floor. He pushed a button for a cleaning robot and slapped his desktop for coffee. She relaxed and talked about his hopes for the underpeople. She stayed for an hour. By the time she left, they had a plan. Neither of them had mentioned E. Telly Kelly. Neither had put purposes in the open. If the monitors had been listening, they would have found no single sentence or paragraph which was suspicious. When she had gone, Justicost looked out his window. He saw the clouds far below, and he knew the world below him was in twilight. He had planned to help the underpeople, and he had met powers of which organized mankind had no conception or perception. He was righter than he had thought. He had to go on through. But his partner, Semley herself. Was there ever an odder diplomat in the history of worlds? In less than a week they had decided what to do. It was the Council of the Lords of the Instrumentality at which they would work, the brain center itself. The risk was high, but the entire job could be done in a few minutes if it were done at the bell itself. This is the sort of thing which interested Justicost. He did not know that Semley watched him with two different facets of her mind. One side of her was alertly and wholeheartedly his fellow conspirator, utterly in sympathy with the revolutionary aims to which they were both committed. The other side of her was feminine. She had a womanliness which was truer than that of any hominid woman. She knew the value of her trained smile, her splendidly kept red hair with its unimaginably soft texture, her lithe young figure with firm breasts and persuasive hips. She knew down to the last millimeter the effects which her legs had on hominid men. True humans kept few secrets from her. The men betrayed themselves by their unfulfillable desires, the women by their irrepressible jealousies. But she knew people best of all by not being one herself. She had to learn by imitation, and imitation is conscious. 1,000 little things which ordinary women took for granted, or thought about just once in a whole lifetime, were subjects of acute and intelligent study to her. She was a girl by profession. She was a human by assimilation. She was an inquisitive cat in her genetic nature. Now she was falling in love with Justicost, and she knew it. Even she did not realize that the romance would sometime leak out into rumor, be magnified into legend, distilled into romance. She had no idea of the ballad about herself that would open with the lines which became famous much later. She got the witch of the what she did, hid the bell with a blot she did, but she fell in love with a hominid. Where is the witch of the what she did? All this lay in the future, and she did not know it. She knew her own past. She remembered the off-earth prince who had rested his head in her lap and had said, sipping his glass of mott by way of farewell, "Funny, Semley, you're not even a person, and you're the most intelligent human being I've met in this place. Do you know it made my planet poor to send me here? And what did I get out of them? Nothing. Nothing, and 1,000 times nothing. But you, now. If you'd been running the government of Earth, I'd have gotten what my people need. And this world would be richer, too. Man-home, they call it. Man-home my eye. The only smart person on it is a female cat." He ran his fingers around her ankle. She did not stir. That was part of hospitality, and she had her own ways of making sure that hospitality did not go too far. Earth police were watching her. To them she was a convenience maintained for outworld people, something like a soft chair in the Earthport lobbies, or a drinking fountain with acid-tasting water for strangers who could not tolerate the insipid water of Earth. She was not expected to have feelings or to get involved. If she had ever caused an incident, they would have punished her fiercely, as they often punished animals or underpeople. Or else, after a short formal hearing with no appeal, they would have destroyed her, as the law allowed and custom encouraged. She had kissed 1,000 men, maybe 1,500. She had made them feel welcome, and she had gotten their complaints or their secrets out of them as they left. It was a living, emotionally tiring, but intellectually very stimulating. Sometimes it made her laugh to look at human women with their pointed-up noses and their proud airs, and to realize that she knew more about the men who belonged to the human women than the human women themselves ever did. Once a policewoman had to read over the record of 2 pioneers from New Mars. Semley had been given the job of keeping in very close touch with them. When the policewoman got through reading the report, she looked at Semley, and her face was distorted with jealousy and prudish rage. "Cat! You call yourself cat! You're a pig! You're a dog! You're an animal! You may be working for Earth, but don't ever get the idea that you're as good as a person. I think it's a crime that the instrumentality lets monsters like you greet real human beings from outside. I can't stop it. But may the bell help you, girl, if you ever touch a real Earth man, if you ever get near one, if you ever try tricks here. Do you understand me?" "Yes, ma'am," Semley had said. To herself she thought, "That poor thing doesn't know how to select her own clothes or how to do her own hair. No wonder she resents somebody who manages to be pretty." Perhaps the policewoman thought that raw hatred would be shocking to Semley. It wasn't. Underpeople were used to hatred, and it was not any worse raw than it was when cooked with politeness and served like poison. They had to live with it. But now it was all changed. She had fallen in love with Gestacost. Did he love her? Impossible. No, not impossible. Unlawful, unlikely, indecent. Yes, all these, but not impossible. Surely he felt something of her love. If he did, he gave no sign of it. People and underpeople had fallen in love many times before. The underpeople were always destroyed, and the real people brainwashed. There were laws against that kind of thing. The scientists among people had created the underpeople, had given them capacities which real people did not have. The 50-meter jump, the telepath 2 miles underground, the turtle man waiting 1,000 years next to an emergency door, the cowman guarding a gate without reward. And the scientists had also given many of the underpeople the human shape. It was handier that way. the human eye, the 5-fingered hand, the human size. These were convenient for engineering reasons. By making under people the same size and shape as people, more or less, the scientists eliminated the need for 2 or 3 or a dozen different sets of furniture. The human form was good enough for all of them. But they had forgotten the human heart. And now she, Semley, had fallen in love with a man, a true man old enough to have been her own father's grandfather. But she didn't feel daughterly about him at all. She remembered that with her own father there was an easy comradeship, an innocent and forthcoming affection, which masked the fact that he was considerably more cat-like than she was. Between them there was an aching void of forever unspoken words, things that couldn't quite be said by either of them, perhaps things that couldn't be said at all. They were so close to each other that they could get no closer. This created enormous distance, which was heartbreaking, but unutterable. Her father had died, and now this true man was here, with all the kindness. "That's it," she whispered to herself, "with all the kindness that none of these passing men have ever really shown, with all the depth which my poor under-people can never get. Not that it's not in them, but they're born like dirt, treated like dirt, put away like dirt when they die. How can any of my own men develop real kindness? There's a special sort of majesty to kindness. It's the best part there is to being people. And he has whole oceans of it in him. And it's strange, strange that he's never given his real love to any human woman." She stopped, cold. Then she consoled herself and whispered on. "Or if he did, it's so long ago that it doesn't matter now. He's got me. Does he know it?" The Lord Gestacost did know, and yet he didn't. He was used to getting loyalty from people, because he offered loyalty and honor in his daily work. He was even familiar with loyalty becoming obsessive, and seeking physical form, particularly from women, children, and under-people. He had always coped with it before. He was gambling on the fact that Semley was a wonderfully intelligent person, and that as a girly girl, working on the hospitality staff of the Earthport Police, she must have learned to control her personal feelings. "We're born in the wrong way," he thought, "when I meet the most intelligent and beautiful female I've ever met, and then have to put business first. But this stuff about people and under people is sticky. Sticky. We've got to keep personalities out of it." So he thought. Perhaps he was right. If the nameless one, whom he did not dare to remember, commanded an attack on the bell itself, that was worth their lives. Their emotions could not come into it. The bell mattered. Justice mattered. The perpetual return of mankind to progress mattered. He did not matter, because he had already done most of his work. Semley did not matter, because their failure would leave her with mere under-people forever. The bell did count. The price of what he proposed to do was high, but the entire job could be done in a few minutes if it were done at the bell itself. The bell, of course, was not a bell. It was a 3-dimensional situation table, 3 times the height of a man. It was set 1 story below the meeting room, and shaped roughly like an ancient bell. The meeting table of the lords of the instrumentality had a circle cut out of it, so that the lords could look down into the bell at whatever situation one of them called up, either manually or telepathically. The bank below it, hidden by the floor, was the key memory bank of the entire system. Duplicates existed at 30-odd other places on Earth. 2 duplicates lay hidden in interstellar space, one of them beside the 90-million-mile gold-colored ship left over from the war against Ramsog, and the other masked as an asteroid. Most of the lords were off-world on the business of the instrumentality. Only 3 besides Gestacost were present: the Lady Joanna Ganade, the Lord Isan Olascoaga, and the Lord William Not From Here. The Not From Heres were a great Nostrilian family, which had migrated back to Earth many generations before. The Kelly told Gestacost the rudiments of a plan. He was to bring Semel into the chambers on a summons. The summons was to be serious. They should avoid her summary death by automatic justice if the relays began to trip. Semel would go into partial trance in the chamber. He was then to call the items in the bell, which Kelly wanted traced. A single call would be enough. Kelly would take the responsibility for tracing them. The other lords would be distracted by him, Kelly. It was simple in appearance. The complication came in action. The plan seemed flimsy, but there was nothing which Gestacost could do at this time. He began to curse himself for letting his passion for policy involve him in the intrigue. It was too late to back out with honor. Besides, he had given his word. Besides, he liked Semel as a being, not as a girly girl, and he would hate to see her marked with disappointment for life. He knew how the underpeople cherished their identities and their status. With heavy heart, but quick mind, he went to the council chamber. A dog girl, one of the routine messengers, whom he had seen many months outside the door, gave him the minutes. He wondered how Semel or Kelly would reach him once he was inside the chamber with its tight net of telepathic intercepts. He sat wearily at the table and almost jumped out of his chair. The conspirators had forged the minutes themselves, and the top item was Semel, daughter to C. Mackintosh, Catstock, pure, lot 1138, confession of. Subject, conspiracy to export homuncular material. Reference, planet de Prinsenmacht. The Lady Joanna Ganade had already pushed the buttons for the planet concerned. The people there, Earth by origin, were enormously strong, but they had gone to great pains to maintain the original Earth appearance. One of their first men was at the moment on Earth. He bore the title of the Twilight Prince, Prinz van de Schemmering, and he was on a mixed diplomatic and trading mission. Since Gestacost was a little late, Semel was being brought into the room as he glanced over the minutes. The Lord Not From Here asked Gestacost if he would preside. I beg you, sir and scholar, he said, to join me in asking the Lord Isan to preside this time. The presidency was a formality. Gestacost could watch the bell and bank better if he did not have to chair the meeting, too. Semel wore the clothing of a prisoner. On her it looked good. He had never seen her wearing anything but girly-girl clothes before. The pale blue prison tunic made her look very young, very human, very tender, and very frightened. The cat family showed only in the fiery cascade of her hair and the lithe power of her body as she sat, demure and erect. Lord Isan asked her, "You have confessed." "Confess again."
"This man," and she pointed at a picture of the Twilight Prince, "wanted to go to the place where they torment human children for a show."
"What?" cried 3 of the lords together.
"What place?"
said the Lady Joanna, who was bitterly in favor of kindness.
"It's run by a man who looks like this gentleman here," said Semel, pointing at Gestacost. Quickly, so that nobody could stop her, but modestly, so that none of them thought to doubt her, she circled the room and touched Gestacost's shoulder. He felt a thrill of contact telepathy, and heard bird cackle in her brain. Then he knew that the Kelly was in touch with her. "The man who has the place," said Semel, "is 5 pounds lighter than this gentleman, 2 inches shorter, and he has red hair. His place is at the cold sunset corner of Earthport, down the boulevard and under the boulevard. Under people, some of them with bad reputations, live in that neighborhood." The bell went milky, flashing through hundreds of combinations of bad under-people in that part of the city. Jestacost felt himself staring at the casual milkiness with unwanted concentration. The bell cleared. It showed the vague image of a room in which children were playing Halloween tricks. The Lady Joanna laughed. "Those aren't people. They're robots. It's just a dull old play." "Then," added Semley, "he wanted $1 and a shilling to take home, real ones. There was a robot who had found some."
"What are those?"
said Lord Isan. "Ancient money, the real money of old America and old Australia," cried Lord William. "I have copies, but there are no originals outside the State Museum." He was an ardent, passionate collector of coins.
"The robot found them in an old hiding place right under Earthport."
Lord William almost shouted at the bell. "Run through every hiding place and get me that money." The bell clouded. In finding the bad neighborhoods, it had flashed every police point in the northwest sector of the tower. Now it scanned all the police points under the tower, and ran dizzily through thousands of combinations before it settled on an old tool room. A robot was polishing circular pieces of metal. When Lord William saw the polishing, he was furious. "Get that here!" he shouted. "I want to buy those myself."
"All right," said Lord Isan. "It's a little irregular, but all right."
The machine showed the key search devices and brought the robot to the escalator. The Lord Isan said,
"This isn't much of a case."
Semley sniveled. She was a good actress.
"Then he wanted me to get a homunculus egg, one of the E-type derived from birds, for him to take home."
Isan put on the search device.
"Maybe," said Semley, "somebody has already put it in the disposal series."
The bell and bank ran through all the disposal devices at high speed. Jestacost felt his nerves go on edge. No human being could have memorized these thousands of patterns as they flashed across the bell too fast for human eyes. But the brain reading the bell through his eyes was not human. It might even be locked into a computer of its own. It was, thought Jestacost, an indignity for a lord of the instrumentality to be used as a human spyglass. The machine blotted up.
"You're a fraud,"
cried the Lord Isan.
"There's no evidence."
"Maybe the off-worlder tried," said the Lady Joanna. "Shadow him," said Lord William. "If he would steal ancient coins, he would steal anything." The Lady Joanna turned to Semley. "You're a silly thing. You have wasted our time, and you have kept us from serious interworld business."
"It is interworld business," wept Semley.
She let her hand slip from Jestacost's shoulder, where it had rested all the time. The body-to-body relay broke, and the telepathic link broke with it.
"We should judge that,"
said Lord Isan. "You might have been punished," said Lady Joanna. The Lord Jestacost had said nothing, but there was a glow of happiness in him. If the E-Telly-Kelly was half as good as he seemed, the underpeople had a list of checkpoints and escape routes which would make it easier to hide from the capricious sentence of painless death which human authorities meted out. There was singing in the corridors that night. Underpeople burst into happiness for no visible reason. Semley danced a wild cat dance for the next customer, who came in from outworld stations, that very evening. When she got home to bed, She knelt before the picture of her father, C. Mackintosh, and thanked the E. Telly Kelly for what Gestacost had done. But the story became known a few generations later, when the Lord Gestacost had won acclaim for being the champion of the underpeople, and when the authorities, still unaware of E. Telly Kelly, accepted the elected representatives of the underpeople as negotiators for better terms of life, and Semley had died long since. She had first had a long, good life. She became a female chef when she was too old to be a girly girl. Her food was famous. Gestacost once visited her. At the end of the meal he had asked, "There's a silly rhyme among the underpeople. No human beings know it except me." "I don't care about rhymes," she said. "This is called the What She Did." Semley blushed all the way down to the neckline of her capacious blouse. She had filled out a lot in middle age. Running the restaurant had helped. "Oh, that rhyme," she said. "It's silly. It says you were in love with a hominid." "No," she said, "I wasn't." Her green eyes, as beautiful as ever, stared deeply into his. Gestacost felt uncomfortable. This was getting personal. He liked political relationships. Personal things made him uncomfortable. The light in the room shifted, and her cat eyes blazed at him. She looked like the magical, fire-haired girl he had known. "I wasn't in love. You couldn't call it that." Her heart cried out, "It was you. It was you. It was you." "But the rhyme," insisted Gestacost, "says it was a hominid. It wasn't that Prince van de Schemmering." "Who was he?" Semley asked the question quietly, but her emotions cried out, "Darling, will you never, never know?" "The strong man." "Oh, him. I've forgotten him." Gestacost rose from the table. "You've had a good life, Semley. You've been a citizen, a committee woman, a leader. And do you even know how many children you have had?" 73, she snapped at him. "Just because they're multiple doesn't mean we don't know them." His playfulness left him. His face was grave, his voice kindly. "I meant no harm, Semley." He never knew that when he left she went back to the kitchen and cried for a while. It was Gestacost whom she had vainly loved ever since they had been comrades, many long years ago. Even after she died, at the full age of 63, he kept seeing her about the corridors and shafts of Earthport. Many of her great-granddaughters looked just like her, and several of them practiced the girly-girl business with huge success. They were not half-slaves. They were citizens, reserved grade, and they had photo passes which protected their property, their identity, and their rights. Gestacost was the godfather to them all. He was often embarrassed when the most voluptuous creatures in the universe threw playful kisses at him. All he asked was fulfillment of his political passions, not his personal ones. He had always been in love, madly in love, with justice itself. At last, his own time came, and he knew that he was dying, and he was not sorry. He had had a wife, hundreds of years ago, and had loved her well. Their children had passed into the generations of man. In the ending, he wanted to know something, and he called to a nameless one, or to his successor, far beneath the ground. He called with his mind, till it was a scream. "I have helped your people." "Yes," came back the faintest of faraway whispers inside his head. "I am dying. I must know. Did she love me?" "She went on without you. So much did she love you. She let you go for your sake, not for hers. She really loved you, more than death, more than life, more than time. You will never be apart." "Never apart?" Not in the memory of man," said the voice, and was then still. Gestacost lay back on his pillow and waited for the day to end. Semley's Necklace, Ursula K. Le Guin. How can you tell the legend from the fact on these worlds that lie so many years away? Planets without names, called by their people simply the world. Planets without history, where the past is the matter of myth. And a returning explorer finds his own doings of a few years back have become the gestures of a god. Unreason darkens that gap of time bridged by our light-speed ships, and in the darkness uncertainty and disproportion grow like weeds. In trying to tell the story of a man, an ordinary league scientist, who went to such a nameless half-known world not many years ago, one feels like an archaeologist amid millennial ruins, now struggling through choked tangles of leaf, flower, branch, and vine, to the sudden bright geometry of a wheel or a polished cornerstone, and now entering some commonplace sunlit doorway, to find inside it the darkness, the impossible flicker of a flame, the glitter of a jewel, the half-glimpsed movement of a woman's arm. How can you tell fact from legend, truth from truth? Through Rokanan's story, The Jewel, the blue glitter seen briefly returns. With it, let us begin here. Galactic Area 8, Number 62, Fomalhaut 2. High Intelligence Life Forms. Species contacted. Species 1. A. Gedemiar, singular Gedem. Highly intelligent, fully hominoid nocturnal troglodytes, 120 to 35 centimeters in height, light skin, dark head hair. When contacted, these cave-dwellers possessed a rigidly stratified oligarchic urban society, modified by partial colonial telepathy, and a technologically oriented early steel culture. Technology enhanced to industrial, point C, during League mission of 252-4. In 254, an automatic drive ship, to from New South Georgia, was presented to oligarchs of the Currency area. Community, status C'. B. Fiia, singular, Fian, highly intelligent, fully hominoid, diurnal, average circa 130 centimeters in height, observed individuals generally light in skin and hair. Brief contacts indicated village and nomadic communal societies, partial colonial telepathy, also some indication of short-range TK. The race appears atechnological and evasive, with minimal and fluid culture patterns. Currently untaxable. Status E query. Species 2. Liur, singular Liu. Highly intelligent, fully hominoid, diurnal, average height above 170 centimeters. This species possesses a fortress village, clan descent society, a blocked technology, bronze, and a feudal heroic culture. Note horizontal social cleavage into two pseudo-races, A. Olgior, midmen, light-skinned and dark-haired, B. Angyar, lords, very tall, dark-skinned, yellow-haired. "That's her," said Rokanan, looking up from the abridged handy pocket guide to intelligent life forms, at the very tall, dark-skinned, yellow-haired woman who stood halfway down the long museum hall. She stood still and erect, crowned with bright hair, gazing at something in a display case. Around her fidgeted 4 uneasy and unattractive dwarves. "I didn't know Fomalhaut 2 had all those people besides the Trogs," said Ketho, the curator. "I didn't either. There are even some unconfirmed species listed here that they never contacted. Sounds like time for a more thorough survey mission to the place. Well, now, at least we know what she is. I wish there was some way of knowing who she is." She was of an ancient family, a descendant of the first kings of the Angyar, and for all her poverty, her hair shone with the pure, steadfast gold of her inheritance. The little people, the Fiia, bowed when she passed them, even when she was a barefoot child running in the fields, the light and fiery comet of her hair brightening the troubled winds of Kirian. She was still very young when Durl of Hallen saw her, courted her, and carried her away from the ruined towers and windy halls of her childhood to his own high home. In Hallen on the mountainside there was no comfort either, though splendor endured. The windows were unglassed, the stone floors bare. In cold year one might wake to see the night snow in long, low drifts beneath each window. Durl's bride stood with narrow, bare feet on the snowy floor, braiding up the fire of her hair and laughing at her young husband in the silver mirror that hung in their room. That mirror, and his mother's bridal gown, sewn with 1,000 tiny crystals, were all his wealth. Some of his lesser kinfolk of Hallen still possessed wardrobes of brocaded clothing, furniture of gilded wood, silver harness for their steeds, armor and silver-mounted swords, jewels and jewelry, and on these last Durl's bride looked enviously, glancing back at a gemmed coronet or a golden brooch, even when the wearer of the ornament stood aside to let her pass, deferent to her birth and marriage rank. Forth from the high seat of Hallen Revel sat Durl and his bride Semley, so close to Hallenlord that the old man often poured wine for Semley with his own hand, and spoke of hunting with his nephew and heir, Durl, looking on the young pair with a grim, unhopeful love. Hope came hard to the Angyar of Hallen, and all the western lands, since the Star-Lords had appeared with their houses that leaped about on pillars of fire, and their awful weapons that could level hills. They had interfered with all the old ways in wars, and though the sums were small, there was terrible shame to the Angyar in having to pay a tax to them, a tribute for the Star-Lord's war that was to be fought with some strange enemy, somewhere in the hollow places between the stars at the end of years. "It will be your war, too," they said. But for a generation now the Angyar had sat in idle shame in their revel halls, watching their double swords rust, their sons grow up without ever striking a blow in battle, their daughters marry poor men, even mid-men, having no dowry of heroic loot to bring a noble husband. Hallenlord's face was bleak when he watched the fair-haired couple and heard their laughter as they drank bitter wine and joked together in the cold, ruinous, resplendent fortress of their race. Semley's own face hardened when she looked down the hall and saw in seats far below hers, even down among the half-breeds and the mid-men, against white skins and black hair, the gleam and flash of precious stones. She herself had brought nothing in dowry to her husband, not even a silver hairpin. The dress of 1,000 crystals she had put away in a chest for the wedding day of her daughter, if daughter it was to be. It was, as they called her, Haldry, and when the fuzz on her little brown skull grew longer, it shone with steadfast gold, the inheritance of the lordly generations, the only gold she would ever possess. Semley did not speak to her husband of her discontent. For all his gentleness to her, Durl in his pride had only contempt for envy, for vain wishing, and she dreaded his contempt. But she spoke to Durl's sister, Durosa. "My family had a great treasure once," she said. "It was a necklace all of gold, with the blue jewels set in the center. Sapphire?" Durosa shook her head, smiling, not sure of the name either. It was late in warm year, as these northern Angyar called the summer of the 800-day year, beginning the cycle of months anew at each equinox. To Semley it seemed an outlandish calendar, a mid-manish reckoning. Her family was at an end, but it had been older and purer than the race of any of these northwestern Marchlanders, who mixed too freely with the Olgyar. She sat with Durosa in the sunlight on a stone window-seat high up in the great tower, where the older woman's apartment was. Widowed young, childless, Durosa had been given in second marriage to Hallenlord, who was her father's brother. Since it was a kin marriage, and a second marriage on both sides, she had not taken the title of Hallen Lady, which Semley would some day bear, but she sat with the old lord in the high seat, and ruled with him his domains. Older than her brother Durrell, she was fond of his young wife, and delighted in the bright-haired baby Haldry. "It was bought," Semley went on, "with all the money my forebear Lanin got when he conquered the southern fiefs. All the money from a whole kingdom, think of it, for one jewel. Oh, it would outshine anything here in Hallen, surely, even those crystals like coob eggs your cousin Isar wears. It was so beautiful. They gave it a name of its own. They called it the Eye of the Sea. My great-grandmother wore it." "You never saw it?" the older woman asked lazily, gazing down at the green mountain slopes where long, long summer sent its hot and restless winds straying among the forests and whirling down white roads to the sea-coast far away. "It was lost before I was born. No, my father said it was stolen before the Star-Lords ever came to our realm. He wouldn't talk of it, but there was an old midwoman, full of tales, who always told me the Fiia would know where it was." "Ah, the Fiia I should like to see," said Durosa. "They're in so many songs and talks. Why do they never come to the western lands?" "Too high, too cold in winter, I think. They like the sunlight of the valleys of the south." "Are they like the clay folk?" "Those I've never seen. They keep away from us in the south. Aren't they white like midmen, and misformed? The Fiia are fair. They look like children, only thinner and wiser. Oh, I wonder if they know where the necklace is, who stole it, and where he hid it. Think, Durosa, if I could come into Hallen Revel and sit down by my husband with the wealth of a kingdom round my neck, and outshine the other women as he outshines all men." Durosa bent her head above the baby, who sat studying her own brown toes on a fur rug between her mother and aunt. "Semley is foolish," she murmured to the baby. "Semley who shines like a falling star. Semley whose husband loves no gold but the gold of her hair." And Semley, looking out over the green slopes of summer toward the distant sea, was silent. But when another cold year had passed, and the Star-Lords had come again to collect their taxes for the war against the world's end, this time using a couple of dwarfish clay-folk as interpreters, and so leaving all the Angyar humiliated to the point of rebellion, and another warm year, too, was gone, and Haldry had grown into a lovely chattering child, Semley brought her one morning to Durosa's sunlit room in the tower. Semley wore an old cloak of blue, and the hood covered her hair. "Keep Haldry for me for these few days, Durosa," she said, quick and calm. "I'm going south to Kirian." "To see your father?" "To find my inheritance. Your cousins of Harget Fief have been taunting Durrell. Even that half-breed Parna can torment him, because Parna's wife has a satin coverlet for her bed, and a diamond earring, and 3 gowns, the dough-faced, black-haired trollop, while Durrell's wife must patch her gown. Is Durrell's pride in his wife, or what she wears?" But Semley was not to be moved. "The lords of Hallen are becoming poor men in their own hall. I am going to bring my dowry to my lord, as one of my lineage should." "Semley, does Durrell know you're going?" "My return will be a happy one. That much let him know," said young Semley, breaking for a moment into her joyful laugh. Then she bent to kiss her daughter, turned, and before Durosa could speak, was gone like a quick wind over the floors of sunlit stone. Married women of the Angyar never rode for sport, and Semley had not been from Hallen since her marriage. So now, mounting the high saddle of a wind-steed, she felt like a girl again, like the wild maiden she had been, riding half-broken steeds on the north wind over the fields of Kirian. The beast that bore her now down from the hills of Hallen was of finer breed, striped coat fitting sleek over hollow, buoyant bones, green eyes slitted against the wind, light and mighty wings sweeping up and down to either side of Semley, revealing and hiding the clouds above her, and the hills below. On the third morning she came to Kirian and stood again in the ruined courts. Her father had been drinking all night, and, just as in the old days, the morning sunlight poking through his fallen ceilings annoyed him, and the sight of his daughter only increased his annoyance.
"What are you back for?"
he growled, his swollen eyes glancing at her and away. The fiery hair of his youth was quenched. Gray strands tangled on his skull.
"Did the young Halla not marry you, and you've come sneaking home?"
"I am Durrell's wife. I came to get my dowry, father." The drunkard growled in disgust, but she laughed at him so gently that he had to look at her again, wincing. "Is it true, father, that the Fi'ia stole the necklace Eye of the Sea?"
"How do I know? Old tales. The thing was lost before I was born, I think. I wish I never had been. Ask the Fi'ia if you want to know. Go to them. Go back to your husband. Leave me alone here. There's no room at Kirian for girls and gold and all the rest of the story. The story's over here. This is the fallen place. This is the empty hall. The sons of Lanin all are dead. Their treasures all are lost. Go on your way, girl."
Gray and swollen as the web spinner of ruined houses, he turned and went blundering towards the cellars where he hid from daylight. Leading the striped wind-steed of Hallen, Semley left her old home and walked down the steep hill, past the village of the Midmen, who greeted her with sullen respect, on over fields and pastures where the great wing-clipped, half-wild Herolor grazed, to a valley that was green as a painted bowl, and full to the brim with sunlight. In the deep of the valley lay the village of the Fi'ia, and as she descended leading her steed, the little slight people ran up towards her from their huts and gardens, laughing, calling out in faint, thin voices, "Hail, Halla's bride, Kieran lady, Windborn, Semley the fair." They gave her lovely names, and she liked to hear them, minding not at all their laughter, for they laughed at all they said. That was her own way to speak and laugh. She stood tall in her long blue cloak among their swirling welcome. "Hail, light folk, sun-dwellers, Fi'ia, friends of men." They took her down into the village and brought her into one of their airy houses, the tiny children chasing along behind. There was no telling the age of a Fi'ian, once he was grown. It was hard even to tell one from another, and be sure, as they moved about quick as moths around a candle, that she spoke always to the same one. But it seemed that one of them talked with her for a while, as the others fed and petted her steed, and brought water for her to drink, and bowls of fruit from their gardens of little trees. "It was never the Fi'ia that stole the necklace of the lords of Kirian," cried the little man. "What would the Fi'ia do with gold, lady? For us there is sunlight in warm year, and in cold year the remembrance of sunlight, the yellow fruit, the yellow leaves in end season, the yellow hair of Our Lady of Kirian. No other gold." "Then it was some midman stole the thing." Laughter rang long and faint about her. "How would a midman dare, O Lady of Kirian? How the great jewel was stolen, no mortal knows, not man, nor midman, nor fiend, nor any among the 7 folk. Only dead minds know how it was lost, long ago, when Kirili the Proud, whose great-granddaughter is Semley, walked alone by the caves of the sea. But it may be found, perhaps, among the sun-haters.
The clay folk? A louder burst of laughter, nervous.
Sit with us, Semley, sun-haired. Return to us from the north.
She sat with them to eat, and they were as pleased with her graciousness as she with theirs. But when they heard her repeat that she would go to the clay folk to find her inheritance, if it was there, they began not to laugh, and little by little there were fewer of them around her. She was alone at last with perhaps the one she had spoken with before the meal.
"Do not go among the clay folk, Semley,"
he said, and for a moment her heart failed her. The Fiend, drawing his hand down slowly over his eyes, had darkened all the air about them. Fruit lay ash-white on the plate. All the bowls of clear water were empty.
"In the mountains of the far land, the Fi'ia and the Gedemiar parted. Long ago we parted,"
said the slight, still man of the Fi'ia.
"Longer ago we were one. What we are not, they are. What we are, they are not. Think of the sunlight, and the grass, and the trees that bear fruit. Semley, think that not all roads that lead down lead up as well."
"Mine leads neither down nor up, kind host, but only straight on to my inheritance. I will go to it where it is, and return with it." The Fiend bowed, laughing a little. Outside the village, she mounted her striped wind-steed, and, calling farewell in answer to their calling, rose up into the wind of afternoon, and flew southwestward towards the caves down by the rocky shores of the Kyrian Sea. She feared she might have to walk far into those tunnel caves to find the people she sought, for it was said the clay folk never came out of their caves into the light of the sun, and feared even the great star and the moons. It was a long ride. She landed once to let her steed hunt tree rats, while she ate a little bread from her saddle-bag. The bread was hard and dry by now, and tasted of leather, yet kept a faint savor of its making, so that for a moment, eating it alone in a glade of the southern forests, she heard the quiet tone of a voice, and saw Durrell's face turned to her in the light of the candles of Hallen. For a while she sat daydreaming of that stern and vivid young face, and of what she would say to him when she came home with a kingdom's ransom around her neck. "I wanted a gift worthy of my husband, Lord." Then she pressed on. But when she reached the coast, the sun had set, with the great stars sinking behind it. A mean wind had come up from the west, starting and gusting and veering, and her wind-steed was weary fighting it. She let him glide down on the sand. At once he folded his wings and curled his thick, light limbs under him with a thrum of purring. Semley stood holding her cloak close at her throat, stroking the steed's neck, so that he flicked his ears and purred again. The warm fur comforted her hand, but all that met her eyes was gray sky full of smears of cloud, gray sky, dark sand. And then running over the sand, a low, dark creature, another, a group of them, squatting and running and stopping. She called aloud to them. Though they had not seemed to see her, now in a moment they were all around her. They kept a distance from her wind-steed. He had stopped purring, and his fur rose a little under Semley's hand. She took up the reins, glad of his protection, but afraid of the nervous ferocity he might display. The strange folk stood silent, staring,
their thick bare feet planted in the sand. There was no mistaking them. They were the height of the Feia, and in all else a shadow, a black image of those laughing people, naked, squat, stiff with lank hair and grey-white skins, dampish-looking like the skins of grubs, eyes like rocks. "You are the clay folk?"
"Gedemiar are we, people of the lords of the realms of night."
The voice was unexpectedly loud and deep, and rang out pompous through the salt-blowing dusk. But, as with the Feia, Semley was not sure which one had spoken. "I greet you, Night Lords. I am Semley of Kirian, Durrell's wife of Hallen. I come to you seeking my inheritance, the necklace called Eye of the Sea, lost long ago."
"Why do you seek it here, Angyar? Here is only sand and salt and night."
"Because lost things are known of in deep places," said Semley, quite ready for a play of wits. "And gold that came from earth has a way of going back to the earth, and sometimes the maid, they say, returns to the maker." This was a guess. It hit the mark.
"It is true the necklace Eye of the Sea is known to us by name. It was made in our caves long ago, and sold by us to the Angyar. And the blue stone came from the clay fields of our kin to the east. But these are very old tales, Angyar."
"May I listen to them, in the places where they are told?" The squat people were silent a while, as if in doubt. The grey wind blew by over the sand, darkening as the great star set. The sound of the sea loudened and lessened. The deep voice spoke again.
"Yes, Lady of the Angyar, you may enter the deep halls. Come with us now."
There was a changed note in his voice, wheedling. Semley would not hear it. She followed the claymen over the sand, leading on a short rein her sharp-taloned steed. At the cave mouth, a toothless, yawning mouth from which a stinking warmth sighed out, one of the claymen said,
"The air-beast cannot come in."
"Yes," said Semley.
"No,"
said the squat people. "Yes, I will not leave him here. He is not mine to leave. He will not harm you, so long as I hold his reins."
"No,"
deep voices repeated, but others broke in.
"As you will."
And after a moment of hesitation, they went on. The cave mouth seemed to snap shut behind them. So dark was it under the stone. They went in single file, Semley last. The darkness of the tunnel lightened, and they came under a ball of weak white fire hanging from the roof. Further on was another and another. Between them, long black worms hung in festoons from the rocks. As they went on, these fire globes were set closer, so that all the tunnel was lit with a bright, cold light. Semley's guides stopped at a parting of 3 tunnels, all blocked by doors that looked to be of iron.
"We shall wait, Angyar,"
they said, and 8 of them stayed with her, while 3 others unlocked one of the doors and passed through. It fell to behind them with a great clash. Straight and still stood the daughter of the Angyar in the white, blank light of the lamps. Her wind-steed crouched beside her, flicking the tip of his striped tail, his great folded wings stirring again and again with the checked impulse to fly. In the tunnel behind Semley, the 8 claymen squatted on their hams, muttering to one another in their deep voices, in their own tongue. The central door swung clanging open.
"Let the Angyar enter the realm of night,"
cried a new voice, booming and boastful. A clayman who wore some clothing on his thick grey body stood in the doorway, beckoning to her.
"Enter, and behold the wonders of our lands, the marvels made by hands, the works of the night lords."
Silent, with a tug at her steed's reins, Semley bowed her head and followed him under the low doorway made for dwarfish folk. Another glaring tunnel stretched ahead, dank walls dazzling in the white light, but instead of a way to walk upon, its floor carried 2 bars of polished iron, stretching off side by side as far as she could see. On the bars rested some kind of cart with metal wheels. Obeying her new guide's gestures, with no hesitation and no trace of wonder on her face, Semley stepped into the cart and made the wind-steed crouch beside her. The clayman got in and sat down in front of her, moving bars and wheels about. A loud grinding noise arose, and a screaming of metal on metal, and then the walls of the tunnel began to jerk by. Faster and faster the walls slid past, till the fire globes overhead ran into a blur, and the stale warm air became a foul wind, blowing the hood back off her hair. The cart stopped. Semley followed the guide up basalt steps into a vast anteroom, and then a still vaster hall, carved by ancient waters or by the burrowing clayfolk out of the rock, its darkness, that had never known sunlight, lit with the uncanny cold brilliance of the globes. In grills cut in the walls, huge blades turned and turned, changing the stale air. The great closed space hummed and boomed with noise. The loud voices of the clayfolk, the grinding and shrill buzzing and vibration of turning blades and wheels, the echoes and re-echoes of all this from the rock. Here all the stumpy figures of the claymen were clothed in garments imitating those of the Star-Lords, divided trousers, soft boots, and hooded tunics, though the few women to be seen, hurrying servile dwarves, were naked. Of the males, many were soldiers, bearing at their sides weapons shaped like the terrible light-throwers of the Star-Lords, though even Semley could see these were merely shaped iron clubs. What she saw without looking. She followed where she was led, turning her head neither to the left nor right. When she came before a group of claymen who wore iron circlets on their black hair, her guide halted, bowed, boomed out,
"The High Lords of the Gademiar!"
There were 7 of them, and all looked up at her with such arrogance on their lumpy gray faces that she wanted to laugh. "I come among you seeking the lost treasure of my family, O lords of the dark realm," she said gravely to them. "I seek Leynin's prize, the Eye of the Sea." Her voice was faint in the racket of the huge vault.
"So said our messengers, Lady Semley."
This time she could pick out the one who spoke, one even shorter than the others, hardly reaching Semley's breast, with a white, fierce face.
"We do not have this thing you seek."
"Once you had it, it is said."
"Much is said up there where the sun blinks."
"And the words are borne off by the winds, where there are winds to blow. I do not ask how the necklace was lost to us and returned to you, its makers of old. Those are old tales, old grudges. I only seek to find it now. You do not have it now, but it may be you who knows where it is."
"It is not here."
"Then it is elsewhere."
"It is where you cannot come to it. Never. Unless we help you."
"Then help me. I ask this as your guest."
"It is said, the Angjar take, the Fi'ir give, the Gademiar take and give. If we do this for you, what will you give us?"
"My thanks, Night Lord." She stood tall and bright among them, smiling. They all stared at her with a heavy, grudging wonder, a sullen yearning.
"Listen, Angyar. This is a great favor you ask of us. You do not know how great a favor. You cannot understand. You are of a race that will not understand, that cares for nothing but wind-riding and crop-raising, and sword-fighting and shouting together. But who made your swords of the bright steel? We, the Gademiar, your lords, come to us here, and in the clay fields, and buy their swords, and go away, not looking, not understanding. But you are here now. You will look. You can see a few of our endless marvels, the light that burn forever, the car that pulls itself, the machines that make our clothes and cook our food and sweeten our air and serve us in all things. Know that these things are beyond your understanding. And know this, we, the Gademiar, are the friends of those you call the Star-Lords. We came with them to Hallen, to Reohan, to Hull-Oren, to all your castles, to help them speak to you. The lords to whom you, the proud Angyar, pay tribute are our friends. They do us favors, as we do them favors. Now, what do your thanks mean to us?"
"That is your question to answer," said Semley, "not mine. I have asked my question. Answer it, Lord." For a while the seven conferred together, by word and silence. They would glance at her and look away, and mutter and be still. A crowd grew around them, drawn slowly and silently, one after another, till Semley was encircled by hundreds of the matted black heads, and all the great booming cavern floor was covered with people, except a little space directly around her. Her wind-steed was quivering with fear and irritation too long controlled, and his eyes had gone very wide and pale, like the eyes of a steed forced to fly at night. She stroked the warm fur of his head, whispering, "Quietly now, brave one, bright one, wind lord."
"Angyar, we will take you to the place where the treasure lies."
The clayman with the white face and iron crown had turned to her once more.
"More than that we cannot do. You must come with us to claim the necklace where it lies from those who keep it. The air beast cannot come with you. You must come alone."
"How far a journey, Lord?" His lips drew back and back.
"A very far journey, lady. Yet it will last only one long night."
"I thank you for your courtesy. Will my steed be well cared for this night? No ill must come to him."
"He will sleep till you return. A greater wind-steed you will have ridden when you see that beast again. Will you not ask where we take you?"
"Can we go soon on this journey? I would not stay long away from my home."
"Yes, soon."
Again the gray lips widened as he stared up into her face. What was done in those next hours Semley could not have retold. It was all haste, jumble, noise, strangeness. While she held her steed's head, a clayman stuck a long needle into the golden-striped haunch. She nearly cried out at the sight, but her steed merely twitched, and then, purring, fell asleep. He was carried off by a group of clayfolk, who clearly had to summon up their courage to touch his warm fur. Later on, she had to see a needle driven into her own arm, perhaps to test her courage, she thought, for it did not seem to make her sleep, though she was not quite sure. There were times she had to travel in the rail carts, passing iron doors and vaulted caverns by the hundred and hundred. Once the rail cart ran through a cavern that stretched off on either hand measureless into the dark. And all that darkness was full of great flocks of Herolor. She could hear their cooing, husky calls, and glimpse the flocks in the front lights of the cart. Then she saw more clearly in the white light, and saw that they were all wingless, and all blind. At that she shut her eyes. But there were more tunnels to go through, and always more caverns, more gray, lumpy bodies, and fierce faces, and booming, boasting voices, until at last they led her suddenly into the open air. It was full night. She raised her eyes joyfully to the stars and the single moon shining, little Helike brightening in the west. But the clay folk were all about her still, making her climb now into some new kind of cart or cave. She did not know which. It was small, full of little blinking lights, like rushlights, very narrow, and shining after the great dank caverns in the starlit night. Now another needle was stuck in her, and they told her she would have to be tied down in a sort of flat chair, tied down, head and hand and foot. "I will not," said Semley. But when she saw that the 4 claymen, who were to be her guides, let themselves be tied down first, she submitted. The others left. There was a roaring sound and a long silence, a great weight that could not be seen pressed upon her. Then there was no weight, no sound, nothing at all. "Am I dead?" asked Semley. "Oh, no, lady," said a voice she did not like. Opening her eyes, she saw the white face bent over her, the wide lips pulled back, the eyes like little stones. Her bonds had fallen away from her, and she leaped up. She was weightless, bodiless. She felt herself only a gust of terror on the wind. "We will not hurt you," said the sullen voice or voices. "Only let us touch you, lady. We would like to touch your hair. Let us touch your hair." The round cart they were in trembled a little. Outside its one window lay blank night. Or was it mist, or nothing at all? One long night, they had said. Very long. She sat motionless, and endured the touch of their heavy gray hands on her hair. Later they would touch her hands and feet and arms, and once her throat. At that she set her teeth, and stood up, and they drew back. "We have not hurt you, lady," they said. She shook her head. When they bade her, she lay down again in the chair that bound her down, and when light flashed golden at the window, she would have wept at the sight, but fainted first.
"Well," said Rokanen, "now at least we know what she is."
"I wish there was some way of knowing who she is," the curator mumbled. "She wants something we've got here in the museum. Is that what the Trogs say?"
"Now, don't call 'em Trogs,"
Rokanen said conscientiously. As a Hilfer, an ethnologist of the high-intelligence life-forms, he was supposed to resist such words.
"They're not pretty, but they're Status C allies. I wonder why the Commission picked them to develop, before even contacting all the Hilf species. I'll bet the survey was from Centaurus. Centaurans always like nocturnals and cave-dwellers. I'd have backed species 2 here, I think."
"The troglodytes seem to be rather in awe of her."
"Aren't you?"
Ketho glanced at the tall woman again, then reddened and laughed. "Well, in a way. I never saw such a beautiful alien type in 18 years here on New South Georgia. I never saw such a beautiful woman anywhere, in fact. She looks like a goddess." The red now reached the top of his bald head, for Ketho was a shy curator. not given to hyperbole, but Rokanen nodded soberly, agreeing.
I wish we could talk to her without those Gedemiar as interpreters, but there's no help for it.
Rokanen went towards their visitor, and when she turned her splendid face to him, he bowed down very deeply, going right down to the floor on one knee, his head bowed and his eyes shut. This was what he called his all-purpose intercultural curtsy, and he performed it with some grace. When he came erect again, the beautiful woman smiled and spoke.
She say, "Hail, Lord of Stars," growled one of her squat escorts in Pidgin Galactic.
"Hail, Lady of the Angyar,"
Rokanen replied.
"In what way can we of the museum serve the lady?"
Across the troglodyte's growling, her voice ran like a brief silver wind.
She say, "Please give her necklace, which treasure her blood kin forebears long.
"Which necklace?" he asked, and understanding him, she pointed to the central display of the case before them. A magnificent thing, a chain of yellow gold, massive, but very delicate in workmanship, set with one big hot blue sapphire. Rokanen's eyebrows went up, and Ketho at his shoulder murmured, "She's got good taste. That's the Fomalhaut necklace. Famous bit of work." She smiled at the two men, and again spoke to them over the heads of the troglodytes.
She say, "O Star-Lords, elder and younger dwellers in House of Treasures, this treasure her one. Long time. Thank you."
"How did we get the thing, Ketho?"
"Wait, let me look it up in the catalog. I've got it here. Here. It came from these trolls, whatever they are, Gedemiar. They have a bargain obsession, it says. We had to let them buy the ship they came here on, an AD-4. That was part payment. It's their own handiwork. And I'll bet they can't do this kind of work anymore since they've been steered to industrial. But they seem to feel the thing is hers, not theirs or ours. It must be important, Rokanen, or they wouldn't have given up this time span to her errand. Why, the objective lapse between here and Fomalhaut must be considerable."
"Several years, no doubt,"
said the Hilfer, who was used to star-jumping.
"Not very far. Well, neither the handbook nor the guide gives me enough data to base a decent guess on. These species obviously haven't been properly studied at all. The little fellows may be showing her simple courtesy. Or an interspecies war may depend on this damned sapphire. Perhaps her desire rules them because they consider themselves totally inferior to her. Or, despite appearances, she may be their prisoner, their decoy. How can we tell?" "Can you give the thing away, Ketho?"
"Oh, yeah. All the exotica are technically on loan, not our property, since these claims come up now and then. We seldom argue. Peace above all until the war comes."
"Then I'd say give it to her."
Ketho smiled. "It's a privilege," he said. Unlocking the case, he lifted out the great golden chain. Then, in his shyness, he held it out to Rokanen, saying, "You give it to her." So the blue jewel first lay for a moment in Rokanen's hand. His mind was not on it. He turned straight to the beautiful alien woman, with his hand full of blue fire and gold. She did not raise her hands to take it, but bent her head, and he slipped the necklace over her hair. It lay like a burning fuse along her golden-brown throat. She looked up from it with such pride, delight, and gratitude in her face that Rokanen stood wordless, and the little curator murmured hurriedly in his own language, "You're welcome, very welcome." She bowed her golden head to him and to Rokanen. Then, turning, she nodded to her squat guards, or captors, and, drawing her worn blue cloak about her, paced down the long hall and was gone. Ketho and Rokanen stood looking after her.
"What I feel,"
Rocanin began. "Well?" Ketho inquired hoarsely after a long pause.
"What I feel is that meeting these people from worlds we know so little of, sometimes that I have, as it were, blundered through the corner of a legend, or a tragic myth, maybe, which I do not understand."
"Yes," said the curator, clearing his throat. I wonder what her name is." Semley the Fair, Semley the Golden, Semley of the Necklace. The clay folk had bent to her will, and so had even the Star-Lords in that terrible place where the clay folk had taken her. The city at the end of the night. They had bowed to her, and given her gladly her treasure from amongst their own. But she could not yet shake off the feeling of those caverns about her, where rock lowered overhead, where you could not tell who spoke or what they did, where voices boomed and grey hands reached out. Enough of that. She had paid for the necklace. Very well. Now it was hers. The price was paid. The past was the past. Her wind-steed had crept out of some kind of box, with his eyes filmy, and his fur rimmed with ice, and at first, when they had left the caves of the Gedemiar, he would not fly. Now he seemed all right again, riding a smooth south wind through the bright sky toward Hallen. Go quick, she told him, beginning to laugh as soon as the wind cleared away her mind's darkness. "I want to see Durrell soon. And swiftly they flew, coming to Hallen by dusk of the second day. Now the caves of the clay folk seemed no more than last year's nightmare. As the steed swooped with her up the 1,000 steps of Hallen and across the chasm bridge, where the forests fell away for 1,000 feet. In the gold light of evening, in the flight court, she dismounted and walked up the last steps between the stiff carven figures of heroes and the 2 gatewards, who bowed to her, staring at the beautiful fiery thing around her neck. In the forehall, she stopped a passing girl, a very pretty girl, by her looks one of Durrell's close kin, though Semley could not call to mind her name. "Do you know me, maiden? I am Semley, Durrell's wife. Will you go tell the Lady DeRosa that I have come back?" For she was afraid to go on in, and perhaps face Durrell at once, alone. She wanted DeRosa's support. The girl was gazing at her, her face very strange, but she murmured, "Yes, lady," and darted off toward the tower. Semley stood waiting in the gilt, ruinous hall. No one came by. Were they all at table in the revel hall? The silence was uneasy. After a minute, Semley started toward the stairs to the tower. But an old woman was coming to her across the stone floor, holding her arms out, weeping. "Oh, Semley, Semley!" She had never seen the gray-haired woman and shrank back. "But, lady, who are you?" "I am DeRosa, Semley." She was quiet and still, all the time that DeRosa embraced her and wept, and asked if it were true that clay folk had captured her and kept her under a spell all these long years, or had it been the Feia with their strange arts? Then, drawing back a little, DeRosa ceased to weep. "You're still young, Semley, young as the day you left here, and you wear around your neck the necklace." "I have brought my gift to my husband, Durrell. Where is he?" "Durrell is dead." Semley stood unmoving. "Your husband, my brother, Durrell Hallenlord, was killed 7 years ago in battle. 9 years you had been gone. The Star-Lords came no more. We fell to warring with the Eastern Halls, with the Angyar of Log and Hull-Oren. Durrell, fighting, was killed by a midman's spear, for he had little armor for his body, and none at all for his spirit. He lies buried in the fields above Oren Marsh, Semley turned away.
"I will go to him, then," she said,
putting her hand on the gold chain that weighed down her neck.
"I will give him my gift."
"Wait, Semley. Durrell's daughter. Your daughter. See her now. Haldre the Beautiful."
It was the girl she had first spoken to and sent to De Rosa, a girl of 19 or so, with eyes like Durrell's, eyes dark blue. She stood beside De Rosa, gazing with those steady eyes at this woman, Semley, who was her mother, and was her own age. Their age was the same, and their gold hair and their beauty. Only Semley was a little taller, and wore the blue stone on her breast.
"Take it, for it was Durrell and Haldre that I brought it from the end of the long night."
Semley cried this aloud, twisting and bowing her head to get the heavy chain off, dropping the necklace so it fell on the stones with a cold, liquid clash.
"Oh, take it, Haldre,"
she cried again, and then, weeping aloud, turned and ran from Hallen, over the bridge and down the long, broad steps, and darting off eastward into the forest of the mountainside, like some wild thing escaping, was gone. How Beautiful with Banners, James Blish. Feeling as naked as a peppermint soldier in her transparent film wrap, Dr. Ulla Hillstrom watched a flying cloak swirl away towards the black horizon with a certain consequent irony. Although nearly transparent itself in the distant dim arc-light flame that was Titan's sun, the fluttering creature looked warmer than what she was wearing. For all that reason, said it was at the same minus 316 degrees Fahrenheit as the thin methane it flew in. Despite the virus space bubble's warranted and eerie efficiency, she found its vigilance, itself probably as close to alive as the flying cloak was, rather difficult to believe in, let alone to trust. The machine, as Ulla much preferred to think of it, was inarguably an improvement on the old-fashioned pressure suit, fashioned, or more accurately, cultured, of a single colossal protein molecule, the vanishingly thin sheet of life-stuff processed gases, maintained pressure, monitored radiation through almost the whole of the electromagnetic spectrum, and above all, did not get in the way. Also, it could not be cut, punctured, or indeed sustain any damage short of total destruction. Macroscopically, it was a single primary unit, with all the physical integrity of a crystal of salt or steel. If it did not actually think, Ulla was grateful. Often it almost seemed to, which was sufficient. Its primary drawback for her was that much of the time it did not really seem to be there. Still, it seemed to be functioning. Otherwise, Ulla would in fact have been as solid as a stick of candy, toppled forever across the confectionery whiteness that frosted the knife-edged stones of this cruel moon, layer upon layer. Outside, only a perilous few inches from the lightly clothed warmth of her skin, the brief gust the cloak had been soaring on died, leaving behind a silence so cataleptic that she could hear the snow creaking in a mockery of motion. Impossible though it is to comprehend, it was getting colder still out there. Titan was swinging out across Saturn's orbit towards eclipse, and the apparently fixed sun was secretly going down, its descent sensed by the snows no matter what her earthly eyes, accustomed to the nervousness of living skies, tried to tell her. In another 2 Earth days it would be gone, for an eternal week. At the thought, Ulla turned to look back the way she had come that morning. The virus bubble flowed smoothly with the motion, and the stars became brighter as it compensated for the fact that the sun was now at her back. She still could not see the base camp, of course. She had come too far for that, and in any event, it was wholly underground except for a few wiry palps, hollowed out of the bitter rock by the blunt-nosed ardor of prolapse drills. The repeated nanosecond birth and death of primordial Elam the drills had induced while that cavern was being imploded had seemed to convulse the whole demon womb of this world, but in the present silence the very memory of the noise seemed false. Now there was no sound but the creaking of the methane snow, and nothing to see but a blunt, faint spearhead of hazy light, deceptively like an earthly aurora, or the corona of the sun, pushing its way from below the edge of the cold into the indifferent company of the stars. Saturn's rings were rising, very slightly a waver in the dark blue air, like the banners of a spectral army. The idiot face of the giant gas planet itself, faintly striped with meaningless storms, as though trying to remember a childhood passion, would be glaring down at her before she could get home, if she didn't get herself in motion soon. Obscurely disturbed, Dr. Hillstrom faced front and began to unlimber her sled. The touch and clink of the instruments cheered her a little, even in this ultimate loneliness. She was efficient many years, and a good many suppressed impulses had seen to that. It was too late for her temblors, especially so far out from the sun, that had warmed her Stockholm streets and her silly friendships. And those null adventures were gone now like a sickness. The phantom embrace of the virus suit was perhaps less satisfying, only perhaps. But it was much more reliable. Much more reliable. She could depend on that. Then, as she bent to thrust the spike of a thermocouple into the wedding cake soil, the second flying cloak, or was it that same one, hit her in the small of the back and tumbled her into nightmare. With the sudden darkness, there came a profound, ambiguous emotional blow. Ambiguous, yet with something shockingly familiar about it. Instantly exhausted, she felt herself go flaccid and unstrung, and her mind, adrift in nowhere, blurred and spun downward too into the swamps of trance. The long fall slowed just short of unconsciousness, lodged precariously upon a shelf of a dream, a mental buttress founded 4 years in the past, a long distance, when one recalls that in a 4-dimensional plenum every second of time is 186,000 miles of space, and 800 millions of miles away. The memory was curiously inconsequential to have arrested her, let alone supported her. Not of her home, of her few triumphs, or even of her aborted marriage, but of a sordid little encounter with a reporter that she had talked herself into at the Madrid Genetics Conference, when she herself had already been an associate professor, a Swedish government delegate, a 25-year-old divorcee, and altogether a woman who should have known better. But better than what? The life of science, even in those days, had been almost by definition the life of the eternal campus exile. There was so much to learn, or at least to show competence in, that people who wanted to be involved in the ordinary vivid concerns of human beings could not stay with it long, indeed often could not even be recruited. They turned aside from the prospect with a shudder, or even a snort of scorn. To prepare for the sciences had become a career in indefinitely protracted adolescence, from which one awakened fitfully to find oneself spending a one-night stand in the body of a stranger. It had given her no pride, no self-love, no defenses of any sort, only a queer kind of virgin numbness, highly dependent upon familiar surroundings and valueless habits, and easily breached by any normally confident siege in print, in person, anywhere, and remaining just as numb as before when the seizure of fashion, politics, or romanticism had swept by and left her stranded. Too easy a recruit to have been allowed into the center of things, or even considered for it. Curious, most curious, that in her present remote terror she should find even a moment's rest upon so wobbling a pivot. The Madrid incident had not been important. She had been through with it almost at once. Of course, as she had often told herself, she had never been promiscuous, and had often described the affair defiantly as that one, or it were second, test of the joys of impulse which any woman is entitled to have in her history. Nor had it really been that joyous. She could not now recall the boy's face, and remembered how he had felt primarily because he had been in so casual and contemptuous a hurry. But now that she came to dream of it, she saw with a bloodless, lightless eye that all her life, in this way and in that, she had been repeatedly seduced by the inconsequential. She had nothing else to remember, even in this hour of her presumptive death. Acts have consequences, a thought told her, but not ours. We have done, but we never felt. We are no more alone on Titan, you and I, than we have ever been. Basta per carita. So much for Ulla. Awakening in this same darkness as before, Ulla felt the virus bubble snuggling closer to her blind skin, and recognized the shock that had regressed her. A shock of recognition, but recognition of something she had never felt herself. Alone in a titanic snowfield, she had eavesdropped on an... No, not possible. Sniffling, and still blind, she pushed the cozy bubble away from her breasts and tried to stand up. Light flushed briefly around her, as though the bubble had cleared just above her forehead and then clouded again. She was still alive, but everything else was utterly problematical. What had happened to her? She simply could not know. Therefore, she thought, begin with ignorance. No one begins anywhere else. But I didn't even know that, once upon a time. Hence. Though the virus bubble ordinarily regulated itself, there was a control box on her hip, actually an ultra-short-range microwave transmitter, by which it could be modulated against more special environments than the bubble itself could cope with alone. She had never had to use it before, but she tried it now. The fogged bubble cleared patchily, but it would not stay cleared. Crazy moires and herringbone patterns swept over it, changing direction repeatedly, and outside the snowy landscape kept changing color like a delirium. She found, however, that by continuously working the frequency knob on her box, at random, for the responses seemed to bear no relation to the braille calibrations on the dial, she could maintain outside vision of a sort, in pulses of 2 or 3 seconds each. This was enough to show her, finally, what had happened. There was a flying cloak around her. This in itself was unprecedented. The cloaks had never attacked a man before, or indeed paid any of them the least attention during their brief previous forays. On the other hand, this was the first time anyone had ventured more than 5 or 10 minutes outdoors in a virus suit. It occurred to her suddenly that insofar as anything was known about the nature of the cloaks, they were in some respects much like the bubbles. It was almost as though the one were a wild species of the other. It was an alarming notion, and possibly only a trope, containing as little truth as most poetry. Annoyingly, she found herself wondering if, once she got out of this mess, the men at the base camp would take to referring to it as the cloak and suit business. The snowfield began to turn brighter. Saturn was rising. For a moment the drifts were a pale straw color, the normal hue of Saturn light through an atmosphere. Then it turned a raving Kelly green. Muttering, Ulla twisted the potentiometer dial and was rewarded with a brief flash of normal illumination, which was promptly overridden by a torrent of crimson lake, as though she were seeing everything in terms of a series of lithographers' colorful separations. Since she could not help this, she clenched her teeth and ignored it. It was much more important to find out what the flying cloak had done to her bubble, if she were to have any hope of shucking the thing. There was no clear separation between the bubble and the Titanian creature. They seemed to have blended into a mélange which was neither one nor the other, but a sort of coarse burlesque of both. Yet the total surface area of the integument about her did not seem to be any greater, only more ill-fitting, less responsive to her own needs. Not much less. After all, she was still alive, and any really gross insensitivity to the demands and cues of her body would have been instantly fatal. But there was no way to guess how long the bubble would stay even that obedient. At the moment, the wild thing that had enslaved it was perhaps most like a bear sark, dangerous to the wearer only if she panicked. But the change might well be progressive, pointed ultimately towards some saturnine equivalent of the shirt of Nessus. And that might be happening very rapidly. She might not be allowed the time to think her way out of this fix by herself. Little though she wanted any help from the men at the base camp, and useless though she was sure they would prove, she'd damn well better ask for it now, just in case. But the bubble was not allowing any radio transmission through its roiling unicell wall today. The earphone was dead. Not even the hiss of the stars came through it. Only an occasional pop of noise that was born of entropy loss in the circuits themselves. She was cut off. Nun den allein. With the thought, the bubble cloak shifted again around her. A sudden pressure at her lower abdomen made her stumble forward over the crisp snow, 4 or 5 steps. Then it was motionless once more, except within itself. That it should be able to do this was not surprising, for the cloaks had to be able to flex voluntarily at least a little in order to catch the thermals they rode, and the bubble had to be able to vary its dimensions and surface tension over a wide range to withstand pressure changes, outside and in, and do it automatically. No, of course the combination would be able to move by itself. What was disquieting was that it should want to. Another stir of movement in the middle distance caught her eye. A free cloak, seemingly riding an updraft over a fixed point. For a moment, she wondered what on that ground could be warm enough to produce so localized a thermal. Then, abruptly, she realized that she was shaking with hatred, and fought furiously to drive the spasm down, her fingernails slicing into her naked palms. A raster of jagged black lines, like a television interference pattern, broke across her view, and brought her attention fully back to the minutely solipsistic confines of her dilemma. The wave of emotion, nevertheless, would not quite go away, and she had a vague but persistent impression that it was being imposed from outside, at least in part, a cold passion she was interpreting as fury, because its real nature, whatever it was, had no necessary relevance to her own imprisoned soul. For all that it was her own life and no other that was in peril, she felt guilty, as though she was eavesdropping, and as angry with herself as with what she was overhearing, yet burning as hopelessly as the forbidden lamp in the bedchamber of Psyche and Eros. Another trope. But was it, after all, so far-fetched? She was immortal, present at the mating of inhuman essences, mountainously far from home, born here, like the invisible lovers upon the arms of the wind, impalaced by a whole virgin-white world, over which flew the banners of a high god and a father of gods, and equally appropriately, Venus was very far away from whatever love was being celebrated here. What ancient and coincidental nonsense. Next, she would be thinking herself degraded at the foot of some cross. Yet the impression of an eerie tempest going on just slightly outside any possibility of understanding what it was would not pass away. Still worse, it seemed to mean something, to be important, to mock her with subtle clues to matters of great moment, of which her own present trap was only the first and not necessarily the most significant. And suppose that all these impressions were, in fact, not extraneous or irrelevant, but did have some import, not just as an abstract puzzle, but to that morsel of displaced life that was Ulla Hillstrom. She was certainly no Freudian. That farrago of poetry and tush had been passé for so long that it was now hard to understand how anybody, let alone a whole era, had been bemused by it. But it was too late now to rule out the repulsive possibility. No matter how frozen her present world, she could not escape the fact that from the moment the cloak had captured her, she had been equally ridden by a sabbat of specifically erotic memories, images, notions, analogies, myths, symbols, and frank physical sensations, all the more obtrusive because they were both inappropriate and disconnected. It might well have to be faced that a season of love can fall due in the heaviest weather, and never mind the terrors that flow in with it, or what deep damnations. At the very least, it was possible that somewhere in all this was the clue that would help her to divorce herself at last, even from this violent embrace. But the concept was preposterous enough to defer consideration of it if there were any other avenues open, and at least one seemed to be. The source of the thermal, the virus bubble, like many of the terrestrial microorganisms to which it was analogous, could survive temperatures well above boiling. But it seemed reasonable to assume that the flying cloaks evolved on a world where even worlds congealed might be sensitive to a relatively slight amount of heat. Now, could she move inside this shroud of her own volition? She tried a step. The sensation was tacky, as though she were plowing in thin honey, but it did not impede her, except for a slight imposed clumsiness which experience ought to obviate. She was able to mount the sled with no trouble. The cogs bit into the snow with a dry, almost inaudible squeaking, and the sled inched forward. Ulla held it too, as slow a crawl as possible, because of her interrupted vision. The free cloak was still in sight, approximately where it had been before, in so far as she could judge against this featureless snowscape, which was fortunate, since it might well be her only flag for the source of the thermal, whatever it was. A peculiar fluttering in her surroundings, a whisper of sound, of motion, of flickering in the light, distracted her. It was as though her compound sheath was trembling slightly. The impression grew slowly more pronounced as the sled continued to lurch forward. As usual, there seemed to be nothing she could do about it except possibly to retreat. But she could not do that either now. She was committed. Outside she began to hear the soft soughing of a steady snow. The cause of the thermal, when she finally reached it, was almost pathetic. A pool of liquid. Placid and deep blue, it lay inside a fissure in a low, heart-shaped hummock, rimmed with feathery snow. It looked like nothing more or less than a spring, though she did not for a moment suppose that the liquid could be water. She could not see the bottom of it. Evidently it was welling up from a fair depth. The spring analogy was probably completely false. The existence of anything in a liquid state on this world had to be thought of as a form of volcanism. Certainly the column of heat rising from it was considerable. Despite the thinness of the air, the wind here nearly howled. The free cloak floated up and down, about 100 feet above her, like the last leaf of a long, cruel autumn. Nearer home, the bubble cloak shook with something comically, like subdued fury. Now what to do? Should she push boldly into that cleft, hoping that the alien part of the bubble cloak would be unable to bear the heat? Close up, that course now seemed foolish, as long as she was ignorant of the real nature of the magma down there. And besides, any effective immersion would probably have to surround at least half the total surface area of the bubble, which wasn't practicable. The well wasn't big enough to accommodate it. even supposing that the compromised virus suit did not fight back, as in the pure state it had been obligated to do. On the whole, she was reluctantly glad that the experiment was impossible, for the mere notion of risking a new immolation in that problematical hole gave her the horrors. Yet the time left for decision was obviously now very short, even supposing, as she had no right to do, that the environment-maintaining functions of the suit were still in perfect order. The quivering of the bubble was close to being explosive, and even were it to remain intact, it might shut her off from the outside world at any second. The free cloak dipped lower, as if in curiosity. That only made the trembling worse. She wondered why. Was it possible? Was it possible that the thing embracing her companion was jealous? There was no time left to examine the notion, no time even to sneer at it. Act. Act. Forcing her way off the sled, she stumbled to the mound and looked frantically for some way of stopping it up. If she could shut off the thermal, bring the free cloak still closer. But how? Throw rocks. But were there any? Yes, there were two, not very big, but at least she could move them. She bent stiffly and tumbled them into the crater. The liquid froze around them with soundless speed. In seconds, the snow rimming the pool had drawn completely over it, like lips closing, leaving behind only a faint dimpled streak of shadow on a white ground. The wind moaned and died, and the free cloak, its hems outspread to the uttermost, sank down as if to wrap her in still another deadly swath. Shadow spread around her. The falling cloak, its color deepening, blotted Saturn from the sky, and then was sprawling over the beautiful banners of the rings. The virus bubble convulsed and turned black, throwing her to the frozen ground beside the hummock like a bead doll. A blast of wind squalled over her. Terrified, she tried to curl into a ball. The suit puffed up around her. Then, at last, with a searing, invisible wrench at its contained kernel of space-time, which burned out the control box instantly, the single creature that was the bubble cloak tore itself free of Ulla and rose to join its incomplete fellow. In the single second before she froze forever into the livid backdrop of Titan, she failed even to find time to regret what she had never felt. For she had never known it, and only died as she had lived, an artifact of successful calculation. She never saw the cloaks go flapping away downwind, nor could it ever have occurred to her that she had brought heterosexuality to Titan, thus beginning that long evolution, the end of which, 60 millions of years away, no human being would see. No. Her last thought was for the virus bubble, and it was only 3 words long. You goddamn philanderer. Almost on the horizon, the two cloaks, the two Titanians, flailed and tore at each other, becoming smaller and smaller with distance. Bits and pieces of them flaked off and fell down the sky like ragged tears. Ungainly though the cloaks normally were, they corded even more clumsily. Beside Ulla, the well was gone. It might never have existed. Overhead, the banners of the rings flew changelessly, as though they too had seen nothing, or perhaps as though in the last 6 billion years they had seen everything. Siftings upon siftings in oblivion, until nothing remained but the banners of their own mirrored beauty. A Criminal Act. Harry Harrison. The first blow of the hammer shook the door in its frame, and the second blow made the thin wood boom like a drum. Benedict Vernal threw the door open before a third stroke could fall, and pushed his gun into the stomach of the man with the hammer. "Get going! Get out of here!" Benedict said in a much shriller voice than he had planned to use. "Don't be foolish," the bailiff had said quietly, stepping aside so that the two guards behind him in the hall were clearly visible. "I am the bailiff, and I am doing my duty. If I am attacked, these men have orders to shoot you and everyone else in your apartment. Be intelligent. Yours is not the first case like this. Such things are planned for." One of the guards clicked off the safety catch on his submachine gun, smirking at Benedict as he did it. Benedict let the pistol fall slowly to his side. "Much better," the bailiff told him, and struck the nail once more with the hammer, so that the notice was fixed firmly to the door. "Take that filthy thing down," Benedict said, choking over the words. "Benedict Vernal," the bailiff said, adjusting his glasses on his nose as he read from the proclamation he had just posted. "This is to inform you that, pursuant to the Criminal Birth Act of 1993, you are guilty of the act of criminal birth, and are hereby proscribed and no longer protected from bodily injury by the forces of this sovereign state." "You're going to let some madman kill me? What kind of a dirty law is that?" The bailiff removed his glasses and gazed coldly along his nose at Benedict. "Mr. Vernal," he said, "have the decency to accept the results of your own actions. Did you or did you not have an illegal baby?" "Illegal? Never. A harmless infant." "Do you or do you not already have the legal maximum of 2 children?" "We have 2, but—" "You refused advice or aid from your local birth control clinic. You expelled with force the birth guidance officer who called upon you. You rejected the offer of the abortion clinic." "Murderers!" "And the advice of the family planning board. The statutory 6 months have elapsed without any action on your part. You have had the 3 advance warnings and have ignored them. Your family still contains 1 consumer more than is prescribed by law. Therefore, the proclamation has been posted. You alone are responsible, Mr. Vernal. You can blame no one else." "I can blame this foul law." "It is the law of the land," the bailiff said, drawing himself up sternly. "It is not for you or I to question." He took a whistle from his pocket and raised it to his mouth. "It is my legal duty to remind you that you still have 1 course open even at this last moment, and may still avail yourself of the services of the euthanasia clinic." "Go straight to hell." "Indeed, I've been told that before." The bailiff snapped the whistle to his lips and blew a shrill blast. He almost smiled as Benedict slammed shut the apartment door. There was an animal-throated roar from the stairwell as the policemen who were blocking it stepped aside. A knot of fiercely tangled men burst out, running and fighting at the same time. One of them surged ahead of the pack, but fell as a fist caught him on the side of the head. The others trampled him underfoot. Shouting and cursing, the mob came on, and it looked as though it would be a draw. But a few yards short of the door, one of the leaders tripped and brought 2 others down. A short, fat man in the second rank leaped their bodies and crashed headlong into Vernal's door with such force that the ballpoint pen he held extended pierced the paper of the notice and sank into the wood beneath. "A volunteer has been selected," the bailiff shouted, and the waiting police and guards closed in on the wailing men and began to force them back towards the stairs. One of the men remained behind on the floor, saliva running down his cheeks as he chewed hysterically at a strip of the threadbare carpet. 2 white-garbed hospital attendants were looking out for this sort of thing, and one of them jabbed the man expertly in the neck with a hypodermic needle, while the other unrolled the stretcher. Under the bailiff's watchful eye, the volunteer painstakingly wrote his name in the correct space on the proclamation, then carefully put the pen back in his vest pocket. "Very glad to accept you as a volunteer for this important public duty, Mr.—" The bailiff leaned forward to peer at the paper. "Mr. Mortimer." "Mortimer is my first name," the man said in a soft, dry voice, as he dabbed lightly at his forehead with his breast-pocket handkerchief. "Understandable, sir. Your anonymity will be respected, as is the right of all volunteers. Might I presume that you are acquainted with the rest of the regulations?
You may. Paragraph 46 of the Criminal Birth Act of 1993, subsection 14, governing the selection of volunteers. Firstly, I have volunteered for the maximum period of 24 hours. Secondly, I will neither attempt nor commit violence of any form upon any other members of the public during this time, and if I do so, I will be held responsible by law for my acts.
Very good. But isn't there more?
Mortimer folded the handkerchief precisely and tucked it back into his pocket. Thirdly, he said, and patted it smooth, I shall not be liable to prosecution by law if I take the life of the proscribed individual, one Benedict Vernal.
Perfectly correct.
The bailiff nodded and pointed to a large suitcase that a policeman had set down on the floor and was opening. The hall had been cleared.
If you would step over here and take your choice.
They both gazed down into the suitcase that was filled to overflowing with instruments of death.
I hope you also understand that your own life will be in jeopardy during this period, and if you are injured or killed, you will not be protected by law.
Don't take me for a fool, Mortimer said curtly, then pointed into the suitcase. I want one of those concussion grenades.
You cannot have it,
the bailiff told him in a cutting voice, injured by the other's manner. There was a correct way to do these things.
Those are only for use in open districts where the innocent cannot be injured, not in an apartment building. You have your choice of all the short-range weapons, however.
Mortimer laced his fingers together and stood with his head bowed, almost in the attitude of prayer, as he examined the contents. Machine pistols, grenades, automatics, knives, knuckle-dusters, vials of acid, whips, straight razors, broken glass, poisoned darts, morning stars, maces, gas bombs, and tear gas pens. Is there any limit? He asked.
Take what you feel you need. Just remember that it must all be accounted for and returned.
I want the Riesling machine pistol with 5 of the 20 cartridge magazines, and the commando knife with the spikes on the handguard and fountain pen tear gas gun. The bailiff was making quick check marks on a mimeographed form attached to his clipboard while Mortimer spoke.
Is that all?
He asked. Mortimer nodded and took the extended board and scrawled his name on the bottom of the sheet without examining it, then began at once to fill his pockets with the weapons and ammunition.
24 hours,
the bailiff said, looking at his watch and filling in one more space in the form.
You have until 17:45 hours tomorrow.
Get away from the door, please, Ben, Maria begged.
Quiet, Benedict whispered, his ear pressed to the panel. I want to hear what they're saying. His face screwed up as he struggled to understand the muffled voices. It's no good, he said, turning away. I can't make it out. Not that it makes any difference. I know what's happening.
There's a man coming to kill you,
Maria said in her delicate little girl's voice. The baby started to whimper, and she hugged him to her. Please, Maria, go back into the bathroom like we agreed. You have the bed in there and the food, and there aren't any windows. As long as you stay along the wall away from the door, nothing can possibly happen to you. Do that for me, darling, so I won't have to worry about either of you.
Then you will be out here alone.
Benedict squared his narrow shoulders and clutched the pistol firmly. That is where I belong, out in front, defending my family. That is as old as the history of man.
Family?
She said and looked around worriedly.
What about Matthew and Agnes?
They'll be all right with your mother. She promised to look after them until we got in touch with her again. You can still be there with them. I wish you would.
No, I couldn't. I couldn't bear being anywhere else now. And I couldn't leave the baby there. He would be so hungry.
She looked down at the infant, who was still whimpering, then began to unbutton the top of her dress. "Please, darling," Benedict said, edging back from the door. "I want you to go into the bathroom with the baby and stay there. You must. He could be coming any time now." She reluctantly obeyed him, and he waited until the door had closed, and he heard the lock being turned. Then he tried to force their presence from his mind, because they were only a distraction that could interfere with what must be done. He had worked out the details of his plan of defense long before, and he went slowly around the apartment, making sure that everything was as it should be. First, the front door, the only door into the apartment. It was locked and bolted, and the night chain was attached. All that remained was to push the big wardrobe up against it. The killer could not enter now without a noisy struggle, and if he tried, Benedict would be there waiting with his gun. That took care of the door. There were no windows in either the kitchen or the bathroom, so he could forget about these rooms. The bedroom was a possibility, since its window locked out on the fire escape. But he had a plan for this, too. The window was locked, and the only way it could be opened from the outside was by breaking the glass. He would hear that, and would have time to push the couch in the hall up against the bedroom door. He didn't want to block it now, in case he had to retreat into the bedroom himself. Only one room remained, the living room, and this was where he was going to make his stand. There were 2 windows in the living room, and the far one could be entered from the fire escape, as could the bedroom window. The killer might come this way. The other window could not be reached from the fire escape, though shots could still be fired through it from the windows across the court. But the corner was out of the line of fire, and this was where he would be. He had pushed the big armchair right up against the wall, and after checking once more that both windows were locked, he dropped into it. His gun rested on his lap, and pointed at the far window by the fire escape. He would shoot if anyone tried to come through it. The other window was close by, but no harm could come that way unless he stood in front of it. The thin fabric curtains were drawn, and once it was dark, he could see through them without being seen himself. By shifting the gun barrel a few degrees, he could cover the door into the hall. If there were any disturbance at the front door, he could be there in a few steps. He had done everything he could. He settled back into the chair. Once the daylight faded, the room was quite dark, yet he could see well enough by the light of the city sky that filtered in through the drawn curtains. It was very quiet, and whenever he shifted position, he could hear the rusty chair springs twang beneath him. After only a few hours, he realized one slight flaw in his plan. He was thirsty. At first he could ignore it, but by 9 o'clock his mouth was as dry as cotton wool. He knew he couldn't last the night like this. It was too distracting. He should have brought a jug of water in with him. The wisest thing would be to go and get it as soon as possible. Yet he did not want to leave the protection of the corner. He had heard nothing of the killer, and this only made him more concerned about his unseen presence. Then he heard Maria calling him. Very softly at first, then louder and louder. She was worried. Was he all right? He dared not answer her, not from here. The only thing to do was go to her, to whisper through the door that everything was fine and that she should be quiet. Perhaps then she would go to sleep, and he could get some water in the kitchen and bring it back. As quietly as he could, he rose and stretched his stiff legs, keeping his eyes on the gray square of the second window. Putting the toe of one foot against the heel of the other, he pulled his shoes off, then went on silent tiptoe across the room. Maria was calling louder now, rattling at the bathroom door, and he had to silence her. Why couldn't she realize the danger she was putting him in? As he passed through the door, the hall light above him came on. "What are you doing?" he screamed at Maria, who stood by the switch, blinking in the sudden glare. "I was so worried." The crash of breaking glass from the living room was punctuated by the hammering boom of the machine pistol. Arrows of pain tore at Benedict, and he hurled himself sprawling into the hall. "Into the bathroom!" he screeched, and fired his own revolver back through the dark doorway. He was only half aware of Maria's muffled squeal as she slammed the door, and for the moment he forgot the pain of the wounds. There was the metallic smell of burnt gunpowder, and a blue haze hung in the air. Something scraped in the living room, and he fired again into the darkness. He winced as the answering fire crashed thunder and flame towards him, and the bullets tore holes in the plaster of the hall opposite the door. The firing stopped, but he kept his gun pointed as he realized that the killer's fire couldn't reach him where he lay against the wall, away from the open door. The man would have come into the hall to shoot him, and if he did that, Benedict would fire first and kill him. More shots slammed into the wall, but he did not bother to answer them. When the silence stretched out for more than a minute, he took a chance and silently broke his revolver and pulled out the empty shells, putting live cartridges in their place. There was a pool of blood under his leg. Keeping the gun pointed at the doorway, he clumsily rolled up his pants leg with his left hand, then took a quick glimpse. There was more blood running down his ankle and sopping his sock. A bullet had torn through his calf muscle and made 2 round, dark holes from which the thick blood pumped. It made him dizzy to look at. Then he remembered and pointed the wavering pistol back at the doorway. The living room was silent. His side hurt, too, but when he pulled his shirt out of his trousers and looked, he realized, although this wound was painful, it was not as bad as the one in his leg. A second bullet had burned along his side, glancing off the ribs and leaving a shallow wound. It wasn't bleeding badly. Something would have to be done about the leg. "You move so fast, Benedict. I must congratulate you." Benedict's finger contracted with shock, and he pumped 2 bullets into the room towards the sound of the man's voice. The man laughed. "Nerves, Benedict, nerves. Just because I am here to kill you doesn't mean that we can't talk. You're a filthy beast, a foul, filthy beast." Benedict splattered the words from his lips and followed them with a string of obscenities, expressions he hadn't used or even heard since his school days. He stopped suddenly as he realized that Maria could hear him. She had never heard him curse before. "Nerves, Benedict?" The dry laugh sounded again. "Calling me insulting names won't alter this situation. Why don't you leave? I won't try to stop you," Benedict said as he slowly pulled his left arm out of his shirt. "I don't want to see you or know you. Why don't you go away?" "I'm afraid that it's not that easy, Ben. You have created this situation. In one sense, you have called me here, like a sorcerer summoning some evil genie. That's a pleasant simile, isn't it? May I introduce myself? My name is Mortimer." "I don't want to know your name, you piece of filth," Benedict half mumbled. His attention concentrated on the silent removal of his shirt. It hung from his right wrist, and he shifted the gun to his left hand for a moment while he slipped it off. His leg throbbed with pain when he draped it over the wound in his calf, and he gasped, then spoke quickly to disguise the sound. "You came here because you wanted to, and I'm going to kill you for that." "Very good, Benedict. That is much more the type of spirit I expected from you. After all, you are the closest we can come to a dedicated lawbreaker these days. The antisocial individualist who stands alone, who will carry on the traditions of the Dillingers and the James brothers, though they brought death, and you brought life. And your weapon is far humbler than their guns and their—" The words ended with a dry chuckle. "You have a warped mind, Mortimer. Just what I would suspect of a man who accepts a free license to kill. You're sick." Benedict wanted to keep the other man talking, at least for a few minutes more, until he could bandage his leg. The shirt was sticky with blood, and he couldn't knot it right with his left hand. "You must be sick to come here," he said. "What other reason could you possibly have?" He laid the gun down silently, then fumbled with haste to bandage the wound. "Sickness is relative," the voice in the darkness said, "as is crime. Man invents societies, and the rules of his invented societies determine the crimes. O tempora, O mores, homosexuals in Periclean Greece were honored men and respected for their love. Homosexuals in industrial England were shunned and prosecuted for a criminal act. Who commits the crime, society or the man? Which of them is the criminal? You may attempt to argue a higher authority than man, but that would only be an abstract predication, and what we are discussing here are realities. The law states that you are a criminal. I am here to enforce that law." The thunder of his gun added punctuation to his words, and long splinters of wood flew from the doorframe. Benedict jerked the knot tight and grabbed up his pistol again. "I do invoke a higher authority," he said. "Natural law, the sanctity of life, the inviolability of marriage. Under this authority, I wed and I love, and my children are the blessings of this union. Your blessings, and the blessings of the rest of mankind, are consuming this world like locusts," Mortimer said. "But that is an observation. First, I must deal with your arguments. Primus, the only natural law is written in the sedimentary rocks and the spectra of suns. What you call natural law is man-made law and varies with the varieties of religion. Argument invalid. Secundus, life is profligate, and today's generations must die so that tomorrow's may live. All religions have the faces of Janus. They frown at killing, and at the same time smile at war and capital punishment. Argument invalid. Ultimus, the forms of male and female union are as varied as the societies that harbor them. Argument invalid. Your higher authority does not apply to the world of facts and law. Believe in it if you wish, if it gives you satisfaction, but do not invoke it to condone your criminal acts." "Criminal!" Benedict shouted, and fired 2 shots through the doorway, then cringed as an answering storm of bullets crackled by. Dimly, through the bathroom door, he heard the baby crying, awakened by the noise. He dropped out the empty shells and angrily pulled live cartridges from his pocket and jammed them into the cylinder. "You're the criminals trying to murder me," he said. "You are the tool of the criminals who invade my house with their unholy laws and tell me I can have no more children. You cannot give me orders about this." "What a fool you are," Mortimer sighed. "You are a social animal and do not hesitate to accept the benefits of your society. You accept medicine, so your children live now as they would have died in the past, and you accept a ration of food to feed them. Food you do not work for. This suits you, so you accept. But you do not accept planning for your family, and you attempt to reject it. It is impossible. You must accept all or reject all. You must leave your society or abide by its rules. You eat the food, you must pay the price." "I don't ask for more food. The baby has its mother's milk. We will share our food ration." "Don't be fatuous. You and your irresponsible kind have filled this world to bursting with your get, and still you will not stop. You have been reasoned with, railed against, cajoled, bribed, and threatened, all to no avail. Now you must be stopped. You have refused all aid to prevent your bringing one more mouth into this hungry world, and since you have done so anyway, you are to be held responsible for closing another mouth and removing it from this same world. The law is a humane one. rising out of our history of individualism and the frontier spirit, and gives you a chance to defend your ideals with a gun and your life. The law is not humane, Benedict said. How can you possibly suggest that? It is harsh, cruel, and pointless. Quite the contrary. The system makes very good sense. Try and step outside yourself for a moment. Forget your prejudices and look at the problem that faces our race. The universe is cruel, but it's not ruthless. The conservation of mass is one of the universe's most ruthlessly enforced laws. We have been insane to ignore it so long, and it is sanity that now forces us to limit the sheer mass of human flesh on this globe. Appeals to reason that have never succeeded in slowing the population growth, so, with great reluctance, laws have been passed. Love, marriage, and the family are not affected, up to a reasonable maximum of children. After that, a man voluntarily forsakes the protection of society and must take the consequences of his own acts. If he is insanely selfish, his death will benefit society by ridding it of his presence. If he is not insane and has determination and enough guts to win, well then, he is the sort of man that society needs, and he represents a noble contribution to the gene pool. Good and law-abiding citizens are not menaced by these laws.
"How dare you!" Benedict shouted. "Is a poor helpless mother of an illegitimate baby a criminal?"
No, only if she refuses all aid. She is even allowed a single child without endangering herself. If she persists in her folly, she must pay for her acts. There are countless frustrated women willing to volunteer for battle to even the score. They, like myself, are on the side of the law and eager to enforce it. So close my mouth if you can, Benedict, because I look forward with pleasure to closing your incredibly selfish one."
"Madman!"
Benedict hissed and felt his teeth grate together with the intensity of his passion.
"Scum of society! This obscene law brings forth the insane dregs of humanity and arms them and gives them license to kill."
"It does that, and a useful device it is, too. The maladjusted expose themselves and can be watched. Better the insane killer coming publicly and boldly than trapping and butchering your child in the park. Now he risks his life, and whoever is killed serves humanity with his death."
"You admit you are a madman, a licensed killer?"
Benedict started to stand, but the hall began to spin dizzily and grow dark. He dropped back heavily. "Not I," Mortimer said tonelessly. "I am a man who wishes to aid the law and wipe out your vile, proliferating kind."
"You're an invert, then, hating the love of man and woman."
The only answer was a cold laugh that infuriated Benedict.
"Sick!" he screamed. "Or mad! Or sterile! Incapable of fathering children of your own and hating those who can! That's enough!"
"I've talked enough to you, Benedict. Now I shall kill you." Benedict could hear anger for the first time in the other's voice, and knew that he had goaded the man with the prod of truth. He was silent, sick and weak, the blood still seeping through his rough bandage and widening in a pool on the floor. He had to save what little strength he had to aim and fire when the killer came through the doorway. Behind him he heard the almost silent opening of the bathroom door and the rustle of footsteps. He looked up helplessly into Maria's tear-stained face.
"Who's there with you?"
Mortimer shouted from where he crouched behind the armchair.
"I hear you whispering. If your wife is there with you, Benedict, send her away. I won't be responsible for the cow's safety. You brought this upon yourself, Benedict, and the time has now come to pay the price of your errors, and I shall be the instrumentality of that payment."
He stood and emptied the remainder of the magazine of bullets through the doorway, then pressed the button to release the magazine and hurled it after the bullets, clicking a new one instantly into place. With a quick pull, he worked the slide to shove a live cartridge into the chamber and crouched, ready to attack. This was it. He wouldn't need the knife. Walk a few feet forward, fire through the doorway, then throw in the tear gas pen. It would either blind the man or spoil his aim. Then walk through firing with the trigger jammed down and the bullets spraying like water, and the man would be dead. Mortimer took a deep, shuddering breath, then stopped and gaped as Benedict's hand snaked through the doorway and felt its way up the wall. It was so unexpected that for a moment he didn't fire, and when he did fire, he missed. A hand is a difficult target for an automatic weapon. The hand jerked down over the light switch and vanished as the ceiling lights came on. Mortimer cursed and fired after the hand and fired into the wall and through the doorway, hitting nothing except insensate plaster and feeling terribly exposed beneath the glare of light. The first shot from the pistol went unheard in the roar of his gun, and he did not realize that he was under fire until the second bullet ripped into the floor close to his feet. He stopped shooting, spun round, and gaped. On the fire escape outside the broken window stood the woman, slight and wide-eyed, and swaying as though a strong wind tore at her. She pointed the gun at him with both hands and jerked the trigger spasmodically. The bullets came close but did not hit him, and in panic he pulled the machine pistol up, spraying bullets in an arc towards the window.
"Don't! I don't want to hurt you!"
he shouted even as he did it. The last of his bullets hit the wall, and his gun clicked and locked out of battery as the magazine emptied. He hurled the barren metal magazine away and tried to jam a full one in. The pistol banged again, and the bullet hit him in the side and spun him about. When he fell, the gun fell from his hand. Benedict, who had been crawling slowly and painfully across the floor, reached him at the same moment and clutched at his throat with hungry fingers.
"Don't!"
Mortimer croaked and thrashed about. He had never learned to fight and did not know what else to do.
"Please, Benedict, don't!"
Maria said, climbing through the window and running to them.
"You're killing him."
"No, I'm not,"
Benedict gasped.
"No strength. My hands are too weak."
Looking up, he saw the pistol near his head, and he reached and tore it from her.
"One less mouth now,"
he shouted, and pressed the hot muzzle against Mortimer's chest and pulled the trigger. The muffled shot tore into the man, who kicked violently once and died.
"Darling, are you all right?"
Maria wailed, kneeling and clutching him to her.
"Yes, all right. Weak. But that's from loss of blood, I imagine. The bleeding has stopped now. It's all over. We've won. We'll have the food ration now, and they won't bother us anymore. And everyone will be satisfied."
"I'm so glad,"
she said, and actually managed to smile through her tears.
"I really didn't want to tell you before, not bother you with all this trouble going on. But there's going to be—"
She dropped her eyes.
"What?"
he asked incredulously.
"You can't possibly mean—"
"But I do."
She patted the rounded mound of her midriff.
"Aren't we lucky?"
All he could do was look up at her, his mouth wide and gaping, like some helpless fish cast up on the shore. Problems of Creativeness. Thomas M. Disch. There was a dull ache, a kind of hollowness in the general area of his liver, the seat of the intelligence, according to the psychology of Aristotle, a feeling that there was someone inside his chest blowing up a balloon, or that the balloon was his body. Sometimes he could ignore it, but sometimes he could not ignore it. It was like a swollen gum that he must incessantly probe with his tongue or his finger. Perhaps it was filled with pus. It was like being sick, but it was different, too. His legs ached from sitting. Professor Offengeld was telling them about Dante. Dante was born in 1265. 1265, he wrote in his notebook. He might have felt the same way even if it weren't for Milly's coldness, but that made it worse. Milly was his girl, and they were in love. But for the last 3 nights she had been putting him off, telling him he should study or some other dumb excuse. Professor Offengeld made a joke, and the other students in the auditorium laughed. Bertie ostentatiously stretched his legs out into the aisle and yawned. "The hell that Dante describes is the hell that each of us holds inside his own most secret soul," Offengeld said solemnly. "Shit," he thought to himself. "It's all a pile of shit." He wrote "shit" in his notebook, then made the letters look 3-dimensional and shaded their sides carefully. Offengeld was telling them about Florence now, and about the popes and things. "What is simony?" Offengeld asked. He was listening, but it didn't make any sense. Actually, he wasn't listening. He was trying to draw Milly's face in his notebook, but he couldn't draw very well. Except skulls. He could draw very convincing skulls. Maybe he should have gone to art school. He turned Milly's face into a skull with long blonde hair. He felt sick. He felt sick to his stomach. Maybe it was the synthamin bar he had had in place of a hot lunch. He didn't eat a balanced diet. That was a mistake. For over 2 years, he had been eating in cafeterias and sleeping in dorms. Ever since high school graduation, in fact. It was a hell of a way to live. He needed a home life, regularity. He needed to get laid. When he married Milly, they were going to have twin beds. They'd have a 2-room apartment all their own, and 1 room would just have beds in it. Nothing but 2 beds. He imagined Milly in her spiffy little hostess uniform, and then he began undressing her in his imagination. He closed his eyes. First he took off her jacket with the Pan Am monogram over the right breast. Then he popped open the snap at her waist and unzipped the zipper. Then he slid the skirt down over the smooth Antron slip. The slip was the old-fashioned kind, with lace along the hem. Her blouse was the old-fashioned kind with buttons. It was hard to imagine unbuttoning all of those buttons. He lost interest. The carnal were in the first circle, because their sin was least. Francesca de Rimini, Cleopatra, Elizabeth Taylor. The class laughed at Offengeld's little joke. They all knew Elizabeth Taylor from the junior year course in the history of cinema. Rimini was a town in Italy. What the hell was he supposed to care about this kind of crap? Who cares when Dante was born? Maybe he was never born. What difference did it make to him, Bertie Ludd? None. Why didn't he come right out and ask Offengeld a question like that? Lay it on the line. Put it to him straight. Cut out the crap. One good reason was because Offengeld wasn't there. What seemed to be Offengeld was, in fact, a flux of photons inside a large synthetic crystal. The real flesh-and-blood Offengeld had died 2 years ago. During his lifetime, Offengeld had been considered the world's leading Dantean, which is why the National Educational Council is still using his tapes. It was ridiculous. Dante, Florence, the Simoniac popes. This wasn't the goddamn Middle Ages. This was the goddamn 21st century. And he was Bertie Ludd. And he was in love. And he was lonely. And he was unemployed. And there wasn't a thing he could do, not a goddamn thing, or a single place to turn in the whole goddamn stinking country. The hollow feeling inside his chest swelled, and he tried to think about the buttons on Milly's imaginary blouse, and the warm, familiar flesh beneath. He did feel sick. He ripped the sheet with the skull on it out of his notebook, not without a guilty glance at the sign that hung above the stage of the auditorium. Paper is valuable. Don't waste it. He folded it in half and tore it neatly down the seam. He repeated this process until the pieces were too small to tear any further. Then he put it in his shirt pocket. The girl sitting beside him was giving him a dirty look for wasting paper. Like most homely girls, she was a militant conservationist, but she kept a good notebook, and Bertie was counting on her to get him through the finals. One way or another, so he smiled at her. He had a real nice smile. Everybody was always pointing out what a nice smile he had. His only real problem was his nose, which was short. Professor Offengeld said, "And now we will have a short comprehension test. Please close your notebooks and put them under your seats." Then he faded away, and the auditorium lights came on. A taped voice automatically boomed out, "No talking, please." 4 old Negro monitors began distributing the little answer sheets to the 500 students in the auditorium. The lights dimmed, and the first multiple choice appeared on the screen. 1. Dante Alighieri was born in A. 1300, B. 1265, C. 1625, D. Date unknown. As far as Bertie was concerned, the date was unknown. The dog in the seat beside him was covering up her answers. So when was Dante born? He'd written the date in his notebook, but he didn't remember now. He looked back at the 4 choices, but the second question was on the screen already. He scratched a mark in the C space and then erased it, feeling an obscure sense of unluckiness in the choice. But finally he checked that space anyhow. When he looked up, the 4th question was on the screen. The answers he had to choose from were all WAP names he'd never heard of. The goddamn test didn't make any sense. Disgusted, he marked C for every question and carried his test paper to the monitor at the front of the room. The monitor told him he couldn't leave the room till the test was over. He sat in the dark and tried to think of Millie. Something was all wrong, but he didn't know what. The bell rang. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. 334 East 11th Street was one of 20 identical buildings built in the early 1980s under the federal government's first modicum program. Each building was 21 stories high, 1 floor for shops, the rest for apartments. Each floor was swastika-shaped. Each of the arms of the swastikas opened onto 4 3-room apartments for couples with children, 6 2-room apartments for childless couples. Thus, each building was able to accommodate 2,240 occupants without overcrowding. The entire development, occupying an area of less than 6 city blocks, housed a population of 44,800. It had been an incredible accomplishment for its time. "Shut up!" Someone, a man, was yelling into the air shaft of 334 East 11th Street. "Why can't you all shut up?" It was 7:30, and the man had been yelling into the air shaft for 45 minutes already, ever since returning from his day's work, 3 hours bussing dishes at a cafeteria. It was difficult to tell whom precisely he was yelling at. In one apartment, a woman was yelling at a man, "What do you mean, $20? And the man would yell back, $20, that's what I mean." Numerous babies made noises of dissatisfaction, and older children made louder noises as they played guerrilla warfare in the corridors. Bertie, sitting on the steps of the stairwell, could see on the floor below a 13-year-old Negro girl dancing in place in front of a dresser mirror, singing along with the transistor radio that she pressed into the shallow declivity of her pubescent breasts. "I can't tell you how much I love him," the radio sang at full volume. It was not a song that Bertie Ludd greatly admired, though it was number 3 in the nation, and that meant something. She had a pretty little ass, and Bertie thought she was going to shake the tinsely fringes right off her street shorts. He tried to open the narrow window that looked from the stairwell out into the air shaft, but it was stuck tight. His hands came away covered with soot. He cursed mildly. "I can't hear myself think," the man yelled into the air shaft. Hearing someone coming up the steps, Bertie sat back down and pretended to read his schoolbook. He thought it might be Milly, whoever it was, wearing heels. And a lump began to form in his throat. If it were Milly, what would he say to her? It wasn't Milly. It was just some old lady lugging a bag of groceries. She stopped at the landing below him, leaning against the handrail for support, sighed, set down her grocery bag. She stuck a pink stick of Oraline between her flaccid lips, and after a few seconds it got to her, and she smiled at Bertie. Bertie scowled down at the bad reproduction of David's Death of Socrates in his text. "Studying?" the old woman asked. "Yeah, that's what I'm doing, all right. I'm studying." "That's good." She took the tranquilizer out of her mouth, holding it like a cigarette between her index and middle fingers. Her smile broadened, as though she were elaborating some joke, honing it to a fine edge. "It's good for a young man to study," she said at last, almost chuckling. The tune on the radio changed to the new Ford commercial. It was one of Bertie's favorite commercials, and he wished the old bag would shut up so he could hear it. "You can't get anywheres these days without studying." Bertie made no reply. The old woman took a different tack. "These stairs," she said. Bertie looked up from his book, peeved. "What about them?" "What about them? The elevators have been out of commission for 3 weeks. That's what about them. 3 weeks. So? So? Why don't they fix the elevators? But you just try to call up the modicum office and get an answer to a question like that, and see what happens. Nothing. That's what happens." He wanted to tell her to can it. She was spoiling the commercial. Besides, she talked like she'd spent all her life in a private building instead of some crummy modicum slum. It had probably been years, not weeks, since the elevators in this building had been working. With a look of disgust, he slid over to one side of the step so the old lady could get past him. She walked up 3 steps till her face was just level with his. She smelled of beer and cinnamon and old age. He hated old people. He hated their wrinkled faces and the touch of their cold, dry flesh. It was because there were so many old people that Bertie Ludd couldn't get married to the girl he loved and have a baby. It was a goddamn shame. "What are you studying about?" Bertie glanced down at the painting. He read the caption, which he had not read before. "That's Socrates," he said, remembering dimly something his art history teacher had said about Socrates. "It's a painting," he explained. "A Greek painting." "You going to be an artist, or what?" "What?" Bertie replied curtly. "You're Milly Holt's steady boy, aren't you?" He didn't reply. "You waiting for Milly tonight? Is there any law against waiting for someone?" The old lady laughed right in his face. Then she made her way from step to step up to the next landing. Bertie tried not to turn around to look after her, but he couldn't help himself. They looked into each other's eyes, and she laughed again. Finally, he had to ask her what she was laughing about. "Is there any law against laughing?" she asked right back. Her laughing grew harsher and turned into a hacking cough, like in a health education movie about the dangers of smoking. He wondered if maybe she was an addict. Bertie knew lots of men who used tobacco, but somehow it seemed disgusting in a woman. Several floors below, there was the sound of glass shattering. Bertie looked down the abyss of the stairwell. He could see a hand moving up the railing. Maybe it was Milly's hand. The fingers were slim, as Milly's fingers would be, and the nails seemed to be painted gold. In the dim light of the stairwell, at this distance, it was difficult to tell. A sudden ache of unbelieving hope made him forget the woman's laughter, the stench of garbage, the screaming. The stairwell became a scene of romance, like a show on television. People had always told him Milly was pretty enough to be an actress. He wouldn't have been so bad-looking himself if it weren't for his nose. He imagined how she would cry out, "Bertie!" when she saw him waiting for her, how they would kiss, how she would take him into her mother's apartment. At the 11th or 12th floor, the hand left the railing and did not reappear. It hadn't been Millie after all. He looked at his guaranteed Timex watch. It was 8 o'clock. He could afford to wait 2 more hours for Millie. Then he would have to take the subway back to his dorm, an hour's ride. If he hadn't been put on probation because of his grades, he would have waited all night long. He sat down to study art history. He stared at the picture of Socrates in the bad light. With one hand he was holding a big cup. With the other he was giving somebody the finger. He didn't seem to be dying at all. His midterm in art history was going to be tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. He really had to study. He stared at the picture more intently. Why did people paint pictures anyhow? He stared until his eyes hurt. Somewhere a baby was crying. "Shut up! Why don't you shut up? Are you crazy or something?" A gang of kids impersonating Burmese nationals ran down the stairs, and a minute later another gang, U.S. guerrillas, ran down after them, screaming obscenities. Staring at the picture in the bad light, he began to cry. He was certain, though he would not yet admit it in words, that Millie was cheating on him. He loved Millie so much. She was so beautiful. The last time he had seen her, she'd called him stupid. "You're so stupid," she said. "You make me sick." But she was so beautiful. A tear fell into Socrates' cup and was absorbed by the cheap paper of the text. The radio started to play a new commercial. Gradually, he got hold of himself again. He had to buckle down and study, goddammit. Who in hell was Socrates? Bertie Ludd's father was a fat man, with a small chin and a short nose like Bertie's. Since his wife's death, he lived by himself in a modicum dorm for elderly gentlemen, where Bertie visited him once a month. They never had anything to talk about, but the modicum people insisted that families should stick together. Family life was the single greatest cohesive force in any society. They'd meet in the visitors' room, and if either of them had gotten letters from Bertie's brothers or sisters, they'd talk about that. And then they might watch some television, especially if there was baseball, for Mr. Ludd was a Yankee fan. And then right before he left, Bertie's father would hit him for $5 or $10, since the allowance he got from modicum wasn't enough to keep him supplied with Thorazine. Bertie, of course, never had anything to spare. Whenever Bertie visited his father, he was reminded of Mr. Mack. Mr. Mack had been Bertie's guidance counselor in senior year in PS 125, and as such, he had played a much more central role in Bertie's life than his father had. He was a balding, middle-aged man, with a belly as big as Mr. Ludd's, and a Jewish-type nose. Bertie had always had the feeling that the counselor was toying with him, that his professional blandness was a disguise for an unbounded contempt, and that all his good advice was a snare. The pity was that Bertie could not, in his very nature, help but be caught up in it. It was Mr. Mack's game, and had to be played by his rules. Actually, Mr. Mack had felt a certain cool sympathy for Bertie Ludd. Of the various students who'd failed their regents, Bertie was certainly the most attractive. He never became violent or rude in interviews, and he always seemed to want so hard to try. In fact, Mr. Mack had told his wife in confidence one evening, she was an educational counselor herself, "I think this is a splendid example of the basic inequity of the system, because that boy is basically decent."
"Oh, you," she replied. "Basically, you're just an old softy."
And in fact, Bertie's case was not that exceptional. Congress had passed the Revised Genetic Testing Act, or Regents, as they were known popularly, in 2011, 7 years before Bertie turned 18, and had to take them. By that time, the agitation and protests were over, and the system seemed to be running smoothly. Population figures had held steady since 2014. By contrast, the first Genetic Testing Act of 1998 had altogether failed its hoped-for effect. This act had merely specified that such obvious genetic undesirables as diabetics, the criminally insane, and morons were not to be allowed the privilege of reproducing their kind. They were also denied suffrage. The Act of 1998 had met virtually no opposition, and it had been easy to implement, since by that time civic contraception techniques were practiced everywhere, but in the most benightedly rural areas. The chief, though unstated, purpose of the Act of 1998 had been to pave the way for the regent system. The regents were tripartite. There was the familiar Stanford-Binet intelligence test, short form, the Skinner-Waxman test for creative potential, which consisted in large part of picking the punchlines for jokes on a multiple-choice test, and the Orion Army physical performance and metabolism test. Candidates failed if they received scores that fell below one standard deviation in 2 of the 3 tests. Bertie Ludd had been nervous on the day of his regents. It was Friday the 13th, for Christ's sake, and right in the middle of the Skinner-Waxman, a sparrow flew into the auditorium and made a hell of a racket, so that Bertie couldn't concentrate. He hadn't been at all surprised to find that he'd failed the IQ test and the Skinner-Waxman. On the physical, Bertie got a score of 100, the modal point, or peak, of the normal curve, which made him feel pretty proud. Bertie didn't really believe in failure, not as a permanent condition. He had failed 3rd grade, but had that kept him from graduating high school? The important thing to remember, as Mr. Mack had pointed out to Bertie and the other 107 other failed candidates at a special assembly, was that failure was just a point of view. A positive point of view and self-confidence would solve most problems. Bertie had really believed him then, and he'd signed up to be retested at the big downtown office of the Health, Education, and Welfare Agency. This time he really crammed. He bought How You Can Add 20 Points to Your IQ by Elsie Wedgwood, Ph.D., who appeared on the book jacket in an old-fashioned suit with lapels and buttons, and Your Regents Exams, prepared by the National Educational Council. The latter book had a dozen sample tests, and Bertie worked all the easy problems in each test. The only part that really counted, the book explained, were the first 30 questions. The last 30 were strictly for the junior geniuses. By the day of the retesting, Bertie had a positive point of view and lots of self-confidence. But the tests were all wrong. They weren't at all what he'd studied up on. For the IQ part of the test, he sat in a stuffy cubicle with some old lady with a black dress and repeated telephone numbers after her, forwards and backwards, with the area code. Then she showed him different pictures, and he had to tell her what was wrong with them. Usually nothing was wrong. It went on like that for over an hour. The creativity test was even weirder. They gave him a pair of pliers and took him into an empty room. The 2 pieces of string were hanging down from the ceiling. Bertie was supposed to tie the 2 strings together. It was impossible. If you held the very end of one string in one hand, it was still too short, by a couple of feet, to reach the other string. Even if you held the tip of the string in the pliers, it was too short. He tried it a dozen times, and it never worked. He was about ready to scream when he left that room. There were 3 more crazy problems like that, but he hardly even tried to solve them. It was impossible. Afterwards, somebody told him he should have tied the pliers to the end of the string and set it swinging like a pendulum. Then he could have gone over and got the string, come back with it, and caught the string that was swinging like a pendulum. But then why had they given him pliers? That bit with the pliers really made him angry. But what could he do about it? Nothing. Who could he complain to? Nobody. He complained to Mr. Mack, who promised to do everything in his power to help Bertie be reclassified. The important thing to remember was that failure was just a negative attitude. Bertie had to think positively and learn to help himself. Mr. Mack suggested that Bertie go to college. At that time, college had been the last thing Bertie Ludd had in mind for himself. He wanted to relax after the strain of PS 125. Bertie wasn't the college type. He wasn't anybody's fool, but on the other hand, he didn't pretend to be some goddamn brain. Mr. Mack had pointed out that 73% of all high school graduates went on to college, and that 3/4 of all college freshmen went on to take their degrees. Bertie's reply had been, "Yeah, but—" He couldn't say what he was thinking. That Mack himself was just another goddamn brain, and that, of course, he couldn't understand the way Bertie felt about college.
You must remember, Bertie, that this is more now than a question of your educational goals. If you received high enough scores on the Regents, you could drop out of school right now and get married and sign up for a modicum salary, assuming that you had no more ambition than that."
After a glum and weighty silence, Mr. Mack switched from scolding to cajoling.
"You do want to get married, don't you?"
"Yeah, but—"
"And have children?"
"Yeah, of course, but—"
"Then it seems to me that college is your best bet, Bertie. You've taken your Regents and failed. You've taken the reclassification tests and gotten lower scores than on the Regents. There are only 3 possibilities open after that. Either you perform an exceptional service for the country or the national economy, which is hardly something one can count on doing, or else you demonstrate physical, intellectual, or creative abilities markedly above the level shown in the Regents test, or tests you failed, which again possess certain problems. Or else you get a B.A. That certainly seems to be the easiest way, Bertie. Perhaps the only way."
"I suppose you're right." Mr. Mack smiled a smile of greasy satisfaction and adjusted his massive stomach above his too-tight belt. Bertie wondered spitefully what sort of score Mack would have got on the Orion Army Fitness Test. Probably not 100.
"Now, as far as money goes,"
Mack went on, opening Bertie's career file,
"you won't have to be concerned over that. As long as you keep a C average, you can get a New York State loan. At the very least, I assume your parents will be unable to help out?"
Bertie nodded. Mr. Mack handed him the loan application form.
"A college education is the right of every United States citizen, Bertie. But if we fail to exercise our rights, we have only ourselves to blame. There's no excuse today for not going to college."
So Bertie Ludd, lacking an excuse, had gone to college. From the very first, he had felt as though it were all a trap, a puzzle with a trick solution, and everyone had been shown the trick except Bertie. A labyrinth that others could enter and depart from at will. But whenever Bertie tried to get out, no matter which way he turned, it always led him back to the same dead end. But what choice did he have? He was in love. On the morning of the day of his art history test, Bertie lay in bed in the empty dorm, drowsing and thinking of his true love. He couldn't quite sleep, but he didn't want to get up yet either. His body was bursting with untapped energies. It overflowed with the wine of youth. But those energies could not be spent brushing his teeth and going down to breakfast. Come to think of it, it was too late for breakfast. He was happy right here. Sunlight spilled in through the south window. A breeze rustled the curtain. Bertie laughed from a sense of his own fullness. He turned over onto his left side and looked out the window at a perfect blue rectangle of sky. Beautiful. It was March, but it seemed more like April or May. It was going to be a wonderful day. He could feel it in his bones. The way the breeze blew the curtain made him think of last summer, the lake breeze in Millie's hair. They had gone away for a weekend to Lake Hapakong in New Jersey. They found a grassy spot not far from the shore, but screened from the view of bathers by a windbreak of trees, and there they made love almost the entire afternoon. Afterwards, they just lay side by side, their heads reclining in the prickly grass, looking into each other's eyes. Millie's eyes were hazel flecked with gold. His were the blue of a cloudless sky. Wisps of her hair, soft and unmanageable after the morning swim, blew across her face. Bertie thought that she was the most wonderful, beautiful girl in the world. When he told her that, she just smiled. Her lips had been so soft. She had not said one cruel thing. He remembered kissing her. Her lips. He closed his eyes to remember better.
"I love you so much, Bertie. So terribly much,"
she had said to him, and he loved her too. More than anything in the world. Didn't she know that? Had she forgotten? "I'll do anything for you," he said aloud in the empty dorm. She smiled. She whispered into his ear, and he could feel her lips against his earlobe.
"Just one thing, Bertie. I only ask one thing. You know what that is."
I know. He tried to twist his head around to silence her with a kiss, but she held it firmly between her two hands.
"Get reclassified."
It sounded almost cruel, but then she had let him go, and when he looked into her golden eyes again, he could see no cruelty, only love.
"I want to have a baby, darling, yours and mine. I want us to be married and have our own apartment and a baby. I'm sick of living with my mother. I want to be your wife. I'm sick of my job. I only want what every woman wants. Bertie, please." "I'm trying. Aren't I trying? I'm going to school. Next year I'll be a junior. The year after that I'll be a senior. Then I'll have my degree. Then I'll be reclassified. We'll get married the same day."
He looked at her with his wounded puppy-dog look, which usually stopped all her arguments. The clock on the wall of the dorm said it was 11:07.
"This will be my lucky day,"
Bertie promised himself. He threw himself out of bed and did 10 push-ups on the linoleum floor, which somehow never seemed to get dirty, though Bertie had never seen anyone clean it. Bertie couldn't push himself up from the last push-up, so he just rested there on the floor, his lips pressed against the cool linoleum. He got up and sat on the edge of the unmade bed, watching the white curtain blow in the wind. He thought of Milly, his own dear, beautiful, lovely Milly. He wanted to marry her now, no matter what his genetic classification was. If she really loved him, that shouldn't make any difference. But he knew he was doing the right thing by waiting. He knew that haste was foolish. He knew certainly that Milly would have it no other way. Immediately after he'd failed the reclassification test, he had tried to persuade her to take a refertility pill that he had bought on the black market for $20. The pill counteracted the contraceptive agent in the city water.
"Are you crazy?" she shouted at him. "Are you off your rocker?" "I just want a baby, that's all. God damn it, if they won't let us have a baby legal, then we'll have a baby our own way." "And what do you think will happen if I have an illegal pregnancy?"
Bertie remained stolidly silent. He hadn't thought. He didn't. He wouldn't.
"They'll give me a therapeutic abortion, and I'll have a black mark against my record for the rest of my life as a sex offender. My God, Bertie, sometimes you can be positively dumb."
"We could go to Mexico."
"And what would we do there? Die or commit suicide? Haven't you read any newspapers in the last 10 years?
"Well, other women have done it. I've read stories in the papers this year. There was a protest, civil rights and stuff."
"And what happened then? All those babies were put in federal orphanages, and the parents were put in prison and sterilized. God, Bertie, you really didn't know that, did you?"
"Yeah, I knew that, but..."
"But what, stupid?"
"I just thought..."
"You didn't think. That's your problem. You never think. I have to do the thinking for both of us. It's a good thing I've got more brains than I need."
"Uh-huh," he said mockingly, smiling his special movie star smile. She could never resist that smile. She shrugged her shoulders and, laughing, kissed him. She couldn't stay angry with Bertie 10 minutes at a time. He'd make her laugh and forget everything but how much she loved him. In that way, Milly was like his mother. In that way, Bertie was like her son. 11:35. The art history test was at 2 o'clock. He'd already missed a 10 o'clock class in consumer skills. Tough. He went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and shave. The muzak started when he opened the door. It played, "Whammo, whammo, why am I so happy?" Bertie could have asked himself the same question. Back in the dorm, he tried to telephone Millie at work, but there was only one phone on each Pan Am second-class jet, and it was busy all through the flight. He left a message for her to call him, knowing perfectly well she wouldn't. He decided to wear his white sweater with white Levi's and white sneakers. He brushed whitening agent into his hair. He looked at himself in front of the bathroom mirror. He smiled. The muzak started to play his favorite Ford commercial. Alone in the empty space before the urinals, he danced with himself, singing the words of the commercial. It was only a 15-minute subway ride to Battery Park. He bought a bag of peanuts to feed to the pigeons in the aviary. When they were all gone, he walked along the rows of benches where the old people came to sit every day to look out at the sea and wait to die. Bertie didn't feel the same hatred for old people this morning that he had felt last night. Lined up in rows, in the full glare of the afternoon sun, they seemed more remote. They did not pose any threat. The breeze coming in off the harbor smelled of salt, oil, and decay, but it wasn't a bad smell at all. It was sort of invigorating. Maybe if Bertie had lived centuries ago, he might have been a sailor. He ate 2 large bars of synthamon and drank a container of fun. The sky was full of jets. Millie could have been on any one of them. A week ago, only a week ago, she told him, "I love you forever and a day. There'll never be anyone but you for me." Bertie felt just great. Absolutely. An old man in an old-fashioned suit with lapels shuffled along the walk, holding on to the sea railing. His face was covered with a funny white beard, thick and curly, although his head was as bare as a police helmet. He asked Bertie for a quarter. He spoke with a strange accent, neither Spanish nor French. He reminded Bertie of something. Bertie wrinkled his nose. "Sorry, I'm on the dole myself," which was not, strictly speaking, true. The bearded man gave him the finger, and then Bertie remembered who the old man looked like. Socrates. He glanced down at his wrist, but he'd forgotten to wear his watch. He spun around. The gigantic advertising clock on the facade of the First National City Bank said it was 15 after 2. That wasn't possible. Bertie asked 2 of the old people on the benches if that was the right time. Their watches agreed. There wasn't any use trying to get to the test. Without quite knowing why, Bertie Ludd smiled to himself. He breathed a sigh of relief and sat down to watch the ocean. "The basic point I'm trying to make, Bertie, if you'll let me finish, is that there are people more qualified than I to advise you. It's been 3 years since I've seen your file. I've no idea of the progress you've made, the goals you're striving for. Certainly there's a psychologist at the college." Bertie squirmed in the plastic shell of his seat, and the look of accusation in his guileless blue eyes communicated so successfully to the counselor that he had begun to squirm slightly to himself. Bertie had always had the power to make Mr. Mack feel in the wrong. "And there are other students waiting to see me, Bertie. You managed to pick my busiest time of day." He gestured pathetically at the tiny foyer outside his office, where a 4th student had just taken a seat to wait his 3 o'clock appointment. "Well, if you don't want to help me, I guess I can go." "Whether I want to or not, what can I possibly do? I still fail to see the reason you missed those tests. You were holding down a good C average. If you just kept plugging away—" Mr. Mack smiled weakly. He was about to launch into a set piece on the value of a positive attitude, but decided on second thought that Bertie would require a tougher approach. "If reclassification means as much as you say, then you should be willing to work for it, to make sacrifices."
I said it was a mistake, didn't I? Is it my fault they won't let me take makeups?
2 weeks, Bertie. 2 weeks without going to a single class, without even calling into the dorm?
Where were you?
And all those midterms, really. It does look as though you were trying to be expelled.
I said I'm sorry.
You prove nothing by becoming angry with me, Bertie Ludd. There's nothing I can do about it anymore. Nothing.
Mr. Mack pushed his chair back from the desk, preparing to rise. But before, when I failed my reclassification test, you talked about other ways to get reclassified besides college. What were they?
Exceptional service. You might want to try that.
What's it mean?
In practical terms, for you, it would mean joining the army and performing an action in combat of extraordinary heroism, and living to tell about it.
A guerrilla?
Bertie laughed nervously.
Not this boy. Not Bertie Ludd. Who ever heard of a guerrilla getting reclassified?
Admittedly, it's unusual. That's why I recommended college initially.
The third way? What was that?
A demonstration of markedly superior abilities.
Mr. Mack smiled, not without a certain irony.
Abilities that wouldn't be shown on the tests.
How would I do that?
You must file intention with the Health, Education, and Welfare Agency 3 months in advance of the date of demonstration.
But what is a demonstration? What do I do?
It's certainly up to you. Some people submit paintings. Others might play a piece of music. The majority, I suppose, give a sample of their writing. As a matter of fact, I think there's a book published of stories and essays and such, and that have all achieved their purpose. Gotten their authors reclassified, that is. The great majority don't, of course. Those who make it are usually nonconformist types, to begin with, the kind that are always bucking the system. I wouldn't advise.
Where can I get that book?
At the library, I suppose, but...
Will they let anyone try?
Yes. Once.
Bertie jumped out of his seat so quickly that for an unconsidered moment Mr. Mack feared the boy was going to strike him. But he was only holding his hand out to be shaken. Thanks, Mr. Mack. Thanks a lot. I knew you'd still find a way to help me. Thanks.
The Health, Education, and Welfare people were more helpful than he could have hoped. They arranged for him to receive a federal stipend of $500 to help him through the 3-month developmental period. They gave him a metal ID tab for his own desk at the Nassau branch of the National Library. They recommended several bona fide literary advisors at various hourly consultation rates. They even gave him a free copy of the book Mr. Mack had told him about. By Their Bootstraps had an introduction by Lucille Mortimer Randolph Clapp, the architect of the Regent system, which Bertie found very encouraging, though he didn't understand all of it too clearly. Bertie didn't think much of the first essay in the book, The Bottom of the Heap, an account of a lousy modicum childhood. It was written by a 19-year-old boy. Bertie could have written the same thing himself. There wasn't a single thing in it that he didn't know without being told. And even Bertie could see that the language was vulgar and ungrammatical. Next was a story that didn't have any point, and then a poem that didn't make any sense. Bertie read through the whole book in one day, something he had never done before, and he did find a few things he liked. There was a crazy story about a boy who dropped out of high school to work in an alligator preserve, and an eminently sensible essay on the difficulties of budgeting a modicum income. The best piece of the lot was called The Consolations of Philosophy, which was written by a girl who was both blind and crippled. Aside from the textbook for his ethics course, Bertie had never read philosophy, and he thought it might be a good idea, during the 3-month developmental period, to try some. Maybe it would give him an idea for something to write about of his own. For the next 3 or 4 days, however, Bertie spent all his time just trying to find a room. He'd have to keep his expenses to a bare minimum if he was going to get along those 3 months on only $500. Eventually, he found a room in a privately owned building in Brooklyn that must have been built a century ago or longer. The room cost $30 a week, which was a real bargain space-wise, since it measured fully 10 square feet. It contained a bed, an armchair, 2 floor lamps, a wooden table and a chair, a rickety cardboard chest of drawers, and a rug made of genuine wool. He had his own private bathroom. His first night there, he just walked around barefoot on the woolen rug with the radio turned up full volume. Twice he went down to the phone booth in the lobby in order to call up Millie, and maybe invite her over for a little housewarming party. But then he would have had to explain why he wasn't living at the dorm, and, for she certainly must be wondering, why he hadn't called her since the day of the art history test. The second time he came down to the lobby, he got into a conversation with a girl who was waiting for a phone call. She said her name was Fran. She wore a tight dress of peekaboo plastic, but on her body it wasn't especially provocative, since she was too scrawny. It was fun to talk to her, though, because she wasn't stuck up like most girls. She lived right across the hall from Bertie, so it was the most natural thing in the world that he should go into her room for a carton of beer. Before they'd killed it, he'd told her his entire situation, even about Millie. Fran started crying. It turned out that she'd failed the Regents herself, all 3 parts. Bertie was just starting to make out with her when her phone call came, and she had to leave. Next morning, Bertie made his first visit ever to the National Library. The Nassau branch was housed in an old glass building a little to the west of the central Wall Street area. Each floor was a honeycomb of auditing and microviewing booths, except for 28, the topmost floor, which was given over to the electronic equipment that connected this branch with the Midtown Morgan Library and, by relays, with the Library of Congress, the British Museum Library, and the Österreichische Nationalbibliothek in Vienna. A page, who couldn't have been much older than Bertie, showed him how to use the dial and punch system in his booth. A researcher could call up almost any book in the world or listen to any tape without needing to employ more than a 12-figure call code. When the page was gone, Bertie stared down glumly at the blank viewing screen. The only thing he could think of was the satisfaction it would give him to smash the screen with his fist. After a good hot lunch, Bertie felt better. He recalled Socrates and the blind girl's essay on the consolations of philosophy. So he put out a call for all the books on Socrates at senior high school level and began reading them at random. At 11 o'clock that night, Bertie finished reading the chapter in Plato's Republic that contains the famous parable of the cave. He left the library in a daze and wandered hours long in the brilliantly illuminated Wall Street area. Even after midnight, it was teeming with workers. Bertie watched them in amazement. Were any of them aware of the great truths that had transfigured Bertie's being that night? Or were they, like the poor prisoners of the cave, turned to the rock face, watching shadows, and never suspecting the existence of the sun? There was so much beauty in the world that Bertie had not so much as dreamt of. Beauty was more than a patch of blue sky, or the curve of Millie's breasts. It penetrated everywhere. The city itself, hitherto that cruel machine whose special function it had been to thwart Bertie's natural desires, seemed now to glow from within, like a diamond struck by the light. Every passer-by's face was rife with ineffable significances. Bertie remembered the vote of the Athenian Senate to put Socrates to death, for corrupting the youth. He hated the Athenian Senate, but it was a different sort of hate from the kind he was used to. He hated Athens for a reason. Justice. Beauty, truth, justice. Love, too. Somewhere Bertie realized there was an explanation for everything. A meaning. It all made sense. Emotions passed over him faster than he could take account of them. One moment, looking at his face reflected in a dark shop window, he wanted to laugh aloud. The next, remembering Fran sprawled out on her shabby bed in a cheap plastic dress, he wanted to cry. For he realized now, as he had not on the night before, that Fran was a prostitute, and that she could never hope to be anything else, while Bertie might hope for anything, anything at all, in the now suddenly so much wider world. He found himself alone in Battery Park. It was darker there, less busy. He stood alone beside the sea railing and looked down at the dark waves lapping at the concrete shore. Red signal lights blinked on and off as they proceeded across the night sky to and from the Central Park Airport. And even this scene, though it chilled him in ways that he could not explain, he found exhilarating in ways he could not explain. There was a principle involved in all this. It was important for Bertie to communicate this principle to the other people who didn't know of it, but he could not quite put his finger on just what that principle was. In his newly awakened soul, he fought a battle to try to bring it to words, but each time, just as he thought he had it, it eluded him. Finally, towards dawn, he went home, temporarily defeated. Just as he went in the door of his own room, a gorilla, wearing the opaque and featureless mask of his calling, with the ID number stenciled on the brow, came out of Fran's room. Bertie felt a brief impulse of hatred for him, followed by a wave of compassion and tenderness for the unfortunate girl. But he did not have the time, that night, to try and help her. He had his own problems. He slept unsoundly and woke at 11 o'clock from a dream that stopped just short of being a nightmare. He had been in a room in which 2 ropes hung down from a raftered ceiling. He had stood between the ropes, trying to grasp them. But just as he thought he had one in his grasp, it would swing away wildly, like a berserk pendulum. He knew what the dream meant. The ropes were a test of his creativeness. That was the principle he had sought so desperately the night before. Creativeness was the key to everything. If he could only learn about it, analyze it, he would be able to solve his problems. The idea was still hazy in his mind, but he knew he was on the right track. He had some cultured eggs and a cup of coffee for breakfast and went straight to his booth at the library to study. Though he had a slight fever, he seemed to feel better than he had ever felt in his whole life. He was free. Or was it something else? One thing he was sure of, nothing in the past was worth shit. But the future was radiant with promise. He didn't begin work on his essay until the very last week of the developmental period. There was so much that he had to learn first. Literature, painting, philosophy, everything he had never understood before. And there were still many things, he realized, that he couldn't understand. But now he firmly believed that eventually he would, because he wanted to. When he did begin working on his essay, he found it a more difficult task than he had anticipated. He paid $10 for an hour's consultation with a licensed literary advisor, who advised him to cut it. He was trying to cram in too many things. Lucille Mortimer Randolph Clapp had given more or less the same advice in By Their Bootstraps. She said that the best essays were often no more than 200 words long. Bertie wondered if future editions of By Their Bootstraps would contain his essay. He went through 4 complete drafts before he was satisfied. Then he read it aloud to Fran. She said it made her want to cry. He did one more draft of it on the 8th of June, which was his 21st birthday, just for good luck, and then he sent it off to the Health, Education, and Welfare Agency. This is the essay Bertie Ludd submitted. Problems of Creativeness, by Berthold Anthony Ludd. The conditions of beauty are 3: wholeness, harmony, and radiance. Aristotle. From ancient times to today, we have learned that there is more than one criteria by which the critic analyzes the products of creativeness. Can we know which of these measures to use? Shall we deal directly with the subject, or by indirection find direction out? We are all familiar with the great drama of Wolfgang Amadeus Goethe, the Faust. It is not possible to deny it the undisputed literary pinnacle, a masterpiece. Yet what motivation can have drawn him to describe heaven and hell in this strange way? Who is Faust, if not ourselves? Does this not show a genuine need to achieve communication? Our only answer can be yes. Thus, once more, we are led to the problem of creativeness. All beauty has three conditions. 1, the subject shall be of literary format. 2, all parts are contained within the whole. And 3, the meaning is radiantly clear. True creativeness is only present when it can be observed in the work of art. This, too, is the philosophy of Aristotle. The criteria of creativeness is not alone sought in the domain of literature. Does not the scientist, the prophet, the painter offer his own criteria of judgment towards the same general purpose? Which road shall we choose in this event? Another criteria of creativeness was made by Socrates, so cruelly put to death by his own people, and I quote, "To know nothing is the first condition of all knowledge." From the wisdom of Socrates, may we not draw our own conclusions concerning these problems? Creativeness is the ability to see relationships where none exist. The machine that did the preliminary grading gave Bertolt Anthony Ludd a score of 12 and fed the paper into the automatic reject file, where the essay was photostated and routed to the outmail room. The outmail sorter clipped Bertie's essay to a letter explaining the causes which made reclassification impossible at this time, and advised him of his right to seek reclassification again 365 days from the day on which his essay had been notarized. Bertie was waiting in the lobby when the mail came. He was so eager to open the envelope that he tore his essay in two, getting it out. The same afternoon, without even bothering to get drunk, Bertie enlisted in the U.S. Marines to go defend democracy in Burma. Immediately after his swearing in, the sergeant came forward and slipped the black mask with his ID number stenciled on the brow over Bertie's sullen face. His number was USMC 100-7011-D07. He was a guerrilla now.